Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi, and it is my honor and privilege to be moderating today's inaugural session. So first of all, let me begin by extending a very warm welcome to all of you. Your presence today contributes significantly to this vital conversation, and we are grateful to have you join us today. So as we all know that the theme for today's conference is on ecology at the crossroads, restoring balance in an age of climate crisis. So this gathering comes at a time when the world is facing a critical ecological turning point. Climate change, deforestation, biodiversity loss, and environmental justice are no longer distant concerns of the future. They are urgent and undeniable realities of our present. This conference seeks to bring together voices from science, policy, indigenous wisdom, activism, and spiritual tradition to foster meaningful dialogue and collective action. Our aim is to promote a holistic vision of ecological restoration, one that is rooted in ethics, equity, and sustainability. Through this gathering, we hope to explore today's ecological challenges through the lens of environmental ethics, spiritual insight, and sustainable action. It is truly a privilege for me to host this important dialogue, and I thank each one of you for being here. We look forward to engaging in thoughtful discussion, interdisciplinary exchanges, and reflections that will help us envision a more compassionate and balanced relationship with our planet. And with this, now, we are deeply honored to welcome our distinguished guest for today's conference. First of all, let me welcome our chief guest, Srimati Ranjana Jha, who is the current member of the Governing Council of Tibet House, New Delhi, and the former Principal Chief Commissioner of CGST, Bangalore, Karnataka. And then we have our guest of honor, Sri Abhijit Haldarji, the Director General of International Buddhist Confederation, New Delhi. And now, I would like to welcome our very convener and the keynote speaker of today's conference, Mr. Harshvardhan Umreji, who is the President of EcoPeace International, Bangalore, and the former officer of Indian Revenue Service, Government of India. Please welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Harshvardhan Umreji. Now, last but not the least, I would also like to welcome all the participants and the students from different universities whom we have invited for joining with us today for this wonderful conference on ecology at the crossroads, restoring balance in an age of climate crisis. And on behalf of Tibet House, I extend our heartfelt appreciation to all our esteemed speakers, chairpersons, and the participants. We warmly welcome you to what we hope will be a meaningful and inspiring day of shared learning and purpose. With this note, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming our chief guest for the event, Srimati Ranjana Jha ji, our guest of honor, Sri Abhijit Haldarji, and our keynote speaker and the very convener, Mr. Harshvardhan Umreji, and our director, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, the director of Tibet House, the Culture Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a huge round of applause. And I would like to request our chief guest, our guest of honor, our keynote speaker, and our director, Geshe Dorje Damdula, to kindly light the lamp of eternal wisdom, a symbol of the illumination of knowledge, and to offer our prayers and offerings to the enlightened ones. And before I invite our chief guest and our guest of honor to kindly sit on the dais, I would request them to kindly do a planting ceremony we have before we begin this inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause to mark the very beginning of this conference. Thank you very much, Srimati Ranjana ji and Shri Abhijit Haldar ji, our keynote speaker, Mr. Harshvardhan Umre ji, and our director, Venerable Keshav Doji Damdula. Now, may I take this very opportunity to invite our director, Venerable Keshav Doji Damdula, to kindly offer the white scarf khata and the souvenir to our chief guest, and Srimati Ranjana Jhaji, our guest of honor, Shri Abhijit Haldar ji, and our keynote speaker, Mr. Harshvardhan Umre ji. First, we have our chief guest for the event, Srimati Ranjana Jhaji. Thank you, ma'am. Then we have our guest of honor for today's conference, Shri Abhijit Haldar ji. And then, last but not the least, we have our convener and the very keynote speaker, Mr. Harshvardhan Umre ji. Thank you very much, Venerable Keshav Doji Damdula. And I would also like to inform you that this year is a year of compassion. And as a token of gratitude to the very great legacy of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, we are holding this year as a year of compassion. And I'm very pleased to inform you that this is the first conference and the very beginning of our programs, especially as a token of gratitude to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama for his great legacy and compassion to the world. Thank you. Now, moving on, I would like to give you a brief introduction about Tibet House and its activities. Tibet House, New Delhi. Tibet House, New Delhi was established in the year 1965 by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama for the purpose of preserving the cultural heritage at the time when it faced forceful challenges in Tibet, as well as for providing a center for Tibetan culture and Buddhist studies. His Holiness the Dalai Lama's recurring emphasis on developing a sense of universal harmony and compassion as its own effective antidote to global suffering, together with the needs for a meaningful exchange between different religious and cultural tradition, also had a profound effect on the purpose and its activities of Tibet House. Tibet House aims to bring together Buddhist masters and Tibetologists, people across different disciplines, students and practitioners, and the common man through its various programs and events. Tibet House continues to expand its objective in saving Tibet's heritage and in exploring and working towards Tibet House's potential contribution to the ethical development of the modern society. Over a period of 5 decades since its inception, Tibet House has come to recognize as a significant institution for the dissemination of Tibetan culture and for the Nalanda Buddhist Studies. Tibet House is a 5-story facility which has a museum of valuable Tibetan art and artifacts, as well as a library with nearly 5,000 volumes of manuscripts and books, a resource center, a conference hall, a gallery, and a bookshop. A publication unit which publishes several books a year, and a program division which regularly organizes lectures, seminars, conferences, film screenings, and exhibitions. Tibet House offers various study programs on Nalanda Buddhist philosophy and psychology, and a Tibetan language course. Firstly, I would like to give you a brief introduction about the Nalanda Masters course, which was launched on 9 December 2016 on the occasion of 51st anniversary of Tibet House, New Delhi, in the gracious presence of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, along with Sri Kiran Rijijuji, the Union State Minister of Home Affairs, and Sri Najib Jung, Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. The first batch of Nalanda Masters course, batch 1, was completed with 372 students from 44 different countries. Second batch of Nalanda Masters course on Nalanda Buddhist philosophy began on 2nd October 2022 with 900 students enrolled from 54 different countries. Secondly, we have the Nalanda Diploma course, which was launched in the year 2018 and has emerged as one of the flagship offerings of Tibet House. Designed as a 14-month program, it caters specifically to individuals who are deeply interested in Buddhist philosophy, but are also managing other professional or personal commitments. So far, 4 batches have been successfully completed, each fostering a growing global community of dedicated learners. We are pleased to share that the 5th batch of Nalanda Diploma course has commenced on 2nd October 2024, witnessing an overwhelming response with 2,131 students enrolled, reflecting the course growing relevance and international reach. Now then we have Nalanda Introductory course, batch 1, which was launched on the auspicious occasion of Tibetan New Year, Losar, on 28th February 2025, with the blessings of Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdila, the Director of Tibet House, the Cultural Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And it offers a transformative journey into the inner well-being. This course has begun on 18 May 2025 with 1,171 students enrolled. Tibet House is pleased to announce the successful completion of the 2nd batch of the Nalanda Certificate course, NCC2, which had commenced on 7 January 2024 with a total registration of 1,693 students enrolled. We are happy to inform you about the opening of Nalanda Certificate course batch 3, wherein the registration begins on the very auspicious occasion marking the 90th birth anniversary of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama on 6 July 2025. And the course will commence on 11th August 2025, as per schedule. Now I would like to give you a brief introduction about the very audience and the blessings of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. On 2nd June 2023, close to 500 students who have recently graduated from or are currently studying in the Nalanda Masters course and the Nalanda Diploma course offered by Tibet House, New Delhi, received a gracious audience and blessings from His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama and an oral transmission of J. Rinpoche's in praise of dependent arising. At present, there are more than 7,249 students from 98 countries enrolled in the courses, out of which we have 3,140 Russian-speaking participants run by under the leadership of Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdila. Tibet House offers a regular Tibetan language course with 4 levels of instructions at a nominal fee, including scholarship for students and monastics. As of now, 28 batches have been completed with 180 registered participants and 81 enrolled. The 29th batch commenced on 2nd June 2025 and runs until 30th September 2025 with 230 registered students and 123 enrolled. Additionally, Nalanda Dharma studies are conducted twice a week for both Tibetans and non-Tibetans proficient in the Tibetan language. These sessions, led by Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdila, aim to systematically introduce students to the foundational teaching of Buddhist philosophy. One of the key highlights is the successful completion of the Pramana Vartika Tsemanamdil Textual Studies course after 3 enriching years of online teaching, marking a significant achievement in preserving and sharing the profound philosophical legacy of the Nalanda tradition. Currently, we continue to offer Introduction to Buddhism and Umajukpa, entering the middleway textual studies every Wednesday and Saturday from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. in both physical and online mode. Teachings are delivered in Tibetan with simultaneous translation in Ladakhi and Russian. These ongoing sessions are a rare opportunity to engage deeply with authentic Buddhist philosophy under qualified guidance. Now, I would also like to inform you that during the very auspicious occasion of the Nobel Peace Prize Day in the year 2024, these are the book launches which is being published by the Tibet House publication. We have Tracing the Footprints of J. Tsongkhapa, Theravada and Mahayana Philosophy of Ultimate Reality and Its Practice, and we have a special edition, Tibet House Bulletins, from the period from April 2022 to December 2024. Now, coming back to our main event today, Tibet House is absolutely delighted to welcome all of you to our conference on ecology at the Crossroads, Restoring Balance in an Age of Climate Crisis. And on this note, I now have the privilege of inviting our director, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, to kindly address the audience and offer his words of welcome and inspiration as we begin today's conference. And before that, I would like to give you a brief introduction about Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula. Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula is currently the director of Tibet House, the culture center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi. While being assigned with the responsibility of the directorship of Tibet House, he also gives regular lectures and leads philosophy classes in Tibet House and other places as well. He travels widely within India and abroad to teach Buddhist philosophy, psychology, logic, and practice. He has also worked on several books. As assigned by the Office of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, he has visited the United States of America in the year 2008 to work with Professor Paul Ekman on His Holiness the Dalai Lama's book, Ethics for a New Millennium, Part 2, and the book series Art of Happiness, which were jointly written by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, such as The Graded Path. He has written a number of papers for national and international conferences on topics such as the paradox of the brain and the mind and ultimate reality according to Arya Nagarjuna. He is currently in the process of writing two important books, one entitled Journey into the Paradox of Brain and Mind, and the other, What Constitutes the Ultimate Reality? The Effects of Understanding the Ultimate Reality. Now with this, I would request our director, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, to kindly do the welcome address.
Kange tuze nyoso ne tawa tamje pambe shu tambe shu ne tenza ba kodam dela chase lo boni ninja sundo juba lam cheje se za kanje dendro gon chana ba ma tenzen yazo la soa de zu shindu hundu sho. And through a great compassion, you taught the Immaculate Dharma to dispel all perverted views. To you, the Buddha Gautama, I pay homage. Respected chief guests and our guest of honor and the convener of the conference. For information, the ones that you see on the stage. Our chief guests so kindly accepted to be just this year, so kindly accepted to be one of the governing body members of Tibet House Society, and this is the first exposure of and me meeting for the first time, and it's a great honor, Ms. Ranjaniji, to have you with us, and that you accepted to be on a governing board, and also that the guest of honor, Mr. Abhijit Haldarji. Since the first time that he took over as the Director General, IBC, International Confederation of the Buddhist Confederation, and I had the honor of meeting him, and just by his presence, I could see that there's a great prospect for the International Buddhist Confederation to be very active and amazingly the functional, not only functional, but really vibrant all over the world. So the way and the manner in which I saw that, all these long duration of his being there proves this dynamism. Many congratulations to you, sir. And also to the Mr. Harsh Vardhanji, the convener of this conference. And what Tibet House, what we do is that we make sure that all these conferences, whatever organized, be it on universal ethics or environment or on quantum physics and Buddhist philosophy, or including the other philosophical traditions like Samkhya, Vedanta, then Christian philosophy, whatever, and also the neuroscience and psychology, incorporating any form of dialogues or presentations on psychology from the different traditions, Jungian psychology, Freudian psychology, or the Indian, classical Indian the psychological traditions. So all these things are finally intended, focused to help the youngsters. And I do, in the last 15 years of being in this Tibet House, I see that there's a constant progress in ways how the young staffs, although they change over time, but then we see that the youngsters, they're constantly progressing, growing, maturing in ways of organizing programs and giving greater and greater platform for the young students from the schools, the colleges to the universities, and the others, by no exception, are always created the help to let them be aware of all these situations. So, as very clearly indicated by the program coordinator, Mr. Kungachundala, that it is His Holiness's the direction, the blessings, that Tibet House, by no means it should be a religious center, it should be a cultural center, to create awareness in the world, in the local place in Delhi, and in the world, that people learn how to be compassionate. When the compassion is there, compassion is like the anchor. Where compassion is there, your ecology is taken care of. Where compassion is there, your family is taken care of. Where your compassion is there, your institutions, for example, like the Professor Ecology here, please raise your hand, who was the professor of GNU for many years, and also parallel to that, taking care of the Tushita Buddhist Meditation Center here in Delhi, and making sure that the professional, the work, the teaching, guiding the PhD students and so forth, they are not directed to become dry academicians, but to make them somebody with a rich academic, high-level academic knowledge plus a beautiful heart. This is what she's doing. And also we have here a very inspiring young professor, Professor 7June2025, raise hand, from the law campus in Delhi University. extremely inspiring. And since he was not a little boy, but a young man, as a student, we have been meeting, and then suddenly he became a professor and extremely dynamic. So here, in a way, we see it's very inspiring. And for you, the first Indian lady, Indian professor to march to Arctic Circle. Professor Ecology, please raise your hand. Yes. And extremely inspiring. So in fact, I would say that the young ones, particularly to be in the ambience of this audience, the ones on the stage, and who are going to make presentations, and others who took part in this program, the seniors, from the seniors, we see that the young ones can really learn a lot. And particularly during the tea time as well as during the lunchtime, I would highly recommend that the younger ones, you interact with these, the very promising and extremely dynamic, the leaders. They are leaders. And please make sure that you take the maximum advantage of interacting with them, learning from them. So today the topic, as we said, is about the environment, and I don't want to take much of your time. So as I said earlier, finally the key point is that why environment is very important. Some people, they animate the environment as though like they are living being, they are living thing. For us, just as we empathize with somebody else, your friends, your colleagues, your family members, and so forth. And some people, environmentalists, they would animate the environment as like another living creature like your family. They could feel the pain, so forth. I won't really go to that extent. And many of you, particularly the seniors, they know my personality. I'm more pragmatic and the objective. But it doesn't mean that, okay, this inanimate doesn't matter. This is not the point. Just as your house is not animate, but your house is very important. Your house is extremely important. We make sure that we take care of our house. If there's a ceiling leakage, we make sure that we fix it. If there's the floor broken, we make sure that we fix this. If there's a door, the lock problem, we fix it. It doesn't mean that this animated object, but still is so important. And this world, the ecology, the globe is our only home. His Holiness the Dalai Lama says that this is our only home. And we don't come here to demolish this, because that we are demolishing our own home. For example, COVID-19 taught us that we are all dependent on each other. Say the inhabitants are dependent on the habitat, the world. And within the inhabitants, say, okay, my country, your country, and so forth, we are all dependent on each other. For example, with the COVID-19, say where there's one section or poorer country going through the crisis, no vaccine, India exported. India so generously exported the vaccine, because that if that is not taken care of, you are not taken care of. How? Because however poor the country is, there are ultra-rich people there. In fact, I would go to the extent of saying that poorer the country, more the gap between the rich and poor, which means that rich people are there. And these rich people will not stay there, will come to continue to travel. They will carry the virus for us. So therefore, to take care of us is to take care of others, is to take care of yourself. This is an interdependency. Only if the point is that, okay, we have to fight for the ecology, we have to fight for the environment, the global warming or climate change and so forth. But to really fight, we need to know what is the trigger point. Okay, thank you. There's 3 minutes left. Thank you. Where lies the trigger point? So this is something that we need to know. While they are the extremely altruistic, I would say altruistic activists, environmental activists, the young ones, for example, from Singapore, this one Indian girl, amazingly dynamic, extremely young, and really fighting for the ecology. That's amazing. So what I'm saying is that while we fight for the rights of the environment, and particularly this is a word of Mr. Harshvardhanji, the rights of the environment. Rights of the environment, meaning that human rights, likewise the environment also has the right to keep itself safe. So for that, while we fight for that, we also need to know the core, where lies the original trigger of all these negligence. Why the climate change is not taken care of? Why the deforestation, excessive deforestation, and so forth? Why these are happening? So we need to really explore the core, and don't just blame. Not just blaming somebody, but really try to identify the core and see how to fix the core. So what I would say is that I'd like to conclude by saying that the core lies in the first place that people who live in this world, who live in this environment, who live in this ecology, people who should have a sense of compassion for yourself. Then because you love yourself, you take care of a family. You take care of a family is connected with the larger and larger. It just keeps increasing. So that's very important, to have compassion. So when the compassion expands, we see that we need a house. What's a house? Environment, the world. That is our house. So automatically we will learn how to take care of the house. Earlier when I was a little boy, so there's a house there, and the tree growing there, and the house was a very strong, rigid rule that trees not allowed to be cut, and the house became so odd. And I said, well, why not? Why? Now I see that no, this tree is more important than the house. This tree is more important than the house. If this tree is being neglected, just cut, the tendency will be built on us. Just for our own benefit, we just destroy the house, the big house. This is the world. So with this in mind, what I'm saying is that compassion. The next question is, how can we encourage? How can we create awareness of the compassion towards to others with respect to the world, the ecology? This is the next question. How? So this is how we try to identify the root. And the root is that only if I know that I'm dependent on you, then I'll take care of you. If I see that I'm not dependent on you, then I will not remember you. I'll not take care of you. For example, there's a Tibetan expression which says that if you're sick, you're taking medicines. And if you tend to forget the medicines, which means that you are getting cured. Because you're getting cured means your dependence on the medicine is gone. When the dependence is not there, then you don't remember the object on which you are dependent upon. So therefore, if you're constantly reminded that we are dependent on the planet Earth, naturally your love for the planet Earth will come. So this dependency has various levels. Some are very immediate and some are very subtle. And now look, all of us, we want to be smart. We don't want to be foolish. Who's smart and who's foolish? Somebody who can see the dependent nature, mutual dependent nature in the subtle forms, they're smart. Those people who see only the, say, English expression, which goes that those in glass house should not throw stone. You're getting it? Those in glass house should not throw. This is an incredibly great wisdom. Saying that if you're in glass house, for example, say your regular house, don't throw stone, but the parents who are very mature will discourage you from throwing stone. But if it's a glass house, you can see the dependent origination very clearly. Mutual dependence very clearly. The moment you hit the glass, glass wall, with the stone, the whole house collapses. And the rain, showers, no protection. Sun, no protection. Wind, no protection. You see the dependent origination, mutuality of dependence is so clearly, starkly, as such that taking care of the house will automatically happen. So this was what exactly happened to me when I was traveling to the Lahore Spiti from Manali many years ago, 12 years ago. In those days, the tunnel was in the progress, not yet built. And we have to pass the Rohtang Pass. To make it short, I had no experience. That was my first time. Traveling Rohtang Pass. In the middle of the Rohtang Pass, my small taxi got stuck. I cannot call the mechanics. It's already 2 hours. How can I call? But the people around, they're smiling. They're just chatting, smiling. And then we do not even ask for help. And these young men, they lifted a small car and put in a safe place that we could drive. I was amazed. Wow, this is humanity. Then, after 1 month returning, the same car got stuck at the top plateau, the top leg of the Rohtang Pass, top plateau, which was in a wider space, mud, stuck there. And then I thought, oh, don't worry, humanity is there. And no humanities. All the cars were passing by. And suddenly one car stopped, and the Buddhist knows and asked, are you a High Lama? I said, no, he left. You're getting it? What I'm saying is that, look, this is my question to you. I'll close this with this question. My question to you is, why, in the first case, in the middle of the pass, I did not ask for help. The humanity came. Why, in the second case, I asked for help? No humanity. Why? Answer is very simple. In the first case, it was a very narrow pass that if my car got stuck, dependent on this, all the hundreds of cars behind me get stuck. Dependent, mutuality of dependency. So this dependence is very gross, starkly gross, that anybody can see. Because of this, that okay, our car passing smoothly is dependent on this car not getting stuck. So they saved me. In the second case, they could not see these subtle mutuality of dependency, because they said we are very independent. So his car got stuck. What's the problem? So we can pass from the other side. So they could not see the dependent mutuality of dependency, that they think that they are independent. They're not dependent on me. And then the 5 Indian guys helped me. 5 young boys who were well prepared. They helped me. And finally, when we drove down, the car, the gentleman who said, "Are you Hai Lama?" His car got stuck. And then he was staring us with the face of guilt. You're getting it? Because he could not see this subtle mutuality of dependency before. If, okay, my car can also get stuck and he can help me later on. If this is what he could have seen before, he would not have neglected us. You getting it? So the point is that why these conferences are very important, and why that all these eminent speakers are brought here is for the reason to create awareness. And the young ones, what I would suggest is that not only that you learn it from these eminent speakers, you also try to share this in your own capacity to protect the world, to protect our only home. As His Holiness the puts it, that let's make sure that you share this information, whatever you have learned, whatever you're learning from these eminent speakers and the activists, to your friends, to make sure that the awareness, you are a great supporter of the well-being of this world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Venerable Geshe Dwajir Abdullah, for your very informative and an explosive addressal, marking the beginning of this very conference, and also about informing all the young students and the younger generation about the very importance of the ecological conservation. Thank you very much, Kishla. With this, now I would like to invite our chief guest, Srimati Ranjana Jaji. And before that, I would like to give you a brief introduction about her. Srimati Ranjana Jha is a former officer of the Indian Revenue Service, IRS, Customs and Indirect Taxes, 1987 batch. With over 35 years of distinguished service in the Ministry of Finance, Government of India. She currently serves as a member of the Governing Council of the Tibet House, the Culture Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi. She superannuated in February 2023 as the Principal Chief Commissioner of CGST Bangalore, after holding several senior leadership positions, including the Chief Commissioner of Delhi Customs. Throughout her extensive career, Srimati Ranjana Jaji has made significant contribution in areas such as GST implementation, customs, central excise, service tax, anti-evasion, litigation management, and administrative leadership. Srimati Jha has represented the department in over 3,000 cases up before the Customs, Excise, and Service Tax Appellate Tribunal, CESTAT, playing a crucial role in revenue optimization and taxpayer education. Under her leadership, the Bangalore zone consistently ranked as the second highest CGST revenue contributor in the country. Her academic background includes an LLB from Delhi University, LLM from Kurukshetra University, and she has pursued MPhil in anthropology and a master's in sociology from the Delhi School of Economics. She has completed her undergraduate studies at Hindu College, Delhi University. She has participated in several prestigious training programs, including those at the University of Syracuse, USA, ISB Hyderabad, and EMDC, United States of America, with certifications in leadership, motivation, and GST training from NASN. In 2023, Srimati Jha was awarded the Presidential Award for Specially Distinguished Record of Service, presented by the Honorable Finance Minister of India. Post-retirement, she continues to engage actively in training, public finance, and institutional development. With this, I would like to invite Srimati Ranjana Jaji to kindly welcome. Thank you. Please, ma'am.
Good morning, everybody. Mr. Geshe Dorji Damdul, our guest of honor, Mr. Abhijit Haldar, our convener, keynote speaker, Mr. Harshvardhan Umbre, very distinguished guests and presenters at this eminent conference. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to come here and interact with all of you and be with you. I consider it my honor and privilege, and in all humility, I accept the role that you have given to me of being the chief guest here. What all you said about me, I don't know how, I mean, it's factual, of course, but I really appreciate the fact that I've been called here and I'm able to, share with you some of my views on the environment. When we were young, like my speaker before me, he gave a very lively talk about what actually happened with him, so many experiences. So I just remembered that when we were young, in Delhi, we used to have a small little bird called the sparrow. We used to have it in our house. It used to come to our house. We used to feed it water. We used to feed it grains. Now, to my horror, I find after so many years, the sparrow doesn't exist in Delhi at all. The little brown sparrow, it used to give me a lot of happiness. And, I used to feel very happy seeing a sparrow, although I didn't realize it then. But now, I rationalize why I felt so happy seeing a sparrow at this advanced age. I've retired from my service, and of course, we continue in job. We don't retire from life. So, the thing was, the sparrow is a very tiny little creature, that's small. Tiny little, very sweet creature, very sweet voice. It tweets all over the place. And with that tweeting, that tiny little body, it is surviving in this difficult and harsh world. There's a frailty there, and there's a strength in the frailty. There is such strength in that gentility, in gentleness. Such strength and gentleness, like he was saying. The good feelings, the community, the companionship. So seeing that in a sparrow made one somehow feel that the world was worth living. Otherwise, fundamentally, there's no meaning in the world. We are generating what the Japanese call an ikigai, sense of purpose. We're just generating a lot of activity. But the sparrow made me feel always the world was worth living. A little creature like that in God's world or whoever's world is able to survive and thrive. It's a very, very big lesson to all of us in humility and in survival and in a winning spirit. But unfortunately, I don't see the sparrow at all nowadays, as you all know. It's been substituted by the crow and the pigeon. And as you know, pigeon droppings and all, they're supposed to be very bad for the lungs. It causes various lung problems. So that's something which made me feel very happy and very unhappy. And it makes me think about environmental issues. And the same, if you recall, there used to be a country called Nauru. It's still there. I mean, these bird droppings over a period of time get converted into fossilized remains, and they're full of nitrogen and phosphorus, and they're very good for fertilizers. So the island of Nauru used to export this bird droppings. But in the form in which we have it here, every multi-storied apartment has a bunch of pigeons coming and putting these droppings and generally, spoiling the environment, the droppings, that is, not the bird as such. So that is one of the aspects of the environment. Then another thing which the two things which come to mind with respect to the environment. One is, what is called, as you already know, the tragedy of the commons. And the second thing is GDP. Now, the tragedy of the commons is a feeling that we all have in Delhi all the time. I see in my area also. The motor is kept on, the water motor. 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the afternoon, 2 hours in the evening. It's going on, taking out the groundwater. I mean, we are depleting it, and there's no water, there are no rains. This year we've been lucky in Delhi, we got a good rains, but last year it was very bad, and the rest of the country don't have that much rains. You're keeping your groundwater open at an individual level. I mean, what kind of environment consciousness are you showing? And this groundwater, bore water problem is there all over the country. It's not just in Delhi. You have people, there's so much of free electricity which is being used. That electricity is being used to dig that bore water deeper and deeper and deeper. I mean, how much are you going to exploit Mother Earth? This is the question which comes to my mind at least 3 times a day, every day. So I try to restrain myself, at least for myself. I also switch on the motor, but keep it on for just half an hour or 1 hour and then switch it off once a day. That's it. That's my own small contribution towards, preserving the environment. So similarly, we must all develop in all of us a feeling that just because it's a common land, it doesn't mean that you sit and dig out the resources and you use it for yourself and your children. Don't forget that you have your grandchildren and you have the next generations coming. You have to leave something for them too. You can't deplete everything that Mother Earth has given you. In this context, the concept of freebies is very common in our common discussion areas. I would say the biggest freebie we have all received, we don't know it's a freebie, we don't appreciate it, we are not grateful for it, is the fact of our environment and our being in this land, with the earth, the waters, the sunshine, the beautiful flowers. In fact, when we were young, we used to sing a song, in these convents and all, we used to sing, all things bright and beautiful, all creatures great and small. And then there was descriptions of mountains covered in purple and flowers and butterflies and bees and other things. Where are these things nowadays? It's difficult to find a butterfly in Delhi. They've all vanished, And there used to be another nursery rhyme which you're all very familiar with. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, it shines like a diamond in the sky. If you look at the Delhi sky, yesterday I was looking up at it in the context of this environment. I couldn't see any stars, no stars at all. Even the Venus is not visible. There's so much of pollution, So that's because we are utilizing our freebie which is given to us, the Mother Earth. We are exploiting Mother Earth so mercilessly for ourselves and not preserving it for the future generations. Even if you don't want to preserve it for the future generations, you should preserve what is given to you. It is your duty to preserve what is given to you, to enjoy like that. You can't enjoy it to such an extent that nothing is left of it. Nothing is left for other human beings also. So which brings me to the second concept, this is all the tragedy of the commons, I find. Go on exploiting Mother Earth, not realizing you should be grateful for it. You've got the water. Without water, all wars are being fought for water. You have to preserve the water. You should not keep your motors on 3 times a day. And you have to bring that discipline on yourself. And if you don't need that motor, switch it off. You don't need it. Today you don't need the motor, just switch it off. Second great concept which we are all chasing all the time. Now, it's very, very nice to hear that India has become number 4 in this GDP in the world. And really it's a major achievement. And now we are in the takeoff of being a very major nation. But as you know, this concept was evolved by the great economist Simon Kuznets. He got the Nobel Prize in 1971. Basically for this concept. Now, I was just thinking about it, like you have this X and Y axis and you have this the per capita income on the X axis and you have the levels of poverty and other things on that. I'm just getting a call here, sorry, just a moment. So you have that per capita income on the X axis and income inequality on the Y axis, right? So he made an inverted bell structure as representative of the growth of the economy in terms of GDP. The one at the top is a break-even point, and this side, we are all over here. That is, with increasing per capita, your income inequality is also increasing. We are here. Once you reach the peak, and then you come down, the developed societies with increasing per capita income, their inequality is also decreasing. Finally, it just becomes 0. So that is why we have to aspire to go, all countries go through this mode of development by which the inequalities increase greatly, and when you have such inequalities, your access to a clean environment, pollution-free environment, gets terribly affected. That's where the inequality really hits at the end of the day. So we have to be very careful that this drive towards GDP should not blind us to the fact that the development, it should not be just growth, it should be development, and it should be sustainable. We should protect our resources to the extent possible so that we have something to pass on to the next generation. 3 minutes left. Yeah. So like it brings me to certain concrete examples. Like you have this denudation of the Aravalis in Delhi, which is right here in our neighborhood. So much of quarrying and mining. That's just one example. There's so many examples all over the country, all over the world also. Now, the Aravalis have come down, and there was a time when it used to be just green in cover. I remember when we were having some trainings in Mussoorie. Mussoorie used to be green in cover when seen from satellite images. Now if you see that entire Mussoorie, Dehradun area, it's brown. All the trees have gone, they're being chopped off, used for GDP. it's not been sustainable. Now, of course, there are moves to prevent this kind of illegal quarrying and stuff like that. And we had the ridge in Delhi, which was the life of Delhi, the air. It used to preserve the soil. It used to conserve the soil and prevent the dusty winds which come from the Thar desert, which blow into Delhi. That's why Delhi is so polluted. Major reason is it's in the midst of the Dust Bowl. Apart from the fire and the fire burnings in neighboring states and the industrial problems, effluents problem, it's also in the midst of the Dust Bowl. It comes from the Thar desert, goes and then goes off like that, the Hawa. I always used to see, even now, if you clean a surface in Delhi, within 2 minutes the surface will become dusty again. It's so bad now, as you know, the particulate matter 2.5 is so atrocious, we are hardly able to breathe. And little infants whose in lungs are supposed to be pink, they're all black in color, doctors have reported. It's any number of examples are there in Google. So these are the examples. You cut down the trees are hanging on to the soil. There's no soil erosion, topsoil is maintained, so the fertility is maintained. You can do step cultivation, you can grow, the people's livelihoods would grow in a very sustainable way. You're removing the trees, and also there's a very close connection between the various animals and birds who live together in a particular environment. Birds and animals, animals only hurt each other when they're hungry, that's all. Unlike human beings, So you're spoiling that delicate ecology, that fabric, by cutting the trees. And all these animals, what happens is, you cut the trees, you denode them, then those animals are coming into the urbanization is increasing. They're coming into urban areas, and you have these human-animal conflicts also. You see it all the time, a bunch of monkeys, or you have a leopard. I saw a leopard that day, it was being caught so cruelly, because it had entered the house of some people it was attacking. So the human-animal conflicts also increase if you destroy the ecology and the environment of an area. In fact, that is why in the Western countries and all, earlier this GDP, you see the Western countries, people who had experienced industrial revolution earlier, now they didn't know that this was destroying the environment. Then they smartened up, so as they became more and more, colonialism has not stopped at all. At that time we were physically colonial, now we are still there mentally and in an environmental sense. Because those countries which had the experience, they kind of pushed the manufacturing to the eastern sector. So all the polluting industries are towards over here. So a lot of pollution in the east. And now they are realizing that that has reduced their GDP. Now they want the industries to come back. You know what I'm referring to. So, and then you have these various accords like the Paris Accord, which kind of the world has agreed to reduce the global warming by 2%. And there are people who are coming out of that who don't want to be part of that Paris Accord. So we have to take measures somehow so that these accords are actually kind of meaningless, like now you have these ozone layer, so many examples are the ozone layer depletions, you're generating these chlorofluorocarbons, and you're having, because of that, the ultraviolet rays are coming and they're causing skin cancer, skin problems. Then you're having, even milk, for example, we are a very dairy-based kind of society, India, most of India, with some exceptions. So a lot of milk is emphasized, and you have these poor cows who are being injected with the oxytocin. It's very painful. Their udders become this big. They're not even able to walk. Very artificial. So we are also imbibing those oxytocins. We should not be having. We have watermelons which are being injected with sugar. You're eating that kind of sugar. All adulterated stuff. And I would definitely encourage you, whenever you buy the masalas, please do have a look at the packets. In fact, a personal experience, I have a little more time now, so I started making the masalas that you put in the food. I started making it myself. I was wondering, the masala which I made at home tastes good, but the color, it's just brown, it's like earth. Why is it when I buy masala from outside, it's bright red, bright yellow? They're all the additives. And I'm told that I did some research on that. FSSAI is having a little more relaxed approach towards the quantities of certain chemicals which can go into the masalas. These masalas won't survive in the West. They won't be allowed inside at all. But we are using all of that, so I would encourage you to try out your masalas at home. You take the red pepper, grind it at home. You see the color will be very muted. You buy the same red chili powder from the market, bright red. Haldi powder, bright yellow. It's not yellow. When you actually do it at home, it's a very muted color. I invite you to try it out yourself. So that's the extent of the adulteration and spoiling of the environment. We are having, nothing is organic over here. Everything you're consuming, it's just up to God how long people are going to survive over here. Everything is adulterated. Yesterday, a friend of mine who's based in Gujarat and who thinks he has access to all organic stuff, he was telling me, I buy organic everything, organic food, this thing, that thing. I said, your thinking is organic, but you just actually, you never know, because the actual places where you actually have pure stuff are in those Norway, Sweden, Finland, those areas. If you have an apple, it's a genuine apple. Now you see, if you eat an apple with the cover, with the outer layer, it's very good for the hair and the complexion. I was taking it all my life, but now you have to run for your life if you eat that outer covering of anything. You have to remove from the kira, you have to take out that outer covering. That is the extent of the leaching of pesticides and fertilizers. Of course, the Green Revolution was very good at that. It made a lot of sense at that point of time, because we had PL 480 imports. At that time, we were so hungry, we were suffering from famines. As you know, because of progressive famines caused in India, the Indian body has also taken a knock. No? You have this little pot belly. Everybody, male, female, children, they have this little body coming outside because whatever you eat is getting stored out there due to successive famines. Is genetically, we have imbibed this kind of structure. You don't have that pot belly system outside South Asia. It's very common over here. So that is because of those artificial famines, and now we are having, everything is adulterated. So I totally appreciate. And finally, what to do, like there's one saying, by one baseball expert in USA. He says, it ain't over till it's over. That is, nothing is over. It's a malapropism. Nothing is over till it's actually over, So like my speaker in front of me said, there's always hope for the future. Now, he found a lot of help in the hills. And let me tell you, sir, whenever you go to the hills, the amount of help you get is phenomenal. I mean, the people there are also slightly different from the people of the plains. I've seen, I shouldn't say that, not very political to say so. But I think it's more because people in the plains are under a lot of pressure. There's too much of pressure of population, resources. They're under pressure of surviving, just to eat and sleep and get up. It's just survival. People in the plains and the hills have a very nice perspective, I've generally seen. So that is what we have to aim at, cooperation, and realizing that the environment is very, very important. And I would definitely suggest whatever suggestions you're coming at the end of today's session, I wish you would suggest, send it on to the government. They should also see what came of these deliberations. It's a wonderful meeting that you're having. Learned people are giving their views about the environment. It should not just remain over here within these four walls. We should give a suggestion to our government and pass it on, and I'm sure everyone will agree with me, and something should be done about it. And last but not least, I find that in our country we have a very woeful, ignoring of the ecology and the environment. Woeful. The other day, a very silly example, I go to Sarojini Nagar, long back, I had some emergency, I had to buy something. So around 9:30, 10, bought something. And the guy is just throwing the wrapper there. And there's a sea of wrappers. You won't believe it's like you see in the Slumdog Millionaire. Literally, the entire street is filled with wrappers. I told these guys, why are you throwing this? Keep it in the bag. It's your street after all. Don't throw it. No, the municipal people are going to come and clean up. Why? You clean up yourself. It's your nonsense, right? You pick it up, throw it. That sensation has to come. It's very unfortunate we don't have it because it has not been inculcated from day one. What I feel is you should give a suggestion to the government. Every single school of the country, right from nursery onwards, instead of doing your A, B, C, D, E, whatever the vernacular interpretation of that, we have so many languages in the 7th schedule. Instead of doing that, you do that, of course, because there are advantages in there also. Devote half an hour a day just for nature. Take the children out, just out in the compound, let them look at the petals, let them look at the sky, just without doing all this GDP-oriented work, mugging, roting. No creativity. You have to think, be creative. For that, we have to cultivate a clean environment of learning also, I feel. Because in our country, unfortunately, there's a lot of roting, a lot of coaching, a lot of exam-oriented stuff. So the creativity of India, and India was the leader in creativity. You had Nalanda University. People from foreign countries, like we used to read about in Hyun Sang and Fahia and all from China, they used to visit India. And they've written extensively about all the measures taken by India in ancient India to such a great and ancient university. Now, where is it now? Why? Because that creative spark has gone. And the importance, education is the most important thing. Primary education, most important. Every child must be made to feel, this corridor here belongs to me. belongs to my children and my grandchildren. I must not eat something and throw it down there. This is the habit. We as Indians, I think you must probably give a suggestion. We must try not to pollute our environment. Like I've seen in Delhi also very often there's a habit. You pick up some trash and just go and throw it outside a neighbor's house. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, you take animals for a walk. I mean, you youngsters are there, so I'm telling you, sharing these things with you. I'm amazed in the so-called top colonies, or I put it in inverted commas in Delhi. I've seen with my own eyes. You're going with dogs, and the dog is doing its thing in front of your house, and they're doing it and going away. They don't think, it's wrong. Take something, pick it up and go. If you got a dog, you should love it. You should love all aspects of the dog, right? Even the generation of the manure that it delivers. You should love that. You should pick it up and throw it. No, and if you tell them, they get angry. There was a person doing that in front of my house. I mean, I was totally stunned. So I said, excuse me. I mean, sir, what are you doing? I mean, this is my house. Haha, sorry, and he goes away. But he doesn't clean up that. So this is the kind of realization. This is because there is some lack somewhere. There's no point saying our Indian traditional culture, blah, blah, blah. No, it just changed into something else. We are not sensitive to somebody else. Like he said, we have to have that compassion. Compassion means in everyday language, contain yourself, Just because you have democracy doesn't mean you go and hatchet away at everybody else, Democracy means it's a very great responsibility. Control yourself. You control the things which are coming out from your house. Control it. Reduce plastics, please. Those microplastic going into our lungs, they're so dangerous. I myself, I'll share with you, I've started now a drive in my house. I'm reducing plastic to the minimum. I must admit it's still there. I still get bags and all, but I'm substituting it with jute and with that paper kind of a bag. When shopping, I take a big bag, vegetables, and I put it directly there. Trying to reduce plastic. Plastic has to leave the world completely. When we generate plastic, it never goes. We are only generating it. We have to do sensible things. That also we have to do in course of time. That plastic in certain countries is being melted and used for lining the roads, So you have to do it that way. You have to use the plastics in some form. So I would definitely encourage you. We have so many, like a speaker before me was saying, that the youngsters, they should learn from the people who are older and all. No, not at all. I think the youngsters nowadays are absolutely great. They know so much more than us. This is a generation which is literally being fed, which is so comfortable online. It's an AI generation. We have to learn from them. In fact, I would urge you to go out and tell everybody around, because the older you are, you get a little set in your habits. It's a little difficult to change. There are very few people who change. It becomes an ego. Oh my God, I threw it for 60 years down that, right? So why should I not throw now? No, you have to tell them no. It's because the earth belongs to not only to you, but to everybody. You have to participate. So please, do not have this distinction of youngers and older people telling youngsters, no. Knowledge is knowledge from wherever it comes. Even a child, I always say I learn maximum from my own kids. They are my friend, philosopher, guide. I always consult them in every problem. We have to learn from the youngsters because you are the future. You are the ones who are going to take the burden of all the older generation's bad habits. So kindly sit up. That's why I say right from school, the children have to be taught this so that when they grow up, they'll tell their parents, hey, don't throw this. In school, my teacher has told me we must not litter. So they will go back and they will train the older generation, train them out of their bad habits of littering. Littering is a very, very serious disease in our country. We have to stop doing it. And yes, now I won't take up any more of your time. I'm very happy we are getting together to talk about this. And I would definitely hope that we present this to the Ministry of Environment, so that they can I think we should come up with a list of suggestions and submit it to the government saying that we deliberated on this. And then these are the suggestions we have for the future. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Srimati Ranjana ji, for your profound words on particularly emphasizing on the preservation of the environment and at the same time reminding us of our responsibilities as a human being and to the preservation of the ecology. Thank you, ma'am. Now may I invite our guest of honor, Shri Abhijit Haldar ji, to kindly address the gathering. And before that, I would like to give you a very brief introduction about him. Shri Abhijit Haldar ji is the Director General of International Buddhist Confederation, IBC, and a former Special Secretary to the Government of India. Over a distinguished 37-year career, he served in Indian missions, several missions, several countries, representing India in multilateral forums and working across sectors, including high technology, defense, culture, media, and information. As Director General of IBC, Mr. Haldar has led numerous initiatives to foster global Buddhist unity. He played a key role in establishing India's first Buddhist monastery in Lumbini, inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister of India. He also organized the 2023 Shanghai Cooperation Organization Conference on Shared Buddhist Heritage in collaboration with the Ministry of External Affairs, involving participation from 12 countries. With the support of the Ministry of Culture, he oversaw the first Global Buddhist Summit in the year 2023, inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister, and the first Asian Buddhist Summit 2024, attended by the Honorable President of India. Under his leadership, International Buddhist Confederation has conducted international expositions of sacred Buddha relics in Mongolia, Thailand, and most recently, Vietnam, where over 18 million people paid homage across 9 cities. Mr. Abhijit Haldarji continues to work towards strengthening India's cultural diplomacy and promoting the values of Buddhism through global dialogue and collaboration. May I invite Sri Abhijit Haldarji. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a huge round of applause.
Namo Buddhaya. Good morning to you all and namaste. Geshe Damdul ji, it's always a pleasure to be in any of your event because it's always enriching with brilliant scholars, brilliant academicians, and very good speakers. And I'm sure from every event that you have, people go back with enhanced knowledge, with a lot of positivity, and somewhere we feel that these are going to be in application, visible. Thank you very much. Madam Ranjana Jhaji, I think your speech was really exhilarating, especially focusing on realities of life, experiences which all of us face. Almost every aspect of what you said I could correlate to, and I'm sure the youngsters also could. Thank you very much. Also, Harshvardhan Umreji, we're going to listen to you, and very eagerly I can see you punching away on your laptop, so I'm more than excited to see what you have in store for us. And of course, academicians, scholars, and all of you, scientists, environmentalists who have gathered here. This is a topic which is of tremendous relevance and importance to every single one of us, every single one of us. You know, it's a matter which has gone beyond the domain of the government, the policymakers, the corporate houses, and it has come down to a level where there is urgency, there is need for a very aggressive approach, and something which involves each one of us. And as Ranjana ji rightly mentioned, that each one of you youngsters and kids in schools, etc., right from scratch, have to develop and build this skill and the knowledge and awareness of the environment where we exist, the correlationship with the environment, the interrelationship, the interconnectedness, which Geshe Damdulji mentioned about. All of these aspects are very critical and crucial to us. I must say that it's very interesting, since I deal with Buddhist countries and Buddhism per se. I've had the occasion of traveling to various Buddhist countries, and fortunately, and I think this is something which I must highlight, that in many Buddhist countries, all of these aspects are being focused on and followed through in a very critical manner. Comparatively, in most other countries, including in India, I must say that awareness building among the youth and youngsters is sort of missing. I had the occasion of being in Bhutan for the last 3 days. I just got back yesterday, and I was just telling Geshe Damdulji, who was trying to get in touch with me, and it was not possible because signal was weak. When you say signal is weak in a particular country, you generally try to portray that the country is poor and backward with weak signals. But the brilliance in terms of ecological preservation and climate change related awareness which that country has is mind-boggling. We had speakers there. This was the International Vajrayana Conference. So we had about 200 speakers from different parts of the world. And the interesting connection was between a speaker from Nepal and a speaker from Bhutan. And the person from Nepal was really very expressive. He brought out the facets of negativity, which climate change and environmental disasters can cause. And he's about 55 years of age, and he's lived in Kathmandu, and he was describing in a very succinct manner as to how, as a child, when he grew up, Kathmandu is a valley. It's like a cup, like a bowl. It's surrounded by mountains and a small bowl. And he would be able to see the mountains, snow-capped mountains, from anywhere in the city. Clear sky, beautiful habitation, excellent trekking routes, flora and fauna used to be absolutely rich. And today, he says that when he gets up, he sees a pall of gloom hanging over the sky of Kathmandu. It's basically a cloud of dust. And this is primarily because of forest fires in distance. In 2015, they had the major earthquake, which led to a loss of lives in several numbers. And that earthquake has somewhat disturbed the ecological system in a manner that dust is inevitably there everywhere in the city. And what he said was, what people do is, out of desperation, every morning, every household comes out and throws water outside their house to suppress the dust. And that's no way of surviving. Now, the expression was so painful, because living in a cup, a valley which is surrounded by mountains, and getting suppressed into depression to a level where it sounded as if this mass of population is going to get over and finish in some years to come. This is how he sounded, which is very sad. At the same latitude, not very far from Nepal, is Bhutan. If you see the map, not very far. Completely contrasting in a different picture, different scenario. And that is because this is a country where people have ensured that youngsters, they go to the forest, they spend time there. Monasteries and monks and nuns live in forests intentionally, so that there is more interaction between them and the younger generation in the forest area, where they are able to explain to them what is nature all about. The government, of course, there the king is the ruler, and the king takes decisions on most issues, and things are operational in a more effective manner. So the government has been able to also create these small models of communities in different parts of Bhutan, where people from different countries abroad come and visit, and they learn lessons which they take back home. Now imagine something like this a small country like Bhutan is doing. And we have Nepal, which is suffering. Of course, they are learning from the conference. The idea of the conference in Bhutan was primarily to take back knowledge to different countries. So this is where we are. And then when I listened to both of them, I was trying to figure out where we stand in India. And I think very clearly, Ranjana ji has mentioned where we stand. She's narrated her experience over the years of how she was a youngster in Delhi, and how she sees Delhi then, and how she saw Delhi then, and how she sees Delhi now. So we are probably in the zone of what Nepal is. This is a situation which is not going to change so fast. She also mentioned about the GDP. Yes, this is where the catch is. That Ernst & Young did a study last year looking at past 5 years of performance of some 50-odd multinational companies, which are heavily investing in corporate social responsibility, with primary focus on saving the ecology, saving the climate. But the study finds that on a comparative basis, the growth progress of these companies, or the targeted objectives which they have in mind in the next 5 years, 10 years, is driven by ideas and thoughts which are going to cause collateral damage to the economy, to the ecology, to the environment, which you cannot really pen down clearly. But in a collateral manner, it is going to cause damage. And the damage it is going to cause certainly overshadows the good work which they're doing through their CSR activities towards environment protection. So this clearly indicates that organizations, companies, industries are going to continue on their path of growth, and nations are going to, of course, support them, because the GDP is critical. You jump from 5th ladder to 4th and then 3rd. So this is a race where the balance between economic development and your ecological sustainability has to be handled in a very careful and a cautious manner. Well, as far as Buddha Dhamma is concerned, the Buddha, of course, existed at a time 2,600 years ago when there was no such a challenge or a situation. He never envisaged a situation where humanity would face virtual extinction. I would start using the word extinction. I think we, all of us who are in the age group of 50 plus or 60 plus, probably are not going to see the time when there's going to be a reverse in terms of outcome, real-time outcome of ecological preservation, climate change, etc. Probably you youngsters are going to see that time, but for that you have to strive hard. You have to really work hard. So Buddha, of course, said one thing. He said something which starkly impacts the world today and in future. He said that the nature will give you back what you give to the nature. Just simple, one sentence. And this he said 2,600 years ago, when there was no such thing called climate change, there was no ecological disaster, there were no earthquakes, no major natural tragedies. But he said it with a foresight, and the implication of that remains very relevant today as compared to his time, and it is going to be more relevant in times to come. So Buddha's teachings primarily on compassion, his teachings on wisdom, his teachings on mindfulness, these are aspects which need to be inculcated at both levels. At the level of students in schools, like they do in Vietnam. We were in Vietnam where we took the relic of the Buddha. The relic is, for many of you who won't know, relic is a small part of bone or a tooth of the Buddha which has been preserved for so many years, and it has been excavated during the British times and is kept in the museums, in National Museum in Delhi. You can see the relic. It is there in Calcutta Museum. It is there in several other places. This relic is considered in Buddhist countries as the living Buddha. That is the kind of faith they have. So we had the occasion of taking the relic of the Buddha to Vietnam recently. In Vietnam, the kids in schools are actually taught about compassion, mindfulness, and wisdom in a very diligent manner. It's part of the text, and they actually experiment. They come back to the school after about 3 months, and every quarter they are supposed to explain what have they learned in life in connection with wisdom, compassion, and mindfulness. Now, these are basic things. This generation is going to, I'm sure, grow with a lot of feeling towards nature, towards environment, which I think we are missing in our country. So this is something which we need to push hard on. The 3 core issues which the Buddha talks about. Basically, he talks about lobh, the greed, the craving, which is something which affects the human mind, and that's the reason we want more. We strive for more. There is no end to it. Over-exploitation, over-extraction. That is the mindset which we have. Then he talks about something called dos, which is aversion or hatred. We clearly decide that this object is something to my liking, but this particular object is not to my liking. So if I don't like this object or this individual or this thing, I'm going to ignore it. I'm going to reject it. I'm going to just sort of blasphemously throw it out. I've got nothing to do with that. So this selective approach is something which is again something which has disturbed the world, and industries and human beings have to follow this particular norm of inclusivity, of taking everything into consideration. That is where interconnectedness or dependent origination, which Geshe Damdulji spoke about, comes into play. Everything is connected. Every particle, every object, as far as mind and matter is concerned, and Buddha's the concept which is developed into metaphysics. This mic has a link with probably that door and that individual sitting there. Every particle on this universe is interconnected. It's difficult to believe, but that is how he had professed this theory. Therefore, whatever you do, whatever action you do, you may not be able to connect to the fact that carbon gas emission by a company in Gurgaon is going to affect the trend of rain in Kerala. But it happens. It is true. If the groundwater level in Delhi has gone down by over-exploitation, this is going to affect the river flow in states like Bihar, UP, and Odisha. This happens. It's unimaginable, unbelievable in the logical sense, but this happens. So this is where the interconnectivity comes in, and we need to build up this knowledge among people that we are living in a world where this connection is very, very critical, and we need to look at the environment around us with this particular aspect. Coming to lobh, dosh, and then moha. Moha is ignorance. Today we live in a world where, to some extent, the government has made a lot of rules, regulations, etc., which are in line with the norms to be followed for ecological sustenance, sustainability, climate change, etc. But there are companies, organizations, which are aware of these laws, but they completely ignore them. They genuinely ignore them, and it is difficult to sort of regulate, control, and bring them on track on these aspects. So this is again somewhere bottom-down approach is needed. The generation which is coming up needs to be taught properly about ethical values, moral values, and how to implement them in whichever profession, whichever field that you are pursuing. In the end, one thing which I would like to mention is that engaged Buddhism in Buddhism is something which is very interesting. And like I said, in Buddhist countries, I'm sort of glad that at least in Buddhist countries they're following the norms of Buddha of compassion, mindfulness, wisdom, etc., along with the younger generation. But what is critical is engaged Buddhism is something where you engage the public in a more proactive manner, something which Tibet House is doing. This kind of a scenario, this kind of a setting, when they're bringing everyone from different professional background and engaging them and getting their views, etc. So we do this in the International Buddhist Confederation in a large scale. Of course, His Holiness has been one of those persons who's done a lot of work in this field of ecological preservation, climate change. There's a famous Vietnamese monk by the name of Thich Nhat Hanh, who's done a lot of work in this field. I mean, enormous amount of work. I wish you could read up and study one of those lectures of this particular professor and the rest of them. In the IBC, what we do is we basically use the emotional connect, the sentiments of people with the Buddha and Buddha's teachings. And of course, this happens mostly in Buddhist countries, to generate feelings which attract them to the valued principles and teachings of the Buddha. And when we talk about teachings of the Buddha, it ranges from mindfulness. When you talk about mindfulness, we're talking about mental health, neurosciences, etc., well-being, to this issue of ecological preservation and climate change. And we do this by, we take the relic of the Buddha, which I just mentioned is a bone piece, to different countries, Buddhist countries. And it's done by the government of India in a very formal manner. In fact, the relic is considered as the head of state. You won't believe it. It's a small relic, it's in a casket, and it is actually considered as a head of state. And what happened was, last time when we took the relic to Vietnam, this relic was coming from Sarnath. So it came from Sarnath by air, and we had to book a seat for the relic in business class, because it has to come with 2 monks on 2 sides, and it's considered as an individual. It came in to Delhi, and it was placed at the National Museum here in Delhi. And the Delhi police and the entire security establishment, I was surprised. They were actually treating it as a head of state. So while I was supposed to go to the National Museum to receive the relic, I found that half an hour before all the roads are blocked. Movement हो रहा है, कोई नहीं जा सकते, VIP आ रहा है. So I said, VIP कौन आ रहा है? He says कि नहीं, वो head of state आ रहा है. So because he won't say it's a relic. So I said that, look, it's the holy relic of the Buddha which is coming. I mean, you're treating the holy relic as the head of state. I'm supposed to receive them. He said, sir, जो भी हो, आप receive कर सकते हैं, but आप जा नहीं सकते. Barrier cross करके आप जा नहीं सकते. The National Museum is about 1 kilometer away. You can walk down, but we'll not allow you. I had to convince him that, look, I'm the Director General of the organization and I have to receive the relic. So this fellow said कि sir, ये VIP का मामला है, इसमें आपको गाड़ी तो अंदर नहीं जाने देंगे. अब ऐसा करो, आप मेरे साथ चलो. He put me on a bike, the Delhi police fellow, and he took me to the national suite of him. But that is the kind of sensitivity with the relic, and when it goes to this country, wherever it goes, it is given a head of state honor, with the minister of that country receiving it, and tremendous feelings, tremendous sentiments which one can see there. People on the streets are just lying down. They're leaving their bikes, their scooters, they're leaving their shopping bags, and they're just lying flat on the ground praying to the relic. So the idea of taking the relic, and we had 17 million people across 9 cities in Vietnam who visited the relic. It is a sight worth seeing. From 3 a.m. in the night, they are lining up to see the relic, which is open to exposition at about 6:30 in the morning. And it's raining heavily, but nobody's moving from that queue. So that particular sentiment and emotion which people have in these countries, in Thailand, we took the relic to Thailand. We had 5 million people in Thailand visiting the relics. We took it to Mongolia. So our idea in the IBC is, in a way, use the Buddhist sentiments, Buddha's teachings to generate and to rekindle the old values, and bring them in the modern contemporary context so that kids, youth, middle-aged people, and even the old-age people, all of them are in sync. And all of these programs which we do, the relic visit, etc., when we talk about 17 million people, there are events and activities which are done by the local government which are connected with climate change, connected with environmental issues. So the occasion is used to generate goodwill, feeling, and awareness among the people. So we've done it in Vietnam, we've done it in so many other countries, and I keep wondering, what do we do here? And I think we are conscious enough, brilliant enough, and as Ranjana ji has said, that at the end of the day, it is whichever country, wherever it is us human beings. We have to take the onus on us. It is for us to, when we talk about mindfulness, I would suggest to all of you, be a little mindful on this particular issue. Mindfulness basically means take some time off and read up on, what is environmental disaster all about, what is ecological disaster all about, what is climate change all about. Somewhere it will hit a note, somewhere it will make a connect, and I'm sure you'll be able to send the message across among your friends and among the larger community and spread the message. It has to start from there. I won't say anything more. Namo Buddhaya. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sri Abhijit Haldarji. Now we have the very convener and the keynote speaker, Mr. Harshvardhan Umreji, and I would like to give you a short introduction about him. Mr. Harshvardhan Umreji is a former officer of the Indian Revenue Service 2002 batch and the founder of EcoPeace International, an initiative promoting human rights and earth rights. With a background in civil engineering and law LLB, he began his civil service career in the Indian Customs Appraising Service in Kolkata in the year 1994. Over a distinguished career spanning 3 decades, he has served in various capacities across West Bengal, Odisha, Karnataka, and Meghalaya, including as Additional Commissioner at Bangalore Airport, Customs, and Commissioner at the National Academy of Customs Indirect Taxes and Narcotics. Mr. Umreji has received advanced training in the public policy and international security at premier institutions such as the LKY School of Public Policy, Singapore, Seokyong University in South Korea, PNNL, United States of America, and the London School of Economics and University of Cambridge, United Kingdom. He opted for voluntary retirement in the year 2024 to fully dedicate himself to environmental and social causes. He is the convener of the Climate Change Combat Campaign, which has led impactful initiatives such as the Climate March in the year 2022 in Bangalore and Project Reforestation, planting 1 billion trees. Through his platform EcoPeace International, he has launched the webinar series New World Dialogues, Rights of Earth, aiming to raise awareness on environmental justice and climate change. Mr. Harshvardhan Umreji is also working on 2 forthcoming books towards people's democracy, redefining democratic governance and de-dollarization and the emerging new international order. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Harshvardhan Umreji.
Rashidili, respected Mrs. Ranjan Ajha, Madam, Chief Guest of today, Mr. Haldar, Guest of Honor, Reverend Venerable Geshe-la, dignitaries present, and I must mention one more name, Mr. Rishikesh Sharan, former Chief Commissioner, who is also present here today. So thank you for coming. Yeah. And my all dear fellow travelers on this planet. I stand here before you today, not just as a speaker, but as a fellow traveler on a wounded planet. A planet that is showing increasing signs of distress, crying out in ways we can no longer ignore. This conference, very aptly titled Ecology at Crossroads, Restoring Balance in the Age of Climate Crisis, could not be more timely or urgent. The stakes have never been higher, and the moment has never been more critical. Once again, I thank the organizers at Tibet House for drawing attention to this very critical issue of our times, and also giving me an opportunity to be part of this very unique, interesting, and very important conversation today. Thank you. Let me begin with a very simple but profound truth. The earth is unwell. We live on a planet which is gasping under the weight of our own ambitions. Global warming, plastic pollutions, radioactive contamination, poisoned air, polluted rivers, and deforested lands. These are the symptoms of an earth which is seriously ill. Dear friends, and as Geshe-la was also mentioning, when we are ill, we go to a doctor. We have clinics and wellness spas to go to. The earth is very seriously ill. Global warming is the fever of the earth. It is, when we talk about infection, is the contamination of the radioactive materials which you put inside the earth. The air is polluted. And how is it wounded? It is wounded by the wars and the missiles that we drop on the earth. Those are the wounds of the earth. Friends, we are in a times which is basically world over people and leaders and people who are environmentally conscious and think about the environment around us. It's basically a crisis time, the crisis of climate change. We are actually witnessing a very gradual and systematic collapse of our ecosystems. The causes are all around us, and my two worthy speakers have highlighted what we are facing today. From CO2 emissions that fuel the global warming, to plastic pollution that are choking oceans, rivers, and even entering our bloodstreams, rampant deforestation and the urban sprawl, and the unchecked development at the cost of natural balance, the loss of biodiversity, which is at an unprecedented rate, and the declining tree cover, and the endangered species vanishing forever. This is the planet that we are inherited, and this is the planet that we are living in. And who is responsible for making us and bringing us today here? It is ourselves. We have inhabited the planet. We have made it what it is. And it has been due to the indiscriminate deforestation, the unchecked exploitation of the natural resources, mining, the growing urbanization pressures, and the irreversible damage to the earth. Basically, if you see, it is the humans, are in conflict with nature. And therefore, the crisis of climate change today is basically a direct fallout of the distortion of the fine balance between humans and nature. And if I were to put it, this is essentially the crisis of climate change is a crisis of violation of the essential rights of Earth. We talk about human rights. The Earth also has its rights. We'll come to it a little later. And we just mentioned about the developmental paradigm that we are facing. And if you see, it says that what we have been excavating and mining from the earth, it says that we are, by degradation of the natural resources by humans, is rapidly outpacing the planet's ability to absorb the damage, meaning the rate of deterioration is increasing globally. The earth can no longer sustain, and we have consumed even for the future generations. This is what the Pope Francis had to say. The exploitation of the planet has already exceeded acceptable limits, but we have still not reached where we wanted to go. We want it to be a developed, civilized world with justice and rights for everybody and a good life for humans on the planet. We are still marching towards that, but we have already exploited the earth several times, but we are still on that path. I want you to have a look at this slide which is here. It's very interesting. It says that if you see that the earth is some 4 billion years old, let's scale it to 46 years, 0 zeros, okay? So if you see ratio-wise, we are here for just 4 hours, and the Industrial Revolution began just a minute ago. And that in that particular frame of time, we have destroyed more than 50% of the world's forests. I think this slide is basically hitting us and putting things in perspective, what the challenge before us, what we as humans have done to the planet which is our only home. So let us pause and reflect on the reason of this degradation. The answer is not just industrialization or technology. It is a much deeper malaise. It is the greed over need, what Professor was saying, profits over planets, and growth without responsibility. For too long, we have seen nature as a resource to be exploited, not a living system to be respected. We have prioritized economic expansion over ecological wisdom. But we have to develop and we have to carry out our progress. But there is a very important issue that the demands of economic development should always be balanced by the need of environmental conservation. And therefore, the Sustainable Development Goals have been enacted by the United Nations to give us a path in which we can develop in a balanced manner, in a sustainable manner, so that we don't reach here. We don't do this where the deterioration rate is so higher, more than what the earth can sustain. And therefore, we have to adopt that Sustainable Development Goals. Paris Agreement, in fact, is a landmark in human history where basically codified all that is wrong or ill for this planet. It is in fact a turning point, an acknowledgement that the crisis is global, and therefore the response must be collective. That was 2014, 15, and today, a decade later, we are still where we were a decade earlier, and maybe worse. Because the temperatures continue to rise. People in Delhi, ma'am was mentioning, and even other parts of the world across, temperatures have been rising, and that is not merely restricted to any one city. And this is despite the warning given in 2015 in the Paris Agreement. So basically, the Paris Agreement has asked that we should restrict the rise in temperature to below 2 degrees of the pre-industrial levels, and if possible, to 1.5 degree. And if we don't do that, this is what is going to happen. Rising temperatures, melting glaciers, rise in sea levels, submersion of coastal towns, and overall degradation of quality of life of humans on this planet. So it is 2 degrees which we have been asked to basically focus on. But the experience of the last decade shows that these are just some paperwork or some seminars. Paris Agreement gave a roadmap, very simple roadmap, and it highlighted 3 clear issues: that we need to reduce greenhouse gases. That was the CFCs, which even in this room we are having this air conditions. The CO2 emissions on the road, the traffic problem which ma'am was mentioning. And finally, the rampant forest deforestation which is going on. These are the 3 things which Paris Agreement, if you see, like it has boiled down, made it very simple for people to actually understand and make changes in their lifestyles. We don't have to wait for governments to make policies and announce big programs. I think it is individuals who can actually do something on any of these 3 measures which the Paris Agreement has said about. May I mention about water? As you know, the water crisis is actually a silent emergency. With reckless wastages, contamination, and over-extraction of groundwater, the very source of life is today under siege. Even drinking water is becoming so scarce, and an irony on a planet where more than 70% of the surface is filled with water. And we have images of women in the continents of Africa walking miles with utensils on their head in search of water. What an irony. And we say the Earth's surface is 70%. Points to think about. Therefore, we must learn to respect, conserve, and recycle water as a sacred resource. Paris Agreement also brought focus on a very important reason for the crisis that we are having here, and that was the fossil fuels. As the world today stands at a crossroads of ecological, economic, and technological transformation, we are in an era of climate emergency and resource stress. It is a paradox that the energy systems that powered the Industrial Revolution are the same which are now powering the climate crisis. Energy was basically the driving force of civilizational progress, and more particularly the Industrial Revolution. It was the energy which made the development so much. And therefore, energy was what has made us industrially developed, brought us the industrial age for us. But the same thing is now leading us to a climate crisis. Fossil fuels, which were once a symbol of progress, are now engines of pollution. Fossil fuels and global warming are so very closely related. This is because the phenomena of global warming is a trigger mainly due to the excessive use of fossil fuels. And if you see here, as per the UNEP figures, it says almost 80% of the demands of energy in the world are fulfilled by fossil fuels. 80%. And these are the fossil fuels. Yeah. And it also says that, there is this intergovernmental panel on climate change, which has found that the emission from fossil fuels are the dominant cause of global warming. And as per the studies, it is found that 89% of the global CO2 emissions come from the fossil fuels and industry. And what are the fossil fuels? We all know. Basically, the coal that we take out from the surface, the gas that we explore. These are fossil fuels, and which are basically the driving force of our climate crisis. Coal, we are very proud of coal, coal mining everywhere, and the study says that our government, let's say India's figures are like, we have a mining capacity of around, say, 1,000 million tons annually. But our requirement is, we are short by around 30%. So what we do, we import the remaining 300 metric tons from other countries because we have to meet the energy requirements. So Government of India has a policy of trying to see how we can reduce our imports and make more self-reliant. So therefore, we'll make more mines. We'll exploit more. We'll have more coal mines so that we don't have to import. So the drive is towards increasing the coal mining and production in this country, which is basically at loggerheads with the goals of Paris Agreement. It says you have to reduce the consumption of fossil fuels, but here, unlike several countries, the drive is essentially to make more mines, totally disregarding the warnings which have been given by those bodies. There are countries, there is something called the Alliance of Coal in Europe, and countries have actually taken a decision to give up coal. And there is this, just one example I have of Austria, which actually shut down all its coal mines. It's the dirtiest fuel, coal, literally as well. Okay. Oil is the other factor that we mine from and which accounts for at least 1/3 of the world's carbon emissions. Gas, natural gas. So basically, we are here in a situation where, and there is this important parameter how we know that where we are going, and that is what is called emission gap report, again by the same UNEP. And this 2024 UNEP emission gap report says that with the current rate of pollution that we are doing and developmental goals that we are following, we are heading for a rise in temperature of 2.6 to 3.1% by this century. Whereas the goal is 2%. But the consumptions and exploitation that we are doing today will take us to 2.6 to 3.1 degrees in the century, which is actually a very serious matter, because what we just saw, what would happen if we increase 2%. So this is what is the emission gap report. And there's also a global resources outlook, again by the UNEP, which said that the world is in the midst of a triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. These are all basically to give perspective to what we are here today for. To put things in the ecological crisis, and ecology which does Crossroads. These facts and these figures will essentially drive home what we are facing today. We are all aware that just about 2 days back, it was a World Environment Day. And when Environment Day, every year, some one of the countries hosts an Environment Day, UN. This time it was in Korea, in the Jeju Islands. And the theme this time was anti-plastic. It says to reduce plastic, what ma'am was also mentioning about plastic. Plastic has become such a menace for society, for the earth, and how it contributes to global warming and climate change. So much so that the UNEP had to make it as a theme for an Environment Day. And after 2 months, there's supposed to be a treaty how to end plastic pollution. It may be another piece of paper. Okay. Let's have a look little. I will just run through what we are basically facing here in terms of plastic. And it says that 91% of all the plastic that we use never gets recycled. So it adds in and goes in landfills. And some of it also comes as microplastics in our food cycle, through the water that we drink, to the soil. One of the major sources of pollution is plastic bottles, and therefore we had discussed today that we'll have a glass bottle here. We'll not have plastic bottles. Thank you, Kunga, for actually doing that. Yeah, time limit. Yeah, I'm going to talk whatever I want. We are here for that. If we don't have time to talk about environment, then what are we here for? I think we should talk. Yeah. Yeah, we are coming to that. We have to come. Because what happens? No.
These things we know. For the last 50 years, it is being talked about.
Yeah. But still, what happens after a decade?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So see, to the point that what sir is mentioning now, here is the point I want to say. I don't know whether sir mentioned this also. Every one of us has a toothbrush, every morning. What happens to it after we use it? We use for 3-4 months. Where does it go? It goes to a landfill. Is there a solution? Yes, we have a solution. I mean, this conference today is a dialogue. We can actually see how we can make this incremental changes. Otherwise, it's talk show. I mean, it's a talk shop. Doesn't make it. But there's a solution if we can switch over to bamboo toothbrushes. Can we do it? Let's think about it. I think that's what this has to be about. Otherwise, he said about action. I think this is the action that we can take. If we switch over to bamboo toothbrushes, I think there's a point. Think about it. Well, this is important. Everybody here uses a ball pen, right? Everybody, I'm sure. And the same story. It'll go for 2 months, 3 months. Then somebody nowadays buys a pack of 5 or 4, goes for 6 months or 1 year. What do? That's what happens. Is there a solution? Yes. We can do a fountain pen. We can use a fountain pen. See, it's about us. How, and I said it's not just about government policies. It's about how we as individuals can make changes in our lifestyle which will affect, small changes have big impacts. We can switch to fountain pens. So all those pens which add up, which go in the landfills, I think about it. And this 2030, this decade from 2020 to 2030 is a decade of ecosystem restoration. So we are in the middle of the restoration. And it's very apt that we have a conference here today. And one of the important things about this is trees, which are basically our biggest ally in this fight against climate change. And how so? See, this, I've taken great pains to make this. Please look at it. It says about 30% of the emissions from the industry and fossil fuels can be neutralized by forests and woodlands. 30%. It's very important. So besides doing other actions, if we preserve our forests, we can actually be tackling this crisis of climate change. 30% is a big number. So what do we do? In the year 2014, there was what is called New York Forest Declaration. And that said, New York Forest Declaration said that we should half the rate of deforestation by 2020 and end by 2030. So what happened is, if you see, in the year 2014, the rate of loss of tree cover was 18.3 million hectares. 18.3 million hectares. And it says by 2020 we should make it half, that is 9. Okay, that was a goal. And by 2030 you should make it 0. So no cutting trees, no deforestation. What happened is, instead of decreasing to 9, we have increased to 25 million hectares by the year in this particular period of time. I don't know. I'm just placing facts. There was a State of the World Forest report. Every 2 years, the United Nations does a study of the world forests around in a state. What is the progress? What is the level of deforestation, etc. So they saw that for the period in the last 30 years, that is from a period of 1990 to 2020, in the 30 years, the planet has lost 420 million hectares of forest cover or woodlands. That means around 10% of the forest cover of the world has been lost in just 30 years now. And so deforestation not only has a climate act to it, but it also has, it says that the new diseases, around 30% new diseases reported since 1960 can be attributed to deforestation. Yeah? And of course, the other thing of biodiversity. Somebody said they know the facts. These are facts. We should address these facts. We are talking here about loss of biodiversity. The environment talk is not just about planting some tree or picking up plastic here and there. It's much beyond, and it's very grave. We don't want to look at it. You can shut your eyes and go the way that you want to do it, but there is the other way around. So I mentioned about where is it? I don't know. There's a problem here. Oh God. Yeah. Can you see this? Yeah. It's come. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, I don't know. Yeah, I need this help. Yeah, to just see. Okay. Why is not? Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, it's come down. Yeah. You want this like? Yeah, I was here. I was after that. Yeah. I can move it. I can run it. Thank you. So, okay, therefore it is important to take action when we talk about. And this is the action. We have launched Project Reforestation to plant 1 billion trees. Not just talk, but we should do it. Thank you. We have launched in the city of Bangalore with the Honorable Governor planting the first tree. And yeah, it's going on. Let's all join in and plant trees. You know? It's very important, very simple. Very simple. Yeah. So, like, just since we are in forest, sir, please give me 5 more minutes. Yeah? Yeah, please. See, basically now, what happens, our national forest policy says we should have 33%, 1/3 land covering forest. What is the actual figure? The latest record said it is around 24%. Doubtful, but okay, let us say it is 24%. Okay, but the goal is to have 33%. We are still short of what the national forest policy says, and therefore the project reforestation is so important, even for our national policy. It's important. I'll give an example. Okay, so this is what we should be 33%, but we are 24%. Let's have a small example. Let's go to our neighboring country of Bhutan, a very beautiful, Shangri-La. And what does it say, As per the constitution of Bhutan, the tree cover should be 60%. It should be 60%. And what is the actual percent? 71%. Yeah? This is something to learn. It's our neighbor. And we have a reverse case here. And it is, we can just go through it. And why this is so? Because of this. We talked here about GDP. There was a mention about GDP. Bhutan does not have GDP concept. They have a concept of GNH, gross national happiness. And there are the 4 pillars of GNH. And if you see pillar number 3 is conservation of environment. If you are actually going to have a dialogue or actually want a meaningful, action on the climate issue or environment, I think we have to take a look at this slide here. We are so obsessed with GDP and industrialization and growth. I would strongly recommend people here to please visit Bhutan. Please go to Bhutan and see this, how it is. Is it not developed? It's one of the, go to Thimphu, it's bustling, So, but they follow this GNH, Gross National Happiness Index. And that's where the forest percentage, therefore, remains that high. Okay. So I'll come to one last thing about what is an area which is not generally talked about, and what is also one of the major drivers of the degradation of the planet. And this is what we call as ecocides. We must be hearing so much about the ongoing televised genocide in Gaza. You must be hearing about it. And I think every media, social media, does talk about that. A very serious issue going on. But parallelly, what is also happening is ecocides. Ecocides are the crimes against the earth. And this is important. If you see down the ages, and if you see after industrialization or whatever, if you see, let's see this actually. This was the biggest ecocide at that time, the Hiroshima Nagasaki. And we talked about how many people were died, say 3 lakh people died. But we don't know what was the state of destruction of the planet at that time. It's important to draw attention to these facts here. See, there was Agent Orange in Vietnam. And it was basically, Agent Orange was not against people. Agent Orange was against forests, so that the forests are destroyed and the Vietnam soldiers do not have a tree cover to hide. Therefore, Agent Orange was sprayed on the forests of Vietnam. This is a direct war on nature. This is ecocides. I think we need to talk about it. And the ongoing, what I talked about, happenings in Gaza, just look at it. Look at the ecocide happening. Entire, in Gaza, there are olive trees, which are basically a symbol of the land there, Palestine. So, and as a military tactic, what they have done, they said they will destroy the olive farms. Olive, which we are so treasure, we buy very expensive here. But they have destroyed the olive farms over there. Leave aside the population. This is what we want to call it as ecocides. Okay? So what are these, all these? That's what we call, these are all nothing but violation of the rights of earth. There is no accountability on, they say you can bomb and go away. No, I think. There is a time, now like it is time that we should basically talk about, I don't know why this disturbs me. If I'll be wrapping in another 2 minutes. Once again. So we're talking about ecocides, no? And we never, because this is an area which is, even Paris Agreement and all, everybody is silent on that. It's like, yeah, this one, but I'll go front. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, this one. Yes. So in the year 1948, we had what is called as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The United Nations adopted the Human Rights Charter. I think it is time now to adopt a Earth Rights Charter, to have a Universal Declaration of Rights of Earth. I think this should be a takeaway of this conference. Ma'am was saying should be. This point should be flagged to embassies and international communities. We need a Earth Rights Charter, so that those people who do crimes against earth and ecocide, they should be held accountable. That's what we call rights of earth. We have propounded this theory of rights of earth. Okay, this is something we should. And as I said, the ecosystem restoration is not just about governments. It's a people's affair. Let us make it a people's affair, because as His Holiness the Dalai Lama once said, compassion is the radicalism of the times. And when he mentioned, he said, His Holiness again said, this is what I'm there. If you want to be happy, practice compassion. And if you want others to be happy, practice compassion. And what is the other here? Other. I think the other, we can take it as a planet. So when His Holiness said compassion is the radicalism of the time, it also implies that you be compassionate towards the environment. And that's how we can actually take this whole room towards that whole goal of tackling the crisis of climate change. Okay, this is leader. And I finally would like to conclude but by saying that this is essentially a call of conscience for all of us. But this is not a moment of despair. It's a moment of transformation. Let history remember that when the earth was at crossroads, we chose life. We chose responsibility over recklessness, and we chose restoration over ruins. Let us be that generation that acted, not waited. A generation that gave earth not just the gratitude, but also the guardianship. Let us bear in mind that we are holding the earth in trust for the generations to come. We are all travelers in time. Let us be the generation that gave hope and healed the earth. And I would like to close with the words of His Holiness the Dalai Lama when he said that the planet does not need more successful people, but it desperately needs peacemakers, restorers, and healers. Thank you very much. Tashidai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harshvardhan Umreji. And with this, we have come to the conclusion of the inaugural session. And I would also like to request our esteemed chairperson to kindly, as we are running short of time, I would request them to kindly introduce our speakers with a very short introduction so that we can save some time. And as we conclude with the inaugural session, now I would like to convey my sincere appreciation to our chief guest, Srimati Ranjana Jhaji, our guest of honor, Shri Abhijit Haldarji, our convener and the very keynote speaker of this conference, Mr. Harshvardhan Umreji, and none other than our Venerable Geshe Dorjin Abdullah, the director of Tibet House, the Culture Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And I would also like to thank all the participants for being very active. And with this, we conclude the inaugural session. And we'll begin the session number 1 shortly. So I kindly request all the participants to stay indoors. Thank you very much. And I will request our chief guest, our guest of honor, our convener, and Geshe Dorjin Abdullah to kindly stay back for a quick group photo.
Tashi Delik, everyone. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Pem Patun, and I'm currently serving as a Deputy Program Coordinator at Tibet House, the Culture Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi. Good morning, respected Chief Guest, Shrimati Rajina Jaji, our esteemed guest of honor, Shri Abhijit Thadarji, our keynote speakers, Mr. Harshvardhan Umerji, our Director, Venerable Geshe Dorjit Amdullah, all chairpersons, speakers, and both our online and offline participants. Welcome back to the first session of today's conference, which focused on facing the crisis, climate collapse, and ecological breakdown. Our planet is currently undergoing a severe environmental crisis, largely driven by human activities, overconsumption, and ecological neglect. Rising temperatures, extreme weather conditions, and biodiversity loss pose serious threat to both nature and humanity. Immediate action and renewed collective sense of environmental responsibilities are essential for restoring ecological balance and ensuring a sustainable future. With that being said, I would now like to warmly welcome our chairperson of this session, Shri Abhijit Thadarji, Director of International Buddhist Confederation, IBC, New Delhi. I would also like to invite our distinguished speakers for this session to kindly come up on this dais and take your respective seats. Yes. Mr. Harshvardhanji, Mr. Rishikesh
Sharanji.
Yes, sir. Mr. Rishikesh Saranji, former Chief Commissioner, Dr. Radhima Solanki ji, is currently with the Worldwide Founder for Nature and currently pursuing PhD in carnivore ecology from the Forest Research Institute located in Dehradun. Ms. Dechin Bamola, a research fellow, Environment and Development Desk from Tibet Policy Institute. And then we have Dr. Stentin Chostekla, Assistant Professor, Senior Skill, Campus Law from Faculty of Law in Delhi University. Before we begin, please allow me to briefly introduce our session's chairperson. Shri Abhijit Hardar is the Director General of International Buddhist Confederation and a former Special Secretary to the Government of India. Over a distinguished 37-year career, he served in Indian mission several countries, representing India in multilateral forums and working across sectors including high technology, defense, culture, media, and information. As Director General of IBC, Mr. Abhijit Hardar has led numerous initiatives to foster global Buddhist unity. He played a key role in establishing India's first Buddhist monastery in Lumbini, inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister of India. He also organized the 23rd Shanghai Cooperation Organization Conference on Shared Buddhist Heritage in collaboration with the Minister of External Affairs, involving participation from 12 countries. With that, may I hand over to our chairperson. Yes, thank you, sir.
Now, I think now it is, yeah. So, this is a topic of enormous relevance. Of course, we all heard the other speakers at the beginning, in the inaugural session, and a lot of valuable advice and a lot of valuable content was there evidently in these speeches. I won't go into the details, but I think we should start off given the fact that there is a shortage of time. So the topic being facing the crisis, climate collapse and ecological breakdown. Now this, you know, we are facing a situation, we are really at the crossroads today. This is a very desperate and dire situation. And we can talk about it, we can discuss about it. There are various elite intellectual platforms across the world. A lot has happened over the years. But I think rightfully, as Professor Saab was mentioning in between, that the action on ground has to be visible. And you know, that's why I said that probably during our lifetime we will not be able to see that happen. Only the youngsters might be lucky to see that day. Every one of us are responsible for it, but deep down, I think unless you know the core essence of the problem, unless you know the relevant factors which are responsible for this situation, it is difficult to cope with these challenges. So that is why we have experts from different background here. It will be great to listen to them. So we'll start off with Mr. Hrishikesh Saranji, former Chief Commissioner. Sir, I would like to start with you. I think you can take on first, and then.
Good morning to all of you. Respected Venerable Doji Dantulji, Ranjana Jhaji, Mr. Haldar, and Harsh Umreji, and friends. What happened that my mother transformed from here to here? What went wrong? Who is responsible for this transformation from here to here? Humans. We are all alike. We are all alike. But are we all alike? This thing, if you ask a neurologist, he will say that this is all alike in everybody, hardware. One side is responsible for emotions, the other side for logic. Wonderful. But what about the software inside? Is the software also the same in everybody? If the software were the same, then how on this planet Earth, somebody 2,600 years ago only saw an old man, a sick man, and a dead man, and he said, I have seen enough. Just as in the house, when we make rice, we take out one piece of rice, and Ranjana ji will find out whether the rice is cooked or not. He found out what was the problem of mankind. One person, one old man, one sick man, and one dead man. And on this earth itself, few years ago, we had Osama bin Laden. So is the software same here? Is the software same here? No, friends. In this CPU, hardware is the same, but software is not the same. And unfortunately, in this software, no antivirus was put. So the virus came and automatically transformed my mother from this to this. And we are now crying, lamenting. Friends, the virus is in the minds. Environmental pollution is not so important as compared to the mental pollution. If we can take care of the mental pollution, environmental pollution will be taken care of. So, where is the problem? Real problem lies somewhere else. We are not interested in that real problem. Buddha, in the Dhammapad, in the first and the second gatha only of the Yamak Vag, he says, mind is the forerunner for everything. Mind is the forerunner for everything. Everything arises in this universe out of mind. If one pollutes his mind, works with a polluted mind, impure mind, suffering follows in his life, just as in a wheel cart, the hoof of the bull is followed by the line drawn by the wheel of the cart. Similarly, in the second gatha he says, if we don't work with the polluted mind, if we work with the pure mind, happiness follows in our life just as our shadow follows us. We are sitting here, we don't see our shadow. When we go out, the shadow follows. So, and what did Mr. Haldar say? I have not been to any one of the Buddhist countries. I have not been to those countries, but he mentioned, he himself has mentioned that to the Buddhist countries wheresoever he has gone, he has found that the people there are more respectful to the Mother Earth, and they are more akin to being a human being. So what does it say? We have to be Buddha-like people. And so, the Buddha's teaching, which sort of, if we can say, that it is a product. Buddha's teachings, if it is brought to the society, then probably there is some hope for the mankind. Buddha's teachings. I look at this issue from marketing point of view. Now, if we want to launch a product in the market, say a toothpaste. So, to begin with, the toothpaste should be better than any other brand available in the market. Then only it is going to withstand the competition in the market. How does the Buddha's teaching stand as compared to the other brands available in the society? Friends, if we look at the life of the Buddha, he didn't travel more than some states, present states of Uttar Pradesh and Bihar and northern India. His visit was only confined to northern India. As on today, nearly 50 crores of the people of this world, which comes to around 6.6% of the population. Some of the countries have more than 90% population which are Buddha's followers. How it happened? How it happened that it went to so far these countries? It was not sent by sword. My knowledge is that only King Ashoka, he sent his daughter and son to Sri Lanka, and Buddha's teachings have traveled far and wide because of their own strength. They didn't need crutches. The teachings didn't need swords. They are so powerful themselves that just as a perfume comes out here, it will spread automatically everywhere. No effort is required. Look at the teachings of the Buddha. First and second gathas I have told you. Look at the third and fourth. He says, he beat me, he abused me, he misbehaved with me. If we keep on remembering all this in the life, enmity will never disappear. Yes, true. And then in the fourth Gatha he says that if we don't remember this, enmity will disappear. And the fifth Gatha, which is again very important, is hatred will never cease by hatred. Hatred will cease only by love, compassion, and goodwill. So where is the conflict? Where is the quarrel? Buddha's teaching is going to stand for eternity of its own strength. So there is no question of any competition in the marketability of this product, which is known as Buddha's teaching. So my area of market is the Indian population, the study on the basis of which I am speaking today. The product is Buddha's teachings. And I think the market in India is, it has the worth because it has been tested all over the world, and it mixed to common sense also. Common sense. And Buddha himself tells, at the entrance of the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, the most prestigious scientific organization in this country, which was established much prior to the IITs and all. At the entrance gate of the administrative office is written the Kalam Sutta, which says that don't believe something only also because the Buddha says so. Accept it if it is reasonable, it is beneficial, and the other criteria. So Buddha's teachings, the product is there. Now marketability. My area of marketability is Indian population. How to ensure that it is accepted by 140 crores of people in India? I have a strong feeling that there are some misconceptions, prejudices, which are in the minds of the people. I have spoken to my friends, their wives, very senior bureaucrats' wives, and I have tried to convince them that Buddha ke baare mein thoda sa padhiye. What did they say? A person who leaves his wife and child, such a irresponsible person, why should I make him as a role model? Why should I make him as a role model? And they refused. My friends, my college friends' wives, they also retired as principal, chief commissioner. Bade achhe log the, no problem. This is no question. How can I follow somebody who is so irresponsible? So this prejudice is already there. Have you tried to understand what was the truth? No. People in this country, we have not tried to understand what was the truth. Or you look at the Sinhalese literature. See, in Sinhalese literature it is mentioned. I have a book, I have translated a book from Sinhalese, it was from Sinhalese to English, English to Hindi. In Sinhalese there is a poem in which Yashodhara wishes all the best to her husband. In Lalit Vistara, which sir had mentioned to me long ago, in Lalit Vistara, Prince Siddharth thinks to himself, look here, I am going to leave the palace. It will be a great discourtesy and cruelty to my parents if I don't tell them. And so he goes to his father, and look here, he goes to his father. His father knows his mind. He says, son, you can ask me any boon you want, and I'm ready to give you. But don't leave the palace. The prince says, then give me four promises. I will not be old. I will not die. I will be able to live with all of you. When he tells all these things, the father says, son, how can I give you all these blessings, boons? Nobody can give you. Then Siddhartha says, why don't you give me the blessing to go? And he gives the blessing. Now, the other story, the other side, how Yashodhara, his wife, and Siddhartha were born on the same day. And they were married at the age of 16. Siddhartha left for the forest at the age of 29. This means they were together for 13 years together. Is it possible that in 13 years the wife is not able to understand the mind of her husband? When the husband goes, sees an old man, a sick man, and a dead man, and comes and sits down in pensive mood. How can it be possible? We were mentioned about the book from the Vietnamese monk who is a master in mindfulness, Thich Nhat Hanh. Look at his book, Old Path and White Clouds. In that book he mentions that both of them, husband and wife, were great social service. They used to do the social work. And Yashodhara and Siddhartha met for the first time only through the social work. So they both knew each other. And in that book it is mentioned that when she had the inkling that if he is determined to go, he will go. So on that fateful night when he was to go, she had already told the horse keeper, Chandak, to keep the horse ready in the night. And in that book mentions that she had taken out some of the garments and kept it outside on the chair. And she wanted not to meet him, Siddhartha, at the time of departure so that the parting should not be so painful. Who is there to explain all this, and why don't we explain to them why this type of misunderstanding is prevailing in the society? Anybody I talk to, he says, क्यों हम बुद्ध को पढ़ें? क्यों पढ़े ऐसा irresponsible आदमी को हम क्यों पढ़ें? I have no answer. And so this is required to be set right in this country. This is required to be set right in the country. Second thing, we look at the old Indian traditions in a totally different way. Why should we? If you look at the Buddhism and the Indian traditions, both there is a huge similarity between them. Law of incarnation, same. Reincarnation, law of karma, same. There is some people object when they talk to me this. Our concept is based, Indian thought is based on Atman. And Buddha denies Atman. So why should we accept Buddha? The entire Bhagavad Gita is based on Atman. Sure. But why don't we apply our mind to understand what the Buddha says? Nobody is ready to read. Buddha never has mentioned that Atman is not there. He also doesn't say that Atman is not there. He simply advises people to remain silent on these undesirable questions. When the disciples asked this question, one day he calls the congregation and he asks them, how does it matter to you, my dear friend, whether the Atman is there or not? You should understand that your house, your hut is on fire. Our hut, it is anger, jealousy, hatred. Whatsoever we had some 30, 40 years ago, same thing is there. So Buddha says your house is on fire. Better you put the fire to rest. And when somebody brings a bucket of water, I ask him, instead of extinguishing the fire, I ask, अरे आपका बाल अब तो 25 साल के हैं, आपके बाल सफेद अभी कैसे हो गए? What a nonsense. The other example the Buddha gives is of hitting an arrow. He says an arrow has hit you. Immediately you take out the arrow. Don't ask the question, who has shot it? Whether it is made of steel or it is made of bamboo. In physics, whether it has come at 45 degrees so that the projectile is the maximum. No. Man will die. So he says, don't indulge in such questions. And about Atman, what does the Buddha say? I'll give only two examples from him. Suppose in a cave, somebody claps here, the sound is heard there. So, yes, keep it here. And give me some water. Clapping is here, sound is there. He asked this question, is the sound the same? Yes, it is the same. It is from here. Is it really the same? No. It is something different. So how can you say that, whether it is the same or not? The other example he gives is about a lamp burning the whole night. Is the lamp in the morning the same as the lamp was in the evening? One answer is yes. The answer is no. So Buddha says that this life and the coming life, are they the same? Yes, because of the karma done here. Oh, so nice of you. Thank you, thank you. Is the life here the same as the life there? Yes. Why? Because of the karma here, the life is the same. But is the life the same? No, no. How can it be? In this life I was a poor man, there I am a rich man. So these are the questions which are, he simply says that, why are you wasting your time in such frivolous questions? In Hindi he says, in Pali he says, avyakta questions, questions which are not to be asked. If I ask you a question, for which you have to give answer invariably in yes or no, what will be your answer? Have you stopped beating your wife? Give me an answer, either in yes or no. Tell me, I ask you the question, have you stopped beating your wife? Give me the answer in yes or no. Huh? It cannot be given. So, avyakt question. Unfortunately, we don't want to read what the Buddha says and blame him for everything what happens in the society. Third question, which I find people raise, बुद्ध तो दुख के बारे में बात करते हैं. He talks about sorrow. He talks in the four noble truths. He talks about sorrow. We don't want to go into the details to understand what he actually wants to say and what is the solution. So, my friends, my appeal to this group is that this is the time of YouTube. Buddha was also a very great management guru. I have taken up this study only getting inspired from him. He gave his teaching to 5 disciples, Dhammachak Pavattan Sutta at Sarnath. Then came Yash, a young man who became his disciple. Then his 4 friends came, so the total became 10. Then 50 more disciples came. When they became 60 monks were there, Buddha sent all these 60 monks in different directions to propagate his teachings, asking them not two people to go in one direction at all. They went in such a way that no two people should go in one direction. So, he used the marketing technique whatsoever was available at that time. It is high time now that we use the present technique to set at rest the doubts which are rising, which are in our mind in India. Let me also make it very, very clear that I am not advocating. In India, we have less than 1 crore of people who are Buddhists. Less than 1% of population. Let me make it very, 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 very clear. My purpose is not to ask anybody to get converted into Buddhism. I am very, very clear about the line of demarcation. I am in for Buddha's teachings, but not at all interested in converting people to Buddhism. I am myself a Hindu. From my childhood, still today also, every day I read Bhagavad Gita, Durga Saptashati. I read all those books. But for the last 40 years I have been giving lectures on the Buddha's teachings and studying them. So my proposal here is not to convert people to Buddhism. If you are please don't take me that way. My submission only is that here is a product, Buddha's teachings, which will solve all our problems, rest assured. I am telling you based on my personal experience of life, spread over 50 years of government service. So, based on that, and I don't believe at all in talking theoretical, because I am greatly inspired from Buddha itself. In Gatha 19 and 20 of the Yamakvag, he says, people, if you read a lot of books and don't practice them in life, then you are like the cow keeper of somebody. You will simply take the cows to the forest and return them in the evening. You will not get anything. But if you read a little and follow them in life, then you are like the owner of the cows. You will get butter, milk, curd, everything. So he says that focus on following it in your life. And then he also gives example of the flowers. There are two types of flowers. Those which are beautiful to look, but no scent. The others are those which have beauty as well as scent. We may learn about many beautiful things in life. Read it, find it. And look here. Lessons are not only coming from the books and other traditional things. If they were coming only from them, then Kabir never went to the school. Kabir never went to the school, and there are more than 1,000 PhDs on Kabir. So, the Buddha says that if we learn, don't follow them in life, then we are like those flowers which have beauty but no scent. But if we follow them in life, then we are like those flowers which are beautiful and they have scent also. I will not like that madam comes with the second slip. So I like to stop here, sir. I keep on, if I get time, I go on and on like the old LP record. And my wife says कि आपको तो एक मौका मिलना चाहिए, आप तो बंद होते ही नहीं हैं. So friends, but at the end, I like to end with a Hindi poem about Mother India. Very, very touchy. माँ का आंचल है फटा हुआ. This is about the sari being worn by Mother India. माँ का आंचल है फटा हुआ, इन दो चिथड़ों को सीना है. My mother's sari is torn and we have to sew it. देखे देता है कौन खून. Let me see who is there to give the blood for my mother to sew her sari which is torn. Deta kaun pasina, and who is there to give the time, the toil, the sweat. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Sharan Saab. Very invigorating speech of yours. I think we should request Geshe Damdulji to have a 3-hour session for where you can feel your whatever your wife is not allowed, we'll allow you here.
Sir, 2 years ago, Bangladesh monastery invited me to Bodh Gaya, and I conducted sessions on Dhammapad from morning till evening for 2 continuous days. And based on this, Theosophical Society has invited me in February 2026 to conduct sessions on Dhammapad for 2 weeks. It's a very, very inspiring book. Let me tell you, my friends, if at all in life I were permitted to take only one book, I would take Dhammapad. Hota tha na? In old days, people were jailed, our national leaders were jailed, and they were given only one book. So suppose I were put in cellular jail, Andaman, for nationalistic activities, and I'll be asked only, you will be given one book, I'll request them give me Dhammapan.
Excellent. No, I think at the end of the day, there is a relevant point which you mentioned. Understanding and realizing the essence of Buddha's teachings. It's not religion. When you talk about conversion, I always tell people that there's nothing called conversion. How are you using the word conversion? You're not converting into a religion. It's a philosophy, and it has to do with brilliant science. I mean, which very rarely you find any other religion. I mean, if you use the word religion, I don't call it religion. Also, I just call it Dhamma, the teachings of the Buddha. Today, unfortunately, because of the huge gap we have had in India in understanding, as he's mentioned, the concept of his teachings, Buddha's teachings, the most brightest scientists and academicians who deal with mind, science, mindfulness in the world are all in American universities. You can Google and you can go to Berkeley, Harvard, Columbia, the top universities. And they are the ones who are studying all of that which Sharan Saab mentioned, and we don't have too many professors or academicians doing this research. So that's where the gap is. And it's a sad thing that he was here. His enlightenment was India, and his knowledge has gone to so many countries. And today, academicians, even now, we had a conference recently where we had some brilliant academicians from America who were researching on this subject. Come over and discuss issues about mental well-being, mental health, mindfulness, etc. A huge contribution which he did about 2,600 years back, still relevant. So thank you very much for this talk, and we'll now...
Sir, I'll just add one thing. In 1879, one book was written, Light of Asia, about Buddha. It revolutionized the thinking about the Western world about the Buddha. 140 editions were published, 140. The Christians were very, very angry with Edwin Arnold. They said that you must write about the Christ. And he was forced to write another book, The Light of the World. Nobody has seen that book, including me. And 140 editions. The first translation of that, it is in archaic English, very difficult. I did it in poetry form, Jagdaradhya Tathagat, the preface of which was written by His Holiness Dalai Lama. I translated it in Hindi, prose, English prose, and also in my mother language, Bhojpuri. Second example, Rice Davis. He was a Christian clergyman. His father said that we have to show that Buddhism is the worst religion on this earth. So he was sent to Sri Lanka. So obviously he wanted to show that Buddhism is the worst religion in this world, so he started reading Buddhism. And in the process, he got converted into Buddhism. He became a monk. And the rest is history. Sorry. असुविधा के लिए खेद है.
Thank you, sir. So we go to Ridhima Solanki, and her profile has been already mentioned about, but interesting aspect which I found is that she's actively engaged in tiger conservation, landscape ecology and spatial planning through her work with the National Tiger Conservation Authority, the Wildlife Institute of India. Both of them are under the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. So we'll hear her out.
Namaste everyone. Biodiversity loss was the topic that we were talking about, and I realize, like climate crisis, biodiversity is also at the verge of crisis. And especially because I have worked in the field of wildlife as well as biodiversity conservation for over 15 years now. We particularly, the people who have been working in this field, have particularly been affected by a term called ecological grief. Ecological grief is something that we are understanding where the loss is, what is it, where our planet is going, and that is kind of giving us a depression that, this is not right, this is not what is making us happy. So a lot of researchers or people who are laymen also, who has been very closely associated with biodiversity, say particular flower you are unable to see now, or maybe the river is no more fresh anymore. May I take this?
Please, please, please.
So I think that is the major reason why we are having something called ecological crisis. There has been a report, Living Planet report, which talks about tremendous loss our planet has suffered when it comes to wildlife. Now, mind it, I'm not saying flora and fauna. We are talking about wildlife. This is also, even if you say that more than 75% we have lost in, say, past 5 decades, yet it is an underestimate according to me. Because you can think about a loss when you know the baseline data. You can talk about big animals, large trees, but there are a lot of spiders, there are a lot of frogs which we are still discovering. So saying something as a loss does not make sense because it's cumulatively we are losing a lot of animals and plants which have not even registered, we have not even counted their breathing yet. You know, they have not even come out of light to public eyes. So calling it a biodiversity loss, even if it is a crisis right now, 75%, it's still underestimate. So why I say it is an underestimate also, because whenever I ask anyone about biodiversity, they mostly talk about a particular animal comes in their mind, particular tree comes in their mind, or maybe a butterfly or something like that. Biodiversity goes much more beyond that. It's about the interaction between each and every individual that is existing in a small space you are talking about. So considering getting the statistics of how much loss that particular piece of land is happening is very difficult. It is actually very difficult. So what we do is we mostly talk about the big animals, the charismatic animals which everyone has seen or probably became popularized in because of the Bollywood, Hollywood, or some royal families. And most of the time we talk about those animals. We don't talk about the biodiversity loss as a whole. So when we talk about the losses we are having, humans are definitely doing it, but how they are doing it, there are different ways of talking about the reason of loss. So one is definitely the individual activity. Even the individual activity that we have been talking about for a really long time, that we should switch to toothbrushes, bamboo-made toothbrushes, and not use plastics anymore. So those also account for the individual activity. But when it comes to biodiversity or when it comes to animal, I'll talk about one of the major animal which was lost from India. Recently, you all must be knowing because it has come into reintroduced in India recently. So cheetah was something, one animal which was actually hunted down. It was hunted for sports, not just hunted down for food. You know, you are killing an animal for eating, I can still understand that. It's a digestible thing to understand. But you are killing an animal just for the sport's sake doesn't make any sense. It is properly, you can say, it's a luxury for which you have lost an animal. There was, you can see this miniature art, I'm sorry about this, but you can see the Mughal art. A lot of Mughal arts will be having this sports, talking about the sports. Some of the documentation also says that in Akbar court there were some 500 cheetah which were captured and kept for this sport. And especially it was harmful because in captivity cheetah cannot breed. It finds it very difficult to breed in the captivity. So indirectly also you are killing the cheetah from the planet. So this was one individual activity which caused the loss. Some are the global activities. When you see the islands, especially the Southeast Asian island, Indonesia, a lot of animals are there which are there, you know. They have been found as a major habitat in that particular area. But then talk about the plantations. There have been, a lot of people must have known about palm oil plantations, which were destroying the orangutan habitat in these countries. So these kind of things also lead. It is a global activity. You cannot blame a person, but it's like consumer driven. Someone is saying that in the market, we are developing, we are going to do more plantation of a certain crop. And that is coming because of the demand from the people. It is not one person choice. It is like everyone is a part of such a kind of thing. And when you do such plantation, you are destroying the habitat, particular trees or food that these animals survive on in that island is gone because you have introduced something else. You are over harvesting something else and destroying the area. And this also causes one of the thing, like COVID, everyone keeps on talking about how COVID happened and everyone was feeling at a loss. Much more zoonotic disease are coming into picture because we are encroaching these areas where the barrier between human and wildlife is now diminishing a lot. It has become very porous. Wild animals are also getting infected because of our domestic animals and vice versa also. So I think it is one of the reason of a lot of biodiversity crisis is also because of the global activity. Climate change, everyone keeps on talking about climate change. Yes, it is a thing not like we are looking forward to it. It has already established itself. Climate change is happening so fast. Some areas are affected more, but surprisingly, we keep on talking about our country is having so much of pollution. But there has a recent study talks about it that globally people are suffering much more warmer climate in their area. The transition is much more drastic compared to India. India or Southeast Asian countries are majorly agro-pastoral area. So because of the river system, because of the agricultural landscape, our area, our land is warming a bit slower compared to US and other areas. So that is also one of the study which is talking about the habitat. You keep on talking about climate change, about air and everything. The air is getting polluted because of the land use changes or because of we are not being very respectful about the existing system, the crop mosaic that we have been following, the lifestyle that we have been following. So this is one Hawaiian honey creeper. Its habitat is on the higher altitude habitat it exists. And as the temperature started moving, the food started depleting, the mosquitoes started coming at the higher elevation, and so the zoonotic diseases also started transferring. And very unfortunately, a lot of such honey creepers are now declared extinct because of climate change. The other thing that I was talking about, the reason for biodiversity loss is definitely the land use change. This is one of the area in Assam, Guwahati. Most of the people must be knowing. It's a big city which has been expanding at the border of Brahmaputra river. And this is the one particular habitat very crucial for tiger and elephant to be moving around. When you do a land use change, suddenly a lot of, we know how to move around. We have people coming to help us over if we are sitting on the top of our houses. And we have someone coming up, a neta will be coming and distributing food for us and doing all sorts of things, helping us out from the disaster that has happened. But these animals don't have that. They have been traditionally following that this is the season when the water rise will happen, Brahmaputra will be rising. So I need to go to a particular area. I need to go uphill. They have that instinct. It's not like we are supposed to tell them that move from this side to that side. No, nothing like that. These animals have been traditionally understanding from where the natural disaster is coming and which area we should be going. But if you put a big household over there, if you put a big oil refinery in the middle of it, if you put a road, expand 6-lane, 8-lane road, how are these animals going to cross? So that is something that we are supposed to be very, if we are saying that it's kind of right now India is promoting that hum sab inclusive hain. It's not animals, it's not humans, hum sab inclusive hain. Agar hum sab inclusive hain and we have brain, we are the ones who are bringing the policy and development, land use change, then we are supposed to be adhering to understanding that how these animals are moving also. I always believe in this quote of Mahatma Gandhi ji, world has enough for everyone's need, but not for enough for everyone's greed. And that's very true, because right now our planet is suffering because some of us are just trying to hoard a lot of things which is not required. We are trying to live a lifestyle which is not required, or probably, I won't say not required, I would say that it is very detrimental for our planet. So if we are saying that, so there have been study where they say that agar isi lifestyle ke hisab se chalenge, then there will be more planet, more of earth we will be needing, more times of earth we will be needing. Although India is still like 0.7 times of the earth we will be needing, but still this is what happens when you start accumulating or try to get more from the planet that it can offer. This is one of the painting I really liked. This is a tribal artist who has made this painting. And the best part about this painting, if you see the upper half, it talks about the culture, nature, how the tribals have been living. They had all the things very closely related with nature. But the lower part of the tree, below the tree if you see, it's like our demands. We need transportation, we need, and we cannot compare in today's world with countries which are less populated, to be honest. That would not be very right. Okay, I haven't even started it. I have to end. I'm so sorry. Okay, fine. But this is one of the image which actually grasped the whole concept of it. So when I was asked to talk about it, I said that let's not be very pessimistic and talk about all the time about what we are losing and how things are happening. So I made my study or talk of today as more or less trying to make you understand what we can do. One thing is that bring in people also when it comes to conservation. That's what we all are doing, trying to be a part of it. This is one example where community played a very good role once we started engaging with them. So everyone knows about Amur falcon. It moves from China side to Africa side. It's like 22,000 kilometer cover it does. Very beautiful small bird, but it flies to a long distance. And its one stop was in somewhere in Nagaland, Pangti village especially. And there they had this habit of killing and eating the bird. And so they were doing it because it was a really long time they had been doing it. And once we entered into the picture, the conservationists entered into the picture, they talked about it, that see, it is going from one area to another area, it is just a visitor in your place. And then they realized slowly a lot of people started talking about how these birds are so important in the global scenario. And since 2014 or something, there have been no hunting. Once they came to know about it. So the first thing is that we take it as a responsibility as a conservationist to make awareness, talk about it. It's not like you have been doing it for a really long time. Any custom changes actually, but you have to show the importance of it. The other was also, so most of the example I'm giving is from the our northeastern states, but the tribals over there are actually contributing a lot on the conservation, biodiversity conservation. So there was one tribe, there is one tribe who has a very important custom of making a headgear out of the hornbill. Hornbill, most of the people know about hornbill bird. It's a big bird. So its beak and casque used to be cut and they used to make a headgear. It was a part of their custom. When conservationists started talking about it, and then we realized that they also have understood this factor that once any animal or a tree is gone from here, they will not like it also. They will also suffer from ecological grief. So conservationists started talking to them, make them understand that your birds are depleting now. And then the fiberglass, they made a fiberglass headgear and they started using it. So it's not like no one changes their custom. You provide them alternative, you talk about it, and imagine the guru, the village headman saying this, without symbols, how do you teach children about your culture? If there's no dhanesh, that is hornbill, left, what will I show the future generation? So this is something that everyone tries to understand and then start trying to protect and conserve, because in future you want that, right? This is also one of the Hulok gibbon. It's the only ape found in India. Its habitat reduced tremendously. And major reason is one of the, you see a small picture over there. That is the railway line which is crossing across the habitat. So now Hulok gibbon, what it does it swings from one tree branch to another tree branch. If you bring or if you make the tree very far off from each other, so it will not be able to swing from one. No matter how much Tarzan it is, it still needs the rope to catch. So there is a railway line crossing across it. And then everyone started talking about, because railway line is also important. There are a lot of places people want to go, and that is one of the track. So it's still not moved out of the habitat, but we are trying to talk about some adaptation models so that it can cross at least. But this was not successful. Still there is going on to build some ropes and stuff like that. But developmental activities need to go hand in hand with the conservation. So here also one of the area in, they talk about their landscape, their village, by saying about including the animal also. So Hulok gibbon voice or sound is a part of that landscape. You must have seen that many times. You are sitting in your house, very depressed that what is happening in Delhi, nothing, no fresh air, nothing. And suddenly a koel, cuckoo is calling somewhere in the background. Or maybe a peacock. And suddenly your mood changes. So that is something that we have to understand, that no matter how much small it is, but it is something for our well-being also. And these people say that as long as you hear the gibbon song, you are in the landscape, you are in the, and that's why they are trying to protect it. Livelihood opportunities are less most of the time, but they are okay with not getting big developmental thing, bit of ecotourism and all, and save it. This is a very small bird which was discovered after independence, one of the bird which was discovered after independence, Bugun. And there is a community in Eagle Nest area which is in Arunachal Pradesh. So when everyone said that this is a very important bird which has been discovered, and the landscape is getting destroyed, habitat is getting destroyed because of the logging, tree logging and everything. The people came forward, they said that it is our land. The tribals came forward and they said that it is our land. We are ready to give it, but let's start the conservation. And they took the initiative to protect that land, and in exchange what they are getting, a bit of like the hornbill thing that I was talking about, there also a bit of money for the nest protection of the hornbill. Same way for Bugun, there is some money for protecting the bird, for protecting the land. But I'm saying that only conservationists cannot talk about it unless and until people start coming into picture and they start taking ownership of protecting that land. So it is now well protected. It's one of the beautiful site. If anyone ever visits Eagle Nest area, go and see. It's a beautiful area where the tribals are themselves protecting the land. So we have been talking about most of the time the small one species, one habitat, limited area, which has from a larger distribution, they have come to a smaller distribution. But India cannot talk about biodiversity without tigers. Tigers represent every landscape of India, and every landscape means every culture, every different kind of people living in those landscapes. So this habitat also, it is not possible to protect unless and until people and communities start coming into picture. So one is definitely killing the tigers is one of the things where poaching we are trying to work on and stop poaching. But the other is habitat. Like in the beginning when I talked about biodiversity, biodiversity is all about habitat. It is not about one species, it is not about just protecting a particular landscape. It is about the whole land as a whole. So there is lantana, which is an invasive species which has destroyed the whole habitat of most of the habitat of tiger. And when you say invasive, invasive means something coming from outside has established itself and not allowing the natives to establish. So that is something which is destroying the habitat also. Then there is Bishnois and blackbuck. You all must have heard about Salman Khan, infamous Salman Khan case. Bishnois have always been known to be protecting the blackbuck, and not only blackbuck, they also understand the biodiversity we have to handle. So they participate in catching poachers as well as taking legal action and spreading awareness. And that is actually what is required. Like once you start taking ownership of the area inclusive of biodiversity in your surrounding, you start protecting it, and that's how you can scale it up to protect it throughout our planet. So I'll end this thing with one of the famous quote by Barack Obama. It's actually very true to say that it's lost. My previous generation did not take care and now I have nothing in hand. But we are the major generation who are currently responsible for it. If we do not take, forget about how much action you are taking, but understanding the gravity of the situation is very much important. A lot of people I still meet who say, oh, climate change has been happening for a really long time. Biodiversity, yeah, we are losing animals for a really long time. They are not understanding the gravity that still there is something that we can do about it. So if uniformly in our generation everyone understands that, I think that is also good enough that we are reaching right now. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ridhima ji. I think this was a wonderful journey to a world which is not much known about, and I'm sure all of us here, especially the youngsters, would have had a nice glimpse into your specialized field. I like the way you put across, how in the Northeast, those typical examples of complete unawareness among the people about the value of the birds which are traveling thousands of miles. You also have the Siberian crane which travels from Siberia all the way. So, wherever they land, the people there are basically bothered about their eating habits, that this is this rare and unique bird which is going to have some special taste. So, and probably it has a special taste, it's coming from a different country. And for him, that's what means business, that's it. Till you reach out to them and tell them that, look, the effort made by these small birds to come 22,000 kilometers, you said, it sinks into these individuals then that, I can't touch this. I have to literally, pray to these birds. And then you mentioned about the Bishnois who in any case to, religiously sort of consider the blackbuck as something very sort of sentimental and emotional. So I guess the human animal interaction is very, very critical. The bottom line here is that. And, I think we need to be more conscious and aware of the animal world, even the small animals which you mentioned about, which we don't even bother about, the moths, the butterflies, the spiders. I mean, they're animals, they're living beings. So thank you very much to take us all through this wonderful world of yours. We now go to a third speaker, Ms. Dechan Pamo. She's going to speak on Tibet at the Crossroads, Global Climate Trench and Ecology Collapse. I mentioned this topic because the topic mentioned in the printout is different. She changed her topic. So please go ahead.
Okay. Hello. Yeah. Tashitelek everyone, and thank you, Chair, for your kind introduction. And I would also like to thank Dr. Gishit Abdullah and also the entire team of Tibet House for organizing this conference. I know organizing such conferences very difficult and sometimes very tiring as well. However, I would like to thank for giving opportunity to speak about Tibet and its environment importance. So today I'll be talking about Tibet not just as a distant land with a political issue, but as a place where the people who are on the front line of global climate crisis, and also where the future of ecosystem and culture are very deeply intertwined. And as we often hear about the global climate change and climate crisis, and also about the melting of the glaciers, we have heard a lot about the Arctic glacier melting and also the deforestation in Amazon. However, as Ma'am have earlier mentioned about, some regions are getting hit harder than the others. So likewise, Tibetan Plateau, most of the high regions, high mountainous areas are getting hit harder than the other region as compared to other region. And so Tibetan Plateau at an average elevation of 4,500 meters above sea level are warming twice than the global average. And Tibetan Plateau is warming at 0.3 degrees Celsius, whereas other region is warming at 0.15 degrees Celsius. So what's happening have a profound impact and have consequences not just on the region, but on the entire plateau. So Tibetan Plateau is also often known as the water tower of Asia and also the third pole of the region because it holds the largest number of glaciers outside the North Pole and South Pole. And when the glaciers in North Pole and South Pole, when they melt, it goes into the water, ocean, and it contributes in the sea level rise. However, when the glaciers on the Tibetan Plateau, when it melts, it goes into the rivers, sustaining more than 1.9 billion people in Asia and throughout the Asia and Southeast Asian countries. So as we can see that Tibetan Plateau, when the water glaciers from this melt, it goes into the rivers, and so in most of the Asian major rivers have its source in Tibet. Like what's important rivers like India, in India, like Brahmaputra, Indus, Satluj, all these rivers have its source in Tibet. And right from Pakistan to India, Bangladesh, Laos, Thailand, Cambodia, all these countries are heavily dependent on rivers that comes from Tibet. So even China, all these two major rivers of China, Yangtze and Yellow, it has its source in Tibet. So this region, it provides water to almost 1.9 billion people, which is nearly a quarter of world's population. And now here, why this matters. Fresh water, as we know that it makes only 2.3% of the water on Earth, fresh water on Earth. It's water where we depend on for living, for industry, for our food, for our power, to power our industries. So we simply cannot use the salt water in agriculture or in any of the industries. So we are heavily dependent on these fresh water resources. So Tibet is much more than just a remote mountainous region. It is the water tower of Asia. So what happened in Tibet doesn't stay in Tibet. It flows down to downstream countries, sustaining billions of lives and countless ecosystems. So protecting Tibet means protecting the water security of huge portion of the world. That is why the health of this region matters to all of us. So talking about the climate change, we can see that the Tibetan plateau is warming up twice. And if you look at this graph, you can see that the average temperature changes in Tibetan over the last century, and this is a clear and steady rise in the temperature across the region. That's a 0-degree line, you can see that, and that's the critical threshold where ice is being turned into the water. And when this temperature crosses the cryosphere, the frozen water systems, they start losing its stability. This means that they can no longer effectively regulate water supplies, putting the entire region at risk. So by now, you all have already heard about the glaciers melting worldwide, and also it is especially very important and urgent in Tibetan Plateau and the Himalayan region. Because recently, there's an intergovernmental organization based in Nepal, ICMOD. They have released a report. It states that even if the global warming is limited to 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is the most ambitious goal set at the Paris Agreement, we could still lose 1/3 of the glaciers in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, especially Tibet, by the year 2100. So to put into this perspective, look at this two photos of the Rongbuk glaciers near the Mount Everest, and they were taken 88 years apart, and the difference is striking. And the glaciers has retreated dramatically, and as the ice melt, there's a new lake which are formed where used to be only ice. And now the rapid melting glaciers threaten the freshwater supplies to the millions of people downstream, and it impacts the ecosystems as well as agriculture and the livelihood. So this is a stark reminder that even a small increase in the temperature have a big consequences here in the Himalayan and the Tibetan Plateau. So as the glaciers melt, more and more water it collects into newly formed lakes. So over the last 50 years, the number of lakes in Tibetan Plateau have increased. Earlier, in 1960s, there used to be only 1,081 lakes with more than 100 square kilometer. However, the number of lakes have increased from 1,000 to 1,236. So these are clear example of the increasing number of lakes due to the glaciers melting. So this is a Selling Tso. Earlier it used to be the number 2. However, over the recent years, this lake have expanded and became the biggest salt lake in the Tibetan Autonomous Region. So now, you can see that in the first photo was taken in 2003, and another, sorry, I have not mentioned the year. This is a strike difference, 2002 and 3 and 2004. And you can see that the Selling Tso, it has overcome and overflow the area and gone into the another lakes nearby, and it has expanded, and there's a new lake which were formed in the areas. And moreover, as we see that there's a permafrost distribution across the Tibet, and permafrost is the main source of the water for the grasslands. As we know that majority of almost 80% of Tibetan Plateau is grassland. However, when these permafrost degrade, and when these permafrost thawing happened, there's a degradation, land degradation happening, and which led to the desertification. So here we can see that there's a permafrost distribution map, which was first one in 1960s, and with the deep blue indicating that cold and stable permafrost, and the red showing areas that are already thawing. And fast forward to 2000, and the thawing had dramatically increased. So permafrost is destabilized across the region. And permafrost, plays a very important role in organizing the water and distribute the river throughout the plateau. And it acts like a floor to hold the water and to redistribute water, sustaining the ecosystem. As the temperature rises and the glaciers melt, the permafrost is also degrading. So these all lead to the desertification in Tibet, and the grasslands are drying and it is turning into deserts. So threatening both local environment and the people who are dependent on them. So this is a picture taken by Yang Yong. He is a glaciologist, and he have visited the area source of the three great rivers of Yangtze, Yellow, and Mekong. So he have found out that there's a seasonal dry out of the region. So and he have written widely on these issues, and especially the reason for this kind of degradation is because of the climate change. However, the Chinese government, what they are doing is they are blaming on the Tibetan nomads. So government policies, they are mainly focusing on blaming the Tibetan traditional grazing and practices of land degradation. So as a result, they lead to the nomads communities who have been sustainably managed these lands were forcefully relocated. So their ancestral grazing land, which are often now converted into national park. So this led to the limited access to the Tibetans and disrupting their way of life. So these policies have raised serious concern about the fairness and effectiveness of the conservation efforts, and that exclude the very own Tibetan people, Tibetan nomads, who are the regional original stewards. So you can see that I have bring out in one case study in Sangshen National Park. Sangshen is a source of the three rivers, Yangtze, Mekong, and Yellow rivers. So here in Sangshen National Park, it was first created in 2003, and this covered the whole of the source of the Yangtze, Yellow, and Mekong. However, this area, as we can see, that it is almost 123,000 square kilometer, which is almost the size of the England. So this area have been designated as a national park. So the Chinese government says that they aim to protect the source of the river and also the grassland, alpine grassland, and glaciers and wetland and the biodiversity. However, but at what cost? It came with a human cost. Through the mass relocation of nomadic families, there were around 60,000 Tibetans who were forcefully removed from their land under the name as the ecological migration, and these people, they have lost their land, their hurt, and their purposes. So these ecological migration have led to the displacement of the Tibetan nomads, especially in county like Matue County, which is one part of the Sangshen National Nature Reserve Park. So a policy was launched in 2003 where they aim to reducing the grazing pasture and restore the degraded land. So they have, from 2003 to 2008, they have removed around 2,334 people from the area, and they were made to move into the relocated and move into the brick house with a wall compound. As you can see that in the picture, where the people, they need to take permission from the government official to go out and to come inside the compound. So they have made this nomadic grassland life into more sedentary lifestyle. So in a structured house with a dramatic change intended to protect the fragile ecosystem. However, it also marks with a major transition in these communities' life and interact with their environment. So this is not just a relocation, it was more of cultural rupture. There was a huge socio-economic impact. These nomads resettled from their traditional grassland have faced their severe crisis and challenges to their livelihood, identity, and adaptation. So resettlements, although they have slightly improved their housing, education, and healthcare, but many reports, scientific reports done by the Chinese scientists themselves, they have come up with a report saying that there's a decline in overall living standard, and also there's a basic needs now cost money, unlike when they used to live with their livestock. So most of them, they have sold their herds, homes, and now living off with an unstable and low-paying job. So it was an interview conducted by Fortune Do in 2009 with Mr. Dawa. And as you can read, right, with the time constraint, I will not go through this. So these Tibetan nomads, they are also facing identity crisis. So most of them, they have lose their status as identity as a herder or nomads. So and they are also neither gain a full urban citizenship. So many have experienced marginalization and culture shock in this new environment. And they are also facing the problem adapting to the urban lifestyle. So many of them, they have lacked modern education, especially many of them, they don't speak the Chinese language. So they have struggled with a simple task and also face rising social problems. So there's an increasing number of crimes and the loss of traditional values. And moreover, there's also problem of overcrowded in the housing, and new families, they often cannot get their own new homes. So whatever the Chinese government, when they have moved to the new relocation, whatever the Chinese government have given, they need to accommodate in these houses. So these are the some of the ecological risk settlements that disturb the livelihood, culture, and stability. And these policies must better support economic opportunity, culture identity, and true adaptation. So there are many research and local knowledge. They reveal that the vital truth. Simply banning grazing is not the answer to restore Tibetan grasslands. There are many scientific research which in fact show that grazing bans have failed to restore the grasslands, and also often leaving this abandoned land which are vulnerable to degradation, and because of the poor management and the lack of oversight, it further degraded. So what studies and herders tell us is that moderate and rotational grazing is essential. So it supports soil health, promotes biodiversity, and help control the spread of shrubs, which are main causes of degraded grasslands under the warming conditions. So Tibetan nomads is not just a resident of these landscapes. They are the vital stewards, and their century-old practices maintain ecological balance and biodiversity. So removing Tibetan nomads, this disturbs the balance, leading to ecological decline, loss of invaluable traditional knowledge, and the breakdown of spiritual and community ties. So in short, sustainable grazing is, and guided by the local knowledge, is key to restoring and protecting these fragile ecosystems. So let me conclude with a critical reminder that Tibetan nomads is not just a resident of these highland grasses. They are long-standing custodian of one of the most fragile ecosystems, and their traditional practice and sustain biodiversity and supported ecological balance for centuries. So we must promote policies that are not only specifically sounded, but also deeply rooted in cultural knowledge. So these nomads, Tibetan nomads, must be empowered, not displaced, and recognized not as an obstacle, but as a partner in conservation. So finally, let's not forget that Tibet, often called as the third pole, and the water tower of Asia, plays a crucial role in regulating the global climate. So what happens there affects every one of us. So I urge, whether as a policymakers, or scientists, or advocates, or common citizens, we must support these indigenous rights and champion inclusive conservation and work to ensure Tibetan nomads have seats at the table. The future of this ecosystem and our planets are dependent on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pamo, for a wonderful presentation on the Tibetan Plateau, which is certainly a distant land, but very, very important, very critical, as you said, the source of all the rivers. So whatever happens there in terms of ecological changes is bound to affect all of us. And this is where the issue of interconnectedness or dependent origination comes in. Sitting here in Delhi and the rest of India, and even in the Southeast Asian countries, very few people probably would know the dynamics of the conditions in Tibet, But the fact is that whatever happens there, adversely or negatively, is bound to impact all of this population. Thank you very much. And also, yeah, you mentioned about the permafrost aspect, which is basically these are permanently frozen land mass, and they suppress a lot of greenhouse gases and carbon dioxide, etc. So when they start melting, these sort of gases are released, and they affect the climate, which in turn sort of affects the plateau. So it's a vicious cycle, which goes on, and obviously the government has to take care of it. She's just mentioned about the Chinese approach to this whole issue. We won't get into it, but thank you very much. We will now go to the last speaker, Dr. Stanzin Chostak. He'll speak on rights of nature in the Anthropocene, a jurisprudential appraisal. That's a difficult topic to even pronounce. So, just a request that we keep it as crisp as possible. We are delayed by an hour or so. Thank you.
So, very good afternoon to all of you. Respected Venerable Geshe Durje Dandula and Chief Guest Ranjana Ma'am and Professor Abhijit Haldarji and other Mr. Sharan and other speakers and Dr. Renuka Singh Ma'am also, and the August gathering today. So I considered it as an honor and privilege to speak on a very important topic, and this is mainly from the viewpoint of law. But then the previous speakers who have spoken about, starting from the crime against nature towards, the ecological values in the Dhammapada, and also the biodiversity laws, right, and the glaciers, okay. So mine is a jurisprudential approach because, as you must have heard about what the writer Amitav Ghosh has written, that the climate crisis is not only a crisis in the, climate sense, but it is also a crisis of imagination, which even Albert Einstein has talked about, in the sense that he said that knowledge is limited, but imagination is much more important than knowledge, because imagination encircles the world. So with such a gigantic sort of problems facing the humanity at large, we need to kind of come up with a new kind of legal arrangement. We need to come up with new kind of social arrangement, of which the legal system is one, right? And no matter how much we, in a philosophical sense, elaborate upon, but ultimately it has to translate into real administrative implementation, enforcement, and application, right? So in that sense, now how do we go about it? How we, walk the talk in that sense? So the legal arrangement that I'm talking about is that, for example, just on the 28th of this month, the previous month, May, the whole glacier fell in a Swiss city of Blatten. The whole glacier crumbled down. It was there for hundreds of years. Whole village was wiped out. Luckily, it was evacuated in advance, right? So this takes us to a very pertinent question about what about, even though it is something like unthinkable in a way, but imaginative though, what about granting legal status to glaciers? The glaciers, in Tibet, or what about granting a legal status to the, cheetah, or for that matter, any other, natural components, right? So, His Holiness has always, and in line with his upcoming, 90th birthday, So it is also should be a resolution to espouse the causes that he stood for, and all his four commitments has an environmental component to it. A promotion of human values, environmental values both in the ecocentric sense and the anthropocentric sense, and religious harmony, how religious through religion can act as a link to solve, we have all these, Assisi Summit and so many things happening where faith leaders gather to solve these, the problem that we are facing. So then preservation of Tibet's spiritual heritage, of which, mountains and deities, all these were revered like anything, and which has now modern day implications, and protection of environment. So these, when he spoke about on the Rio Earth Summit, the first, one of the, largest gathering where almost 170 nations participated, of which 100 were, represented by the head of states. So you can simply read, and I won't take much time, but he kind of came up with this concept of universal responsibility as a panacea, universal responsibility as a solution in terms of the equitable use of resources, and universal, responsibility also in terms of, taking the future generations into account, right? So we have one judgment by the International Court of Justice, which was given by Vice President Justice Veera Mantra, and he had a separate opinion in the Gapchikevo Nagamaro case, which dealt with the, the Danube River ke paas jo hai, there was a dam construction has to be done, and they were, between Hungary and Czech, there was a conflict, etc. So in that, he has extended this legal concept of sic utero tuut alienum, which is a Latin maxim, which means that use your property in such a way as not to hurt others. So this last line, alienum, stands for others. And these others, he includes through judicial interpretation, saying that it also includes the other species. It also has a larger ambit in the sense of including the future generations, right? So at the legal front also, many, steps were also taken to develop a, ecocentric point of view. So now this slideshow is simply as a reference point. So coming to the, what you call the environmental values. Now, how do we, kind of, like Geshe-la has talked about the, only if somebody has to be dependent on you and serves your purpose, then only you will help that person. So, these environmental values, in the words of the Nobel laureate Amartya Sen, he says that, environmental values, of course, we have to understand the environmental values when, from the parameters of how it impacts human lives. Of course, yes. Does it improve our standard of living, or does it provide us more opportunities, right? So from that count, environmental value, the value of environment could be could be better understood. But he says that, for example, like for example, if cheetah is lost, for example, it becomes extinct. Now, does the extinction of cheetah directly impacts our life? The answer is, like, simply speaking, no. In sense of our standard of living, or this thing, or a great Indian bustard, or a Ridley turtle, or a snow leopard in Ladakh getting extinct, does it impact our life? No, it does not, in the direct sense of the term. But then he says that when we value, environmental value should move beyond, our serving or impacting our standard of life, in the sense that, and he quotes, in the sense that it should also be inclusive of the other species. and he quotes the Lord Buddha, and in which he makes an argument in the Sutta Nipata, which is part of the Khuddaka Nikayas, in which Gautama Buddha argues that, we have a better sense of responsibility towards others, because we are enormously powerful than the other species. So that gives us a better sense of responsibility towards other, And this better sense of responsibility towards others now should also translate into, better, to do something, because coming from this asymmetry of power, because we are more powerful, so we have a more responsibility towards the other species, right? And this asymmetry of power gives us with a sense of value, could flow out and also coming out from the, fiduciary responsibility. Fiduciary responsibility means a responsibility of concern towards the other species. Okay, so he says that irrespective of this thing, now my main, premises for today is trying to understand how, rights are to be understood, and how can we try to, have a better understanding of rights. So, rights, as we usually know, is a, entitlement, and which we can enforce against another person in the normal parlance, right? That is the meaning of the conventional understanding of rights. And the bearer of the rights or the holder of rights are usually, they are usually human beings. The bearer of the rights or the holder of rights are usually human beings, and we claim it against another. So right could be legal if it is recognized by the legal framework. It could be moral. It is if that right is coming from an enlightened moral principle as such. Okay, but I'll just restrict more to the right aspect. So, a presence of right in a person implies a presence of a correlative duty in the other person, right? So, now this is known as, jural relations, and I'll restrict myself to right and duty only, right? Because that is more relevant in our context. Now, it is easy to relate rights with living beings, like human beings, but what if I say that a glacier has a right? So, some people might, be skeptical about it, So, now we have to, my, intention is to explore and try to understand what it takes to be a holder or possessor of right in a legal sense, okay? So we can simply rule out saying that a glacier does not have a right not because it is a morally inferior distinct compared to sentient human beings, right? But it is practically little difficult for the glacier to claim right on its own, So, this sort of a limitation simply makes us to rule out the, these natural entities as a holder of rights, okay? Now, we have to explore from this point of view that, and it is very close to what you call, legal personality, because to be a holder of right means legal personality, and a legal personality could be other than a human being, right? So a legal personality could be other than a human being. So it could be a glacier, it could be the mountains, legal personality could also be attributed to animals, right? So what I'll do next is, in the next part of my presentation, I'll just try to, taking a cue from legal philosophers, I'll try to understand how, through the exploration of animal rights, we can understand whether we can attribute rights to other environmental entities or not. Okay, because because it has been the most, philosophers have debated animal rights for a long time. Okay, and once we understand, and I put it under inverted commas, what is at issue, underlying issue, what is at issue when we talk about rights in terms of animals, then we might get a certain clue, we might get a certain key as to whether rights could be attributed to other, non-human being or entities, etc., etc. Okay? Thank you. So, now, as far as animal, I think all of us are aware that there are anti-criminal, cruelty against animal laws, 1962 in India. We have also so many legislations which I'll not mention, but which imposes a correlative duty on us, that you cannot, cruelly treat the animal. You cannot be violent towards the animal. Now the next jurisprudential question is, does that, and we are being taught that we need to be kind and human towards animal. Now, and it's not the same thing as saying that, does the animal have a right, as a matter of right, that it can expect kind treatments from us? Is little different in a very subtle sense from saying that we owe a duty towards animal not to be cruel under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, etc., etc. Okay. Now, let me then further move, which is the next. We rule out that animal have rights. We rule out animal have, so first I'll just, bring before your kind attention that some philosophers or legal philosophers in that sense, they deny that animals can have any rights, okay? First of all, they say that they're incapable of, kind of claiming their rights, and animal cannot have duties, Now, animal cannot have duties because they are, they attribute like, that they are very inflexible, they are very inadaptable, they don't have these, they cannot be instructed with responsibility, they cannot be reasoned out, they cannot be reasoned out, so therefore they cannot enter into contract, agreement, etc., etc. And therefore, we say that they are not, क्योंकि breach नहीं होगा, obligations का breach नहीं होगा, so उस sense में जो है उनका कोई duty नहीं बनता है, so duty कर ही नहीं सकता है. So the point is, does this kind of intellectual, sort of a incompetency disqualifies the animals from also claiming rights? And the answer is, in a way, a resounding no, because they just simply give the example of a trustee, If somebody has willed some money to a trustee, to look after a trustee looking after animal welfare, okay, then the question of the right of inheritance of the animal comes into picture. And God forbid, if the trustee, embezzles the animal's amount, the money, then some proxy, some agent, attorney, or whosoever might be interested in the welfare of the animal, they could be speaking for the animal. They could be speaking for the welfare of the animals. Okay. So these are some of the things. And besides that, now you have like, the intellectual incompetency of the animals. Now, first limitation is that they say that animals cannot put the law into motion. They cannot approach the court. They don't have a sense of what is right and wrong, etc. That is a easily understandable thing, But the question is, so does infant, so does a minor, so does a legally incompetent person, that means a person of unsound mind. They cannot even, understand the niceties of law, the nuances of law,
But still, someone can represent as an agent. Someone can represent attorneys, does that, trustees does that, right? Or anybody interested in this thing. So the question of the principal agent comes into picture. In law, as you know, there's a principal and agent, somewhat on the lines of master, servant, etc. And usually, you know, the agent is bound by the principals. Kindly give me 5 minutes more. So, bound by the principal's instructions. Okay. So, even though we know that animals cannot instruct and all this thing, but there's a concept of passive, you know, they can be a passive principal, and we can be a active, you know, agent. We can be an agent, and for that, consent and all these things are not a prerequisite, right? Because usually the, you know, the agent, like a lawyer, within the field of law, you know, complete independence is given, you know, professional judgment, you do what you are good at, and, you know, I can, you know, so there's a minimum sort of a control exercise on that, okay? Now, having said that, let us move to some other nuances of this particular topic, which is that now some, you know, skeptics who are of the opinion that animals cannot have rights, they say that, you know, in order to be able to have rights, one must possess interest, okay? So one must possess interest. In order to have right, one must possess interest. So first of all, what it means is that animal, please, I mean in a legal sense, animal needs representation. And only those person can be represented who have an interest. An animal does not have an interest. So these are the skeptics who deny that animal can have any rights. Now interest is nothing but well-being, welfare, and all these things, you know. Now, so if that is the question, you know, so there's a legal corollary drawn. And some people say that because, kindly note that in law, I mean, as far as my limited knowledge is concerned, animals are somewhat treated on the lines of things, you know, things like chattels and all these things. So animals are things, and a thing cannot be said to have an interest. So they give a very good example of, you know, something like Taj Mahal. Okay, so they said that let's take the example of a Taj Mahal, Qutub Minar in Delhi for that matter. So they said that Taj Mahal, there's someone who maintains it under the relevant laws or this thing, who looks after it, right? And, you know, make sure that it doesn't get polluted and it is kept fit and fine, etc., etc. But the person who takes care is under duty, of course, you know, to maintain and keep it fit and fine. But can we say that there's a correlative right vesting in that thing called Taj Mahal? In the sense that that person is simply discharging his official duty, you know, to maintain or to keep it so that it is fit for the future generation, for the art lovers and for the, you know, visitors, stay head of the states, or for that matter as a national heritage of, you know, primary importance. So we are doing it, we are conserving the Taj for that sake, and not for the sake of Taj's own goodness, welfare, well-being, or for its good, etc., etc. Okay? Because Taj is a thing, and the thing cannot be said to have an interest. So they say that only beings, those who have interest, are the fit candidate to be a holder of rights. So the counter argument which is given to this is that look, and one more thing before I come to the counter argument. So they said that then how can you say that a particular thing has interest or not? Like we have denied interest to Taj Mahal, and therefore we have denied rights to Taj Mahal on its own, as a matter of the person who is taking care is doing it for what other reasons, not for Taj Mahal's own well-being, to help Taj Mahal or to, you know, harm or to, you know, make it good. So that person, so here, to be an interest holder, they say that it has to do with conative acts. So you need to have conation in order to be able to claim interest. So conations are like wish, unconscious drives, impulses, and you have aims, ambitions, aspirations, etc., etc. So then only if you have conation, then only you are capable of having rights, interest. So they usually say that, interest should be compounded with the presence of conation. No doubt we don't rule out the presence of conations like appetites and, this rudimentary purposes in higher animals, right? So that is one thing. Again, the trustee sort of a, argument is given here that if a trustee has to take care of the, animal, okay, then it is not simply custodian in the strict sense of the term. It will be working for the welfare, for the, well-being of the, animal. So therefore, the interest vest in that thing, So therefore, we are kind of trying to refute the argument that, mere legal incapacity to claim rights cannot be a ground to deny rights to this thing. And before I sum up, kindly sir, due respect to the chair, so there, now they say that, then how can we say, now we have made a little bit of an argument saying that animal can have rights, they ought to be given rights, okay. But in actuality, in fact, and this is asking for a little bit of a higher threshold from us, they said that, हमने काफी बातें कर लिया, but in actuality, what it means for an animal to have a right, So they say that these things are given. First, they say that if, you are doing, you're respecting the rights of the animal because of obedience to the authority of law. Let's say, our Article 51A, capital A, small g talks about, be compassionate to animal. And we take pride in the fact that Indian Constitution is a compassionate constitution, So, of course, it's an obedient duty. Fundamental duties under Article 48, capital A also talks about all these things, Now, if we are doing it out of obedience to the law, then say that no, then it is not recognizing the rights of the animal in the real sense of the term, in fact, in actuality. So, secondly, they say that if you're doing it, let's say, out of consideration for the sensibilities of animal lovers, because animal lovers, they cannot, tolerate to see cruelty being meted out to this thing, Right? So the affront which they may feel, by, animals being meted with cruelty, then again they say that then in that case you are not, recognizing the rights of the animal in the real sense of the term. Okay? And thirdly, if you're doing it out of, as a matter of dictate of your conscience, that I must be morally good and kind and human to animals, then again say no, Then what it takes to be, to have and recognize rights in the actual sense as far as animals are concerned. They say that if you are, taking care of the animal, and if you think that not taking care is wrong, if you don't take care, or if you're not kind and human to that animal, if you think that it is wrong, it is injustice to that animal, okay, and it is a little bit of a legal sort of a thing to it, then, you can, then we can actually say that, once we really appreciate, rights of the animal in the real sense of the term. Now, so there are some, now these are little theoretical in nature, this conceptual, confusion regarding the rights of the animal, etc. So there were certain, now next is the, how we come to the, actual jurisprudential in terms of judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court of India, where, it has started recognizing, and I think we should take it as a beginning in a way, good starting point. It may not be a game changer in a day or two, but it's a good starting point that the court in various judgment, particularly the previous two are coming from the Uttarakhand High Court, right? So recognizing the, river Ganga, the glaciers, and mainly the other spectrums and components of environment as a, according them legal personality. In the sense that, they have, what in law we have this parent patria, which means father of the nation, which means a custodian. So in the Uttarakhand Salim Ali and this Miglani case, the Namami Ganga director, the chief secretary, the advocate general, they were appointed as a parent, the loco parenti. That means the human face of this thing, and under which they can, discharge their duties. And these are some of the, major steps and development which has been taking place in the Indian environmental jurisprudence. But there are certain legal hurdles, they were faced with real legal hurdles in the sense that in these judgments, there were no exact clarification as to how we will go about, because mainly the officials were appointed, there were no community participation. And this was happening parallelly with the development in New Zealand when Wahanguni River was given legal recognition. The Maori tribes, they've been, for centuries they were fighting the, crown and all this thing. And the Wahanguni River was actually given a, a legal personality with their own sort of a ombudsman of a group of indigenous people who can speak and, look after the best interests of that river. It is the longest navigable rivers, coming from the central to the Tasman Sea in New Zealand. Okay. So it was coming on those things, but ours was never nevertheless a trailblazer in the Indian environmental jurisprudence sense. But theirs was, the distinction is that unke usme jo tha, it was backed by legislation, and many of you know, it was backed by legislation, and they have all the institutional mechanisms in place, including community participation to make the, actually implement and understand the juristic or legal personality of these rivers. Okay. And finally, I'm very grateful for the chair, and I don't want to come between you and the lunch also. So then finally, I might have missed it somewhere, but, and many of you, all of us are almost aware that, the Indian Constitution takes pride in the fact that Article 21 of the Constitution has been interpreted in such a liberal way, creative expansionist, this thing, that it has now become, from a negative rights against the state, it has started including every aspects of this thing, life, which makes it more livable, including the right to clean environment. And somebody was mentioning of the Bhutanese constitution, etc., etc. And there were two developments in 2008 and 10. First, to start with this thing, Ecuador, which came up with the specific rights of nature in Chapter 7 from Article 71 to 74 of 5. Where they talked about the rights of Mother Nature, which they call Pachamama, to restore, to regenerate, and not to be used for extractivism, which others have spoken about. And these, constitutional provisions and the, judicial decisions goes to point that we are somewhat, forging towards, looking for alternative or maybe looking for practical ways of implementing the environmental laws, etc., etc. And finally, I would like to end by saying that the least that we can do, is to recognize the rights of this thing. And I would just like to read one judgment. It's an obiter. Obiter means a judgment which is not binding, but nevertheless it carries a very important, sort of this thing. which is given by the, yeah, it's okay, which is given by the, I can sum it up. So, which is given by Justice Douglas of the United States Supreme Court, when in the case of, you know, what you call Sierra Club versus Morton, it's a 1972 case. So there, this Sierra Club is like NGO, you know, Peace, Greenpeace, like etc. Sierra Club is an environmental group. So they protested, वहाँ पे skiing का resort बना रहे थे वहाँ पे alpine या जो भी meadows वगैरह में, and they said that we don't want to be spoiled, you know. We don't need to be spoiled, we want to keep it for future generation, we need to keep it intact. But the Supreme Court has not accepted the plea of Sierra Club on the ground that you don't have a locus standi. Locus standi is a legal capability, it is something like cause of action which you have before the court of law. That means locus standi requires that you should be aggrieved. So he said that, okay, environment ko ho raha hai, aapko to kuch asar nahi hua na, you are not aggrieved, you are not hurt, you know. So harm to environment will not be considered as a harm to you. And the law only entertains when a person is aggrieved, then only we entertain, you know. So it was not heard on this procedural matter. In India, it is different because of the public interest litigation, which has opened doors for all kinds of litigations, including to, you know, social causes, labor laws, etc., etc. But the dissenting opinion of Justice Douglas is paramount here, because he says that, you know, the logger या जो वहाँ पे नाव चला रहा है या वहाँ से कोई, you know, कोई livelihood का matter है, कोई fishing वहाँ से कर रहा है, so they say that those who share a meaningful relationship with those components of nature like rivers and all these things, they should be given, you know, legal status to be heard. They should be heard and they should be given locus standi or locus standing. Okay, so therefore, so this even though they were inanimate objects like the alpine meadows and glaciers and all these things, but you know, they should not, before they are reduced to the rubbles of modern day technology and all these things, we should listen to the voices of the voiceless. So I conclude here and with the quotation that every great beginning has a every great thing has a modest beginning. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Saab. I think this is an area which needs a lot of, I mean, this is a subject which will take long time because it's basically looking into a very abstract area, you know, from the legal point of view, because you're talking about inanimate, you know, rivers, animals, you know, nature who cannot speak, who don't have a voice, and then to sort out their issues legally, obviously has to have a very comprehensive global norms, not just national norms, because rivers, when you're talking about rivers like the Danube River, it flows through several countries. Likewise, the Mekong, you know, it flows through several countries. So when you have laws in place, I guess all the countries along the, just as an example, if you take the rivers, all the countries along these rivers and all the habitation have to be taken into consideration. Yeah. So like Mekong, for instance, you know, the countries which the river flows through, they have something called the Mekong River Initiative. Okay, so they are very much interested in Mekong River's welfare. And I think to an extent you can have a look, probably they are looking at some legal norms together, the Mekong River Initiative, to set up some legal basis, you know, to save and protect that river. So that if some country does something which is harmful, transboundary kind of pollution and all, so there is a bit of that in that. But excellent subject and an eye-opener. I frankly didn't know that there is this aspect which is in existence. I mean, nothing like it for people like, you know, Madam here, Rishima. If animals get right to, you know, be defended, it's a challenge. Again, the voiceless, like he said, voice for the voiceless. But thank you very much. But with your permission, what we'll do is we'll have to skip the question and answer. We already delayed by almost 1.5 hours, so quite delay. So Professor Saab, I think we have the right and the interest to have our lunch.
Yes.
Legally?
Yes,
We have the right.
definitely.
You also had a right to ask questions, but we surrender it.
Well, at lunch you can always always ask questions. Thank you very much. It's been a wonderful session. We've gone from Tibet to from the Dhammapada, starting from there, and then to the wildlife aspect of Ridhima ji, and finally your legal aspect. Thank you very much. Wonderful.
Thank you very much, Shri Abhijit Hardarji, for moderating the session, and to all our esteemed speakers for sharing your profound knowledge and insights. Now, I would like to kindly request Shri Abhijit Hardarji to do the honor of presenting the souvenirs and white scarf to our distinguished speakers. First, we have Mr. Rishikesh Sharanji. Next, we have Dr. Ridhima Solankaji. Next, we have Miss Dechin Pamula. Next, we have Dr. Senzin Chostagla. Thank you once again, Shri Abhijit Hardarji. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. We've concluded session number 1, and as of now, we'll be taking a recess for lunch break. And I would request all the participants to kindly ensure that we need to come back to the conference hall by 3:10 p.m. I request once again all the participants to kindly be back by 3:10 p.m. and the lunch will be served in the Magnolia Hall, and our staff will be standing on the way to lead you to the Magnolia Hall for lunch. Thank you very much, everyone.
today, where the theme is Pathway to Restoration, Sustainable Development and Ecological Recovery. Before I begin this session, I would like to recite a short quotation by Mahatma Gandhi. The earth, the air, the land, and the water are not an inheritance from our forefather, but on loan from our children. So we have to hand over to them at least as it was handed over to us by Mahatma Gandhi ji. Without taking much time, I would like to call upon our today's session's chairperson and 4 esteemed speakers. So when I call upon the name, kindly our chairperson and 4 speakers kindly grace the stage. We have our chairperson, Dr. Pramod Kumar Sinha. And we have our first speaker, Dr. S. Sadapate. Second speaker, Professor Savida Kekar. And third speaker, we have Mr. Somya Dutta. And last, we have Dr. Sahin Nijawan. Thank you so much for your presence. Now I would like to hand over the mic to our chairperson, Dr. Pramod Kumar Sinha. Kindly lead this session.
Should I speak from there or here only? I think better will be there. Good afternoon. I think post-lunch session has always been a little bit challenging, and especially for a person like us who has vast experience of organizing conferences, more than 500 conferences. So we know the challenges. Nevertheless, ladies, esteemed speakers on dais, Director of Tibet House Institution, very young enthusiastic participants sitting over here, and dear organizers. A warm welcome from all of the speaker side to all of you to this post-lunch session, which will be more of interactive. In the first session, we have already listened various aspects of ecological disturbances, the strategies, the solutions we would be looking forward would be the need of the hour. If we are honest to address the challenges. So once again, I would like to thank the organizer. I would like to thank Sri Rishikesh Sharanji, IRS, who has been inspirational force to me for many decades, not a year. He visited my professional institution, BIT Mesra, when I was a student and he was the deputy commissioner. So you all can imagine how strong inspirational force has been to me and to many of my colleagues who served government and many other international organizations. As a child, I have been inspired by my parents. And this has been a great source of both physical and mental strength, which helped me to pass through many adversaries within government, outside government, personal life, outside life. I was inspired by the teachings of Gita. I was inspired by the teachings of Lord Buddha as a child. And during the course of my life of 6+ decades, wherever there have been any opportunity, I would always prefer to practice that instead of preaching. I am inspired by His Holiness the Dalai Lama Ji, his teachings on importance of the natural environment, stating that especially it is our home and a source of our well-being. So this small sentence should inspire each one of the participants sitting here, and I would request post-session they should think of becoming ambassador for this social and national cause. As I said, my association with nature has been since childhood. By grace of God, I was born at a place, a small place, which was surrounded by hill, lakes, river, and this helped me to gradually develop the love for nature. The project of the Government of India, where my father used to serve, was surrounded by tribal villages. So I could see the difference between have and have-nots from very childhood. And this always helped me to be always kind to the surroundings and always graceful to the God who blessed us to see, to be a part of haves and to become a source of inspiration for have-nots. The same inspiration we should carry for our Mother Earth. As you all know, plants, flora, or animals, in spite of their inherent strength, they can't speak. They can't seek if they need anything. Even though they are being destroyed or cut, they are just witnessing themselves. So there could be legal framework. There could be strategies and policies in place. There could be policy advocacy. But unless we all become messenger of this national cause or environmental cause, this mission is impossible. Humankind and we all will have to come forward. No government alone, no society alone can fulfill these dreams unless each and everyone sitting here and beyond this back building understand the need these environmental disturbances are looking forward, the kind of repair or the degree of repair is required, and let us understand with your small initiatives you can be a partner to this ecological repair, environmental repair, environmental ecosystem. As I said, I could see since childhood, it naturally developed a kind of love for plants, herbs, and many of you sitting here might be also having same interest. This helped us to even identify which is the plant, which is the herb, what kind of herb, which season this need to be planted. And this habit helped me to implant at least 1,000 plant or trees every year. I never write anywhere, I never publish anywhere, but every year more than 1,000 plant or trees I am planting. I never write. A small habit all of you sitting here can develop. You can have a basket with some soil in that. Put all your jamun आप खा रहे हैं तो जामुन का, mango खा रहे हैं, all tree seeds you put there, and keep throwing some soil over it. In 15 or 1 month, days or 1 month, it will get germinated. You take it to any isolated place or place where they require it. This I have been doing for more than two decades now. So this is small habit. A small habit without any publicity, without any advertisement. You can plant at least 100 to 500 plants every year. And this I have been practicing for almost 2 decades now. So these are all small initiatives. You don't need to publish, you don't need to advocate too much. These habits can be inculcated in every house. And think the magnum of this, if at least 50% of us adopt this, how far it is going to support your individual. Number one. We are standing at pivotal ecological crossroads, and threats of either climate change or deforestation or biodiversity loss, environmental injustice are all known to us. We don't need to tell us. Nobody is required to tell us. We are all knowing. Nowadays, media, information houses are providing all sorts of information. The need of the hour is to come up. The need of the hour is to stand up in a small way or big way. A small way you can do alone. Big way you can join, like Tibet House and any other such organizations which are endeavoring for social, national or international cause. Let us admit all these challenges demand beyond our political and scientific approach. They need engagement of each and every stakeholders of the society, right from government to corporates, to schools, academic institutions, and individuals. As some of our speakers in the previous session used to convey, our school children need to be taught. So by saying that, we would like to convey that our academic institutions, our schools also need to become ambassador for this social and national cause. Each of our child, right from home to school and college, need to be taught about hygiene, environmental disturbances, and some small possible way of ecological repair. As one of the issue of plastic use or misuse was coming up, if our children are being taught, you will not find throwing plastics or other packs in any parks. Generally, you will find children going playing, and then after drinking their cold drinks or using their uncle chips and all, they are throwing their way without any. So this is not disturbing your only hygiene part. This is also disturbing your ecological part. Who will going to teach it? You can only place. I am General Secretary of the RW also, President of RW also. We are placing everywhere. Don't throw anywhere, but every alternate day you will find somewhere. So who is going to take the responsibility? Basically, the child and the parents. So every house will have to become the ambassador. Then only a small or big way you can contribute. Who is going to throw your flowers and those things in Jamna or Ganga? In spite of big barrier over Jamna bridge in Delhi also, you find still cars are stopping, they are throwing in Jamna only. So who is going to? Any legal framework or advocacy alone will never help. unless we change our behavior, we are disciplined ourselves. We'll have to stop. And those flowers can be used to convert into manures. So these things they need to understand. They will have to become party. They will have to become partner to any drive of the government. Government alone cannot do. It is not possible. Especially for country like ours with more than 100, close to 150 crore population. So right way is to start from childhood. If it is properly inculcated as a child, you will make him or her a good human being, a good ambassador of the society, a good ambassador for the environmental cause. Fortunately, we have very eminent speakers and experts for this session, and I'm sure they will be discussing in detail on solutions the present era look for, on strategies we are requiring at this stage which can help in proper ecological repair. I remember as a government servant, one day our Honorable Minister called our secretary and we were along with him, and he simply asked, bring me Ratna, he is throwing finger like this, Ratna jo Akbar ke darbar mein hote the. And this was the one sentence of Morasali Maranji which we practitioner converted into a policy we called Navratna and Mini Ratna, and today we have Maharatnas also. This is one line. So what required? Any policy or advocacy is not converted. It need to be engagement of key stakeholders. So we organized CEO's conference. We took confidence of those practitioners who are actually going to implement. And then we asked for how much autonomy, financial or physical, they would be looked as a CMD or board of director. And that's how that policy was developed, implemented, and now from Navratna to Maharatna. Similarly, there were many industries that those were sick. And when I started going through, I said, I recognized that the more we refer the cases to BFR and Sika, the more industries are sick. So I spoke to our Honorable Minister Manohar Joshi ji, who was ex-Chief Minister of Maharashtra also. Yes, sir, unnecessarily we are sending this to those specialized bodies. The more we are, he said, you come with a graph and explain me. I explained him. Last 5 years, how many, the graph is going like that. Then he asked me, what is the solution? So that's why I request everybody sitting here. When you go for problem or go with problem, be ready with solution. I said, repeal it, sir. In government, conveying an officer to before the Honorable Minister is very risky. But I openly conveyed, sir, repeal it. The more you refer, the more they will be sick. And that's how the act was repealed, BFR mechanism was stopped, and now public sectors are not shown to those bodies. So we will have to come with the solution. In similar environment, you will have to think about our ecological, environmental issues. Simply conveying and crying that things are damaged is not the right approach. We'll have to come up, we'll have to think what is the remedial solution. And there has to be both short-term as well as long-term solution which need to be implemented. Short-term, as I said, for every small thing, you stop throwing anything in Yamuna River. You stop, you start seeding at your home and planting to nearby locations where you don't have any trees and plants. These are the short terms. But long terms, we'll have to plant properly. How every area will be covered, how every river will be covered, how every aquatic systems will be covered, how the forests which have been deserted can be bring back to forestation again, how soil erosion can be stopped. There were norms that all open parks need to be drilled at least 20 feet to 30 feet before rainy season so that our groundwater level can be maintained. But this need to be implemented by the local authorities. Hardly I see, especially where I stay, I don't see anything. So I personally take interest so that the entire, when we shifted to that location, it was not green. But now thousands of trees around are there. So it is a green place now. Maximum trees can be seen there. So these need to be taken up by local authority, local stakeholders, individuals, civil societies. Every will have to take to participate in this. Then only the vision or the dream you are looking for, or during this session or any such similar session, you can fulfill. Unless you come out with solution or some strategy which can be implemented in long run or short run, we will be continued to discussing like this and there will be no solution. For that, the concept of karma, therefore, need to be understood. As Rishi ji has conveyed the teachings of Buddha, it has a very long-lasting impact if someone tries to understand. Similarly, if you go to the teachings of Gita, it has long-lasting impacts. Only thing, every teaching cannot be implemented in every problem. Every problem need to be understood separately, and there has to be tailor-made solution. किसी एक बात का कोई उद्देश्य या कोई बात कही गई और उस पर कुछ कहा गया कि गीता में या बुद्ध जी ने ऐसा कहा है, you cannot apply everywhere. It has to be tailor-made. So that's why whenever any management or any system takes charge of correcting such remedial things or measures, they look for tailor-made solutions. They look for local solutions which can help. And that's why it is always said, think global, act local, so that it helps your surroundings. As a practitioner, I was also preaching mission humanity. And many of my colleagues in government and private used to ask, what is mission humanity? And my answer used to be very simple: connecting your family, your friends, your society, and your earth. And I used to contribute part of my salary every month for this cause for almost 15, 17 years. And when gold used to be 3,400, तोला जो कहते थे, my wife Ranjana used to say कि कुछ, I have 2 daughters, कि कुछ बच्चों के लिए gold तो ले लो. But whenever I used to visit the tribal ladies and children in poor villages, they used to ask me कि sir कुछ कीजिए. Speak. MLA used to add. Then I created learn and earn. This concept was created by me, which finally government adopted as a learn and earn. कि वो उनको सिखाओ और कमाओ. तो I started opening center for tribal women in Jharkhand, West Bengal, Bihar and UP, so that I donated some stitching machines, provided some trainings for them, and donated all those machines to them so that they start earning. Similarly, when I visited one of the village in West Bengal, tribal moist village, 20 youth came to me. I asked what you are doing. वो बंगला में मुझे बोले काकू रात्रि वेला हमरा ट्रक लूटी. मतलब during night they were looting the old trucks. And so I asked, how can you stop this? They told me, give us training for the driving. We will start driving the truck and we will not looting the trucks. So that's how I arranged there for all those 20 boys, 30 days driving learning session. They got license. I paid for everything. And then a small transformation. So I'm sharing of this purpose was, you practice yourself during your lifetime. During your lifetime. When I came to Delhi, many people needed blood. Northeast Assam family came, they needed 7-unit blood. I was a young officer in 90, even bachelor. They all came, sir, kahin se blood nahi mil raha hai. And the surgery was required at AIMS. I went, that was my first experience of donating blood. And then it became passion. Almost all hospitals of Delhi I have donated blood. So why I am sharing, all you sitting here, you can be part of this society, and you should always feel grateful that God has given everything to you. If you are sitting in this chamber, you should feel thankful to the God. You see in the street many child sitting, and you can realize the difference. You can realize the difference, one set of you sitting here and the children sitting in the streets. So always thankful to the grace, to God. Whatever they have given, or he or she has given to you and to your parents. My first and last sentence always used to be in any session. Always thankful to your parents. If you are thankful to your parents, you will be thankful to God or Mother Earth. If you are not thankful to your parents, you will never be a person who can be trusted or tried for any responsible job. This is my life experience. That's why I am sharing with you. And since now we are 60 plus, so with command I can convey to you. One of the students sitting here, he is doing PhD, I conveyed. During his lifetime, we will never get time. I was selected for IT, they said, leave the government job, come for PhD. I was selected for DU, they said, leave the job and come for PhD. Then when I was 57, then one of my senior, who was Vice Chancellor, he said, now you register yourself for PhD. And when I completed my PhD, I was 62. So it's all, I can tell all youth sitting here, inspiration, passion has nothing to do with age. Nothing to do with age. And I completed my every submission well in time. Even final submission, they give me 6 months, I completed in 3 months and handed over to it. So why I am conveying, respect the time, respect the moment. Then only you can be an ambassador to the society, a person your parents can trust, a person society can consider you as a resource. We have some global time. We have global standards also that need to be followed. We have stepwise ecological restoration framework, which also conveyed tailor-made specific needs and conditions for the ecosystem. Therefore, as I said, our approach has to be pragmatic, aspirational, like reforestation with native trees, natural regeneration, pollution remediation, fish recovery, etc. As far as government is concerned, Government of India has been endeavoring for many years. Rate of success may be visible, may be understood or not understood. Nevertheless, there are examples which Government of India has done, like Sundarban mangrove restoration, restoration of Thal Lake, Maharashtra, Western Ghat, Thal Lake, Gujarat, and Western Ghat, Maharashtra. These are glaring examples where Government of India has done commendable job in restoring the nature and the flora. Similarly, Niti Aayog has been endeavoring for sustainable development goals. We have also been part of that system for many years. And all these areas which we are talking today are part of this SDGs, which Niti Aayog is taking care. As many of our learned esteemed practitioners are sitting here. I'll not take much time. Maybe they will throw some better light on some of the glaring issues, challenging issues today we are talking of. I am sure this conference will help in creating inclusion platform for dialogue, sharing views, coming out with some conclusion of today's session, which can be shared with other platforms or the government to forge pathways rooted in ethical responsibility, social equity, and ecological sustainability. With these words, I would like to once again convey my sincere thanks to Vensi Dorji ji for his inspirational thoughts for this society and mankind, his valuable inspirational dialogues, his time and devotion for the society. I would also once again like to convey my deep respect to Sri Rishikesh Saran ji and all the organizers giving me this opportunity, sharing my thoughts. Since time is limited, I would not like to be in between and rather prefer to speak, give time to my esteemed speakers. Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. S. Satpathy ji. Dr. Satpathy ji is a seasoned environmental scientist with over 40 years of experience in the field of industrial pollution, climate change, and environmental policy. He holds an MPhil in botany and a PhD in life science with research focused on mercury effluents from the chloro-alkali industry. He began his career from Central Pollution Control Board, served in key scientific roles in Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change since 1984 to 2016, and could lead major national programs on ozone layer protection, climate change, worked with various ministries, state agencies, and international organizations like UNDP, UNEP, World Bank, ADB, etc. He has been a key contributor to the ODS rules, National Action Plan on Climate Change, and several state action plans. So now over to Dr. Satpathy ji.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar. Respected chair of the session and my distinguished speakers and director of the house and all my seniors and Pranam, and my youngers, my best wishes. This is an opportunity given by Tibet House to me to be here to share my experience and analyze the issue in the context of global and national issues. And in the previous session regarding the legal implications and how the whole system under law have been explained. And here I will just analyze what it is and how it is located or how it is seen at global stage and how we are viewing at national stage and subnational, and I have come down to it at individual stages. Just I would like to here clarify what we are talking is climate change and what we are feeling is weather. Like today we have seen that weather has been forecast. But from newspaper you might have seen that last 10 years temperature has been increasing or rain pattern has been changing or cold nights are less, warm days are more. This is climate change. Here, just I have shown what is, again we are talking frequently climate change and global warming. There is hairline difference, but climate change, global warming is a factor of climate change because the warming is happening because of human influence, and there is change in the climate system, and overall we are talking is climate change. And this is again naturally it is happening since last 4.3 billion years ago when the earth was created. The change is a continuous phenomenon. But why we are serious today? Because of the anthropogenic climate change, what we are observing today, and how it has been governed, and what is the climate change governing, then how the policies have been emerged, all these things we will discuss. Here I have explained what is governance. We know government, we know the process of government is governing, and the whole system is the governance system. And in the governance system, here the process, it has a structure, it has a practice, and it has power to take decision and to implement it and monitor and review. Similarly, the climate governance refers to framework of policies, where the policies were made, and what is the institutions, and what was the mechanism designed to address the climate change. That I will explain in my presentation. And it operates at global, national level, and ensuring efforts to mitigate climate change and adapt to impact. Here, when we are talking of mitigating climate change, here again I am clarifying that climate change is linked to global warming. Global warming is linked to anthropogenic activity. Our human activity emits some gases. That I will come to that point again. Since when we have initiated these changes? Prior to 1712, the energy what it was changed by mostly European for their economic development: water, air, and wood. And there has been change, the transitioning. What we are talking today, energy transition, transition to global, some net zero, all these things we are talking. This transitioning has been happening. It started from 1712. The first steam engine was invented, where they have used coal instead of wood. Thereafter it started, and the industry, what we call after in 18th century, industrial evolution started. Mostly these things happened in Europe, and very specifically in UK. That's why in geography you might have, we have read in our geography, there was black England and white England. Means industrially that England, Britain was very rich. And in 1975, in between many things happened. Some scientists, they identified what is global warming and what is greenhouse gas effect, and why greenhouse gas, what are all greenhouse gases, at what stage it creates warming effect. All these things were studied during 1712 to 1975. I'm not explaining, itself it will take one day to explain. But in 75, one scientist named Walsh Broker of USA from Columbia University, his research was mainly to see how the natural system is impacting climate. And his study was how ocean was influencing climate change, atmosphere. And then he thought that the global warming and climate change. In 75, these names or these names for global warming and climate change were addressed. Then the governance started at the global level. Then climate governance is shaped by international government or arrangements and organizations. Again, it started from 1972 to 92. 2 decades it took to initiate some action, which will lead to governance, then formulation of policies, then implementation. In 1972, the first Earth Summit, that is Human and Environment, happened in Stockholm, where our then Prime Minister, Mrs. Gandhi, was also present. There it was highlighted that human health and poverty and environment all are linked. During that stage, some scientists felt that there is air pollution or there is change in air condition. Under that head, climate change, the situation was need to be studied. The emphasis was given in first 1972. Then in 79, first World Conference on Climate Change. Scientists and other policymakers, they got together and thought that, yes, we need to give attention to sort out what is climate change. Then in between 1985, the first convention, Vienna Convention on to protect the ozone layer was adopted. Why? Because some gases we have started using since 1927. The chlorofluorocarbon for our cooling effect, what we are feeling here now in India Habitat Center, that chlorofluorocarbon, which is a cooling agent. Then by 1960, it was discovered that these cooling agents were creating problem in atmosphere, particularly stratosphere, and some changes are happening on Earth's surface. They have identified some gases, and in 1987 Montreal Protocol, they had a protocol to phase these gases out by 2010. All chlorofluorocarbon and other ozone depleting substances are phased out, but they have introduced some gases we will discuss again. In 1988, Global Forum constitute an intergovernmental panel on climate change, that IPCC. They initiated studies and confirmed that there is change in climate system, which is known as climate change, due to human influence. And in their report in 1990, they confirmed that the climate change what we are witnessing now, these are all human influenced. And in 92, the second Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro, global community, they established or they adopted 3 conventions. All 3 are interlinked. One is United Nations Framework on Climate Convention, then a convention on biodiversity, and convention on desertification. All these 3 are interlinked, but what our topic is today, climate change. We will deal with only United Nations framework. Very carefully they have worded. It is a framework only, not very protocol or any treaty, direct treaty, framework on conventions. But desertification and biodiversity, what we listened in the previous session also, biodiversity is linked with these 2 aspects. Climate change, temperature change or variation of rain pattern, or land degradation. Biodiversity is linked, and land degradation again is linked with temperature, rain pattern, and your influence of biotic organism on land. These 3 are interdependent. Then in 1997, here, what the global governance means here, in the context of UNFCCC, to tackle the threats posed by the climate change, what was the main role of UNFCCC? That requiring coordinated action from all nations. It is essential for effective mitigation, adaptation, and resilience building through shared responsibility for emission control, addressing cross-border impacts. Climate doesn't have any geographical, political line. And then addressing economic stability and sustainable development, then support for vulnerable nations and scientific collaboration and innovation. These are all the theme of UNFCCC to look after to constitute or to establish a proper governance system. It may be good or bad, but their intention was to have a system on place. Then who are all the stakeholders? We are talking of United Nations framework on convention. Here, international organizations and agreements. There are other multilateral environment agreements are also associated. Then national government and all policy bodies. Then private sector and industry, civil society and NGO, then non-state actors. Then what they intend to do in future, they're strengthening the public-private relationship and enhancing climate diplomacy. What we are facing today, the climate diplomacy, you might have read in a newspaper, with the change of political system, a particular country, how things are moving. Then cities and local bodies, government in climate adaptation and mitigation effects. Then what are the functions of the governance? The providing guidance and signal to actors, setting rules to facilitate collective actions, enhancing transparency and accountability, then offering support, finance, technology, capacity to, for actions, then promoting knowledge and learning. Here again, I'm coming back to the UNFCCC 92, what it has recognized in its document. The UNFCCC, they have prepared a document which was negotiated during 92 and finally adopted. What it contains? Mostly, the convention recognized that there was a problem, then sets a goal under Article 3 and Article 2, it sets a goal that the greenhouse gas need to be stabilized. Okay. Need to be stabilized. Then it has also principle that common but differentiated responsibility of different actors, then puts the onus on developed countries to lead the way. That was the one issue till now we are facing, that UNFCCC advised the developed nations to initiate action and provide support to developing nations to act something, then directs new funds to climate change for some financial provision, and they have also control over the problems and what is happening and what they could do. Then the reporting system, each country need to submit its information to the UNFCCC, then kicks off formal consideration of adaptation to climate change. What is adaptation means? We have to adapt to it. Suppose temperature is changing, and if gradually we are acquainted with that, we don't need any AC, means we are adapting. Or we are having a AC inside to compensate the heat, we are adapting to the environment through the air conditioning system. This is the way we are interpreting. Then conference of party, they have created also one apex body which is known as conference of parties, and those countries, they have ratified the convention, they became party to the UNFCCC. Then what are all institutional mechanisms? There is governing, there is the conference of party, and now we have 3 treaties, 2 sub-treaties under UNFCCC. One is Kyoto Protocol and another is Paris Agreement. For them, first, for convention it is conference of party, then second one is the CMP, and third one, the Paris Agreement, it is CMA. Then there are the 2 subsidiary body, one is to advise on scientific issue, another is on policy issues. Then process management, all 3 meeting parties, they meet annually to discuss the issue based on the existing scientific information provided by IPCC and other scientific bodies. Then there is a secretariat to support the convention. Then the other constitutional body, that the technical committee and the Paris committee on capacity building, then standing committee on finance, these are the subcommittee to address different issues. They have been considered under this. Then other treaties under UNFCCC, as I mentioned, that Kyoto Protocol was first in 1997, advised or mandated only developed country to phase out, to reduce their emission, greenhouse gas emission 5% to 8% by 2012. But it was not mandated for a developing country, but Kyoto Protocol here involved, addressed the issue through the implementation mechanism, joint implementation and clean development mechanism. Through clean development mechanism, many developed countries, developing countries, they got financial support through implementation of their projects, the credit which was taken by developed country. Then the Paris Agreement, here again, till Kyoto Protocol, the system was top-bottom because there was some policies at top level which was followed by bottom. Then Paris Agreement has brought the situation like choose your own adventure approach to climate change. Here they have introduced that each nation, they have to have their own nationally determined contribution for how to take action during 5 years to reduce the greenhouse gas emission in order to keep the temperature level 2 degree or 1.5 below the industrial evolution. Then here also the cities became a focused transnational climate policy. In the process, Conference of Parties, they initiated the other stakeholders like city mayors and city administrations to take immediate action to reduce their emission of greenhouse gas. In sum total, the evolution of the climate regime is best understood as a growth in authority. Then Paris Agreement, again there are, I have explained of course all these things. Then here one thing, under Paris Agreement, each 5 years, after submission of your national
Dr. Satpathy ji,
contribution,
conclude, 2 minutes में conclude कर दीजिए.
I will try. There is a global stock take, which advise the global body what further action need to be accelerated to achieve the targets. Then other organizations which are also associated with this system is UNG, General Assembly, G8, then G20, all these organizations, they are also associated with climate change. Then policy, again, how finance policy was developed. We are talking the policy at international level. Finance policy, first there was a adaptation fund created under Kyoto Protocol. Then in Cancun summit in 2010, Green Climate Fund was established. Prior to that, Global Environment Fund was advised to assist all developing countries to provide financial support for to initiate action. And loss and damage is an issue which was Article 7 of Paris Agreement. It was decided for financing in COP27. Then COP29, they have a new regime, that new collective quantified goal of funding, which is under discussion. What will happen in future, that will be known in next meeting or in future in 2028. India is going to host. By that time, we may have a particular level of funding for developing country. Then how reporting, I told national communication. Thereafter in 2010, it was decided that the summary of your national communication need to be submitted for review or analysis. Now, from this year onwards, each country, including both developed and developing country, they are submitting BTR, Biennial Transparency Report. Here, what was the fundamental principle of Paris Agreement? What you are doing, you need to be very transparent so that global community will know what you are doing. Then the technology transfer, again, it is the evolution took place. Technology transfer framework in COP7, first it was initiated. Then in COP14, it was some shape was given with the financial support from JEF. Then technological mechanism was supported by COP16 in 2010. Then Paris Agreement, again, it has established that under Article 10 that there will be transfer of equipment, technology from developed to developing or south to south or north south, all these things happen. Then a framework has been developed in 2018, which is now supporting the both developed and developing country for initiating action. Then capacity building, again gradually the funding or advice from international body is flowing towards various countries, how to enhance our capacity to deal with the climate change issues. Then I'm just coming out to the national policies. I will take, sir, 2 more minutes. This is in our constitution, what my previous speaker, of course, legally I'm not sound, but I developed ozone rule in India with the help of course, advocate. 48A of the constitution and 42nd amendment 1974. We can correlate 1972, thereafter India immediately amended. Then Article 51A, the fundamental duty of citizen to protect the environment, it has come. And last year there was a decision, there was a court judgment, Supreme Court judgment, which Supreme Court recognized a constitutional right against the adverse effect of climate change, affirms as it is a fundamental right under Article 21 and 14 of the Constitution. Yeah, Ranjit Singh versus Government of India. And this is the way our constitutions and our judiciary system has taken cognizance of the fact. Then what are the principles Government of India has adopted? It has followed India's climate policy is inclusive growth policy, poverty eradication, social development, and the constitutional provision. And we had our environment policy in 2006 in chapter 14, where the climate change issues were highlighted. Then it also promotes a climate-friendly lifestyle, and presently it is very popular in India and abroad. Life Mission, which was promoted by our Prime Minister. Then another one, India is following that principle, Article 3 of the UNFCCC, common but differentiated responsibility and respective capability. And again, India, internationally, how we are collaborative. India took lead for establishment of International Solar Alliance, then the Coalition of Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, and Global Biofuel Alliance. Then key regulatory support, Environmental Protection Act, it is there, and under that various rules, then Biodiversity Act, then Energy Conservation Act 2001 and Amended Act 2022, of course I wrongly written. Then Electricity Act 2003 and National Disaster Management Act 2005, National Rural Employment Guarantee Act 2005. That these are the acts or regulatory framework supported. Then India has its own national action plan, which has 10 national missions. Each mission has its own objective. It starts with solar mission, then mission on enhanced energy efficiency, then national water mission, agriculture mission, sustainable habitat, then national mission for Himalayan, then national action plan on health, then transport. Under all these national missions, these belongs to respective ministries, and they have prepared their own strategy with an target, which are being reflected in our national communication and NDC every year. And here, everybody knows probably what are all the commitment India has made so far, and the achievement I have given in red. Emission intensity reduction 30% we have reduced, which is much before the target date. Then 50% of cumulative target energy to be produced from non-fossil, we have achieved 46%. Then our target is to make the India carbon neutral or net zero by 2070, and we are also we have committed the life to preserve or protect our environment. Then there is one submission it is submitted to the UNFCCC by Government of India. It is a long-term low carbon development strategy. Whatever activities we are undertaking, Government of India has advised respective ministry through their strategy, they should see that it should be low carbon intensity activity. And there are various activities I have listed. And then policy scheme to climate action on energy, then clean energy is our objective. Then energy efficiency is also we are undertaking. Then our home, which are we are following as per the amended act. Nowadays, you must have seen we are all using LED bulb and all these things. We are very much concerned. Then industries, yes, recently there is a notification around 380 industries, they have been advised by 2028 they have to reduce certain quantity of energy intensity. Then space cooling, what we are using, India has its own national cooling plan. And I don't know whether IHC has changed from CFC to other gases. When it was constructed, I was here inside in the building. There they have used CFC 12. Probably they have now switched to HFC 134A, and the third conversion is going on. And this is the way how our energy efficiency under the Environment Conservation Act we are regulating in different sectors. Then policy and schemes for transport. Everybody now is aware that we are going for electric vehicle, and in more fuel efficiency. We have switched over from Bharat 4 to 6 now, and we are having now 6A. Next year probably we are going to have Bharat 7. Then coastal shipping and island waterways are also, we are trying to avoid, eliminate or switch over from diesel to solar. And policy action, economy resources efficiency, the policy and ecosystem facilitation, then material recovery and facilities, then mission life. This again, whatever actions we are taking here, it is both, it supports to adaptation as well as mitigation. Here, while we are taking adaptation action in water sector, suppose we are conserving water, means we are saving some fuel for its transport. This is the way, there are 7 points that in water sector. Then food security is again very important. India's millet program, why it is important? Because we are reducing our rice consumption. Rice is more water intensive crop. And integrated development of horticulture, the national innovation in climate resilient agriculture. This is a research program. Then organic farming, because to avoid the manure which is causing N2O, nitrous oxide. Then Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. Again, it will add to your plate to reduce some rice or other energy intensive or water intensive component. Then crop insurance. Then biodiversity conservation, of course, I will focus here. We are focusing now on blue economy, the conservation or protection of habitat near the coastal zone, so that we are getting more economy from that blue area. Then financing green transition in budget 2024, 23-24, there are 7 programs, very intensive program aiming towards the climate protection, and this was known as Saptarshi, 7 priority of the budget to provide climate finance. Then climate financing through national budget for all these activities. Of course, time constraint, I cannot read, but if anybody wants for information, this PPT can be taken from the. Then policy and span for carbon neutrality, then forest fragmentation, then compensatory afforestation, then Ek Ped, Maa Ke Naam. Again, yesterday it was 2 days back, Prime Minister repeated the same thing, Ek Ped, Maa Ke Naam pe. Then green credit program, it is a very good initiative in India. If you are saving some credit, environmental credit, you will get some finance. Then national afforestation program, which is under, again, we are promoting, government is promoting plantation system, what our chairman introduced. And then climate policy at state level, yes, there are national policies, but since 2009, in a meeting in August 18th, 2009, the then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh requested all chief ministers to have their state action plan on climate change in the line of a national action plan and consistent with the objective of all 10 national missions. And in the first stage, all 35 states, they had prepared their state action plan. Of course, during those days, adaptation was the prime objective. And after 2016, all states, they are trying to update it. Out of them, 18 they have updated with having focused both mitigation and adaptation. Mitigation means reduction of the greenhouse gas emission. And here again, of course, there are some issues regarding finance. And here I'm telling the global governance, where it is. Is it failed or it is progressing? Despite of progressing, there are some failures because of some clauses. CBDR principle, and some developing country, those who were not emitting enough greenhouse gas after 2001, they are the leading emitter, like India and China, Brazil. These are the some, because provisions are same. We are not accountable too much under a convention. There are some progress, revision need to be made at governance level. That's why last, in 2023, our Prime Minister told, climate change cannot be fought from conference table. What we are discussing or what have been and alone, it has to be fought from dinner table in every home. That every individual need to see what I am eating, whether it is a carbon footprint is less or more, how many lights I am having my dinner dining room, how much rice we have, how much non-veg we have, all these things are accounting for carbon footprint. Then the behavioral change that must begin at every home. And one of our minister, Anil Madhav Dave, he's no more, in Marrakesh meeting, his slogan was, there should be some Jan Andolan. Everybody need to revolt against himself first. Then only things will happen. What it was told by our chairman also, one need to initiate at oneself. And thank you for first hearing. Of course, it is not scientific, it was policy oriented. And we can discuss each issue in a separate session. It will give definitely more information to young students. With this, I'm concluding with the blessings of my students.
Thank you, Dr. Satpathy ji. It was indeed a very enriching session. Of course, there was paucity of time, but even though you could throw light on many international perspectives, readiness of the country for upcoming 2028 program, many national energy, fuel efficiency initiatives, including blue economy. And definitely these aspects would help the participants, especially the youth sitting here, to think over it, go to home and read more on each and every aspect so that you can take advantage of this session. Now I'd request Professor Savita Karkar ji to take. Professor Savita Karkar ji is a renowned marine microbiologist, former dean and senior professor at Goa University School of Biological Science and Biotechnology, with over more than 3 decades of academic and research experience. She has taught MSc Biotechnology students and guided over a dozen PhD candidates, with more 4 currently under her mentorship. Her work included research on psychophilic bacteria as a part of India's Arctic Expeditions 2009 and 2019. Professor Kerkar has authored over 50 international journal articles and 5 book chapters. Her numerous honors include British Council Scholarship 1997, Goa State Best Teacher Award 2020, NASI Women in Research Award 2022, and the Goa State Biodiversity Award 2023. Give a big clap for her achievements. In 2025, she was appointed as expert member of the Government of Goa for the conservation and revival of traditional salt pans, continuing her impactful contributions to science and environmental sustainability. Now over to Professor Kerkarji.
Thank you, sir. First and foremost, I would like to thank Debate House and especially Ven Keshila for inviting me here for this session. I'm delighted to speak and share a lot of my research over here, which I feel will be important for you in your life too. Dr. Pramod Kumar Sinha, the chairperson of our session, Dr. Satapati, and Mr. Soumya Datta. So today we had a very nice lunch, and I can see the after effects in the hall as well. So what do you think would be the best thing, the most important thing which was present in each and every dish today in the food? If that wasn't there, the food wouldn't have been tasty. What is it? Salt. So I think all of us need a pinch of salt in our lives and also in our food every day. Now the whole world is manufacturing salt, okay? We have it everywhere in the world. But because of the increase in the population, because of global warming, the areas are getting smaller and smaller every day. The areas where we make salt, I'll give you an idea about it, then you'll have a overview. And also, the politicians are converting lands in Goa especially and filling up the salt pan areas and making buildings, okay? So most of the Delhi population has come to Goa recently because they say that they don't have good air to breathe here in Delhi, so they have a second house in Goa. So we have been having a boom in constructions in Goa as well, and all the land fillings are going on. The rice plantation also has decreased. So they all blame it on global warming, but it's just constructions and constructions. You can see it everywhere in India, wherever you go. I don't know if that's going to be healthy for us. Now, my talk today is restoring the balance of marine ecosystems. I'm a marine microbiologist, so I'll go into the microbiology of things because I feel that microorganisms are the ones who regulate everything in our environment. They are the ones who detoxify all the problems which humans make, okay? And make the air more clearer for us to breathe. So whatever we have it because of the microorganisms. Also the plants, of course, because there's a direct interrelationship between all living organisms. Now, salt pans and their importance is my topic because salt has a lot of microorganisms which we eat along with the salt, which are very healthy for our gut, okay? Now, when we take a dose of antibiotics, all the normal flora in our digestive system dies. And then we have an imbalance of digestion. And this normally happens because the microorganisms in our gut get destroyed. So we have to replenish them. So we take more tablets, we take probiotics, we take so many things. But a pinch of salt has so many bacteria which are very good for our digestive system. Now all of you at home must be having the commercial salt, which is Tata salt or Saffola salt and all that. Let me just tell you in 1 minute the difference between these two salts. If you have the natural salt, this is it, and I would like you to taste a little bit. There's a wooden spoon inside, you can taste a grain of it. I give this to all my students. I've been teaching for 34 years. I was also the chief warden of the ladies' hostel. So anyone who had a throat infection, it was this salt which they had to take a pinch and sleep with it under their tongue. So it just clears your throat. And this salt has such a beautiful taste because it has 74 nutrients, which are more than the commercial salt which you have. Commercial salt is a free-flowing salt. When you put it in a bottle, it flows very easily because it has aluminum silicate. And aluminum silicate is a chemical by which you get Alzheimer's later in your old age. So it goes and deposits in the brain. So the more refined the products are, the more dangerous they are to humans. So it's better to have crude salt with a pinch of mud. There may be some mud in it because it's made openly, but the refined salt is much more dangerous because it has a lot of added chemicals. Now there was a big forum also in the whole world where they said local salt is very bad for health because it doesn't have iodine. You have so many advertisements on the TV which they say supplemented with iodine, you have to give it to improvise the brain of your children and all that. You know, you need to have iodized salt. You must have heard that. But our natural salt has plenty of iodine. I've done work on it, I've published papers, and this is the weapon I used to convince the government that our local salt is effective and it has iodine. Otherwise, everyone on the estuaries would have had goiter, which is iodine deficiency, and none of us have that, okay? So we have enough of iodine, and this iodine is stable. Even when we cook it and store it, the iodine lasts for more than 3 years. You know, you can keep this salt for more than 3 years with all the nutrients. So it's very healthy. So I advise you to buy the local salt wherever you get it and stop eating your iodized salt. This is lesson number 1 today, which I would like you to take away with you. Okay, so let's go on the journey of the salt pans. Now I just want to tell you what a salt pan is. Now, first we deal with the marine ecosystems. We have the intertidal zones. In the intertidal zones, the natural ecosystems are the mangrove ecosystems, the coral reefs, which are supposed to be the Amazon of the marine environment. And we have the marine salt pans, or the salt pans, or marine salterns we also call them, which are the only man-made ecosystems, marine man-made ecosystems. They are not naturally made. Human beings make these ecosystems. The second is the open oceans, where we have the marine organisms which control it. And we have the deep seas, where the sediments have the maximum organisms. And 4 is the hydrothermal vents. How many of you have heard of hydrothermal vents over here? So hydrothermal vents are more than 4,000 meters deep, right in the deep sea. And there are chimneys there which emit smoke. They are called black smokers. And the tinier hydrothermal vents are the white smokers, which emit white smoke, okay? And these have a biodiversity of organisms around them which detoxify the toxic gases which are emitted from this smoke and make the water pure. So there also organisms have a very active role to play. So these are the ecosystems. So these are the mangrove ecosystems. I think all of you must have seen these. Okay, so we have different types of mangroves, and they are so important because each mangrove supports a biodiversity of organisms. Like we have Rhizopora species, only on that species the honeybees come and make their nest to make honey, not on any other species. So if we destroy Rhizopora species, that's the end of honey from the mangrove species, you know. So they are very, very important in many things. We have the coral reefs, which are very rich in biodiversity of fish and organisms and mollusks and sea squirts. And lots of bioactive compounds have been made from these organisms, which are very useful for humankind. We have the open oceans, a lot of bacteria in the oceans, on the fish, on the living mammals in the ocean. And these are the hydrothermal vents which I was discussing about. These are the plumes of black smoke coming out. So if you have a very hot pan, okay, and you're making an omelette, and you sprinkle some water on it, what happens? The water will just evaporate, right? The same thing happens when we have a crack in the depth of the ocean. And why does this crack comes? Because there are earthquakes, there are volcanoes on the terrestrial ecosystem, so there is an impact in the marine ecosystem. When a small crack develops in the bottom of the marine ecosystem, all the cold water, which is 0 to 2 degrees, seeps into that and comes out in the form of a spurt. And when this comes out in the form of an explosion, the deeper it is, the blacker smoke you get, because there are lots of minerals like magnesium and iron and basalt which come and dissolve in this, and these nutrients deposit on the chimneys of the hydrothermal vent. So that is a hydrothermal vent chimney.
That's why I didn't go in detail.
Okay, so these are the marine salt pans. This is a picture which I have clicked on my own. I've done research for salt pans over 30 years now. So I feel all the salt pans belong to me. So if anything happens to them, I feel very bad about it. So what is a characteristic of a salt pan? The salt pans have extreme environmental conditions. Why do we call them extreme? Because they're extreme for humans. We cannot live in so high salinity. If you put your fingers in the sea, your fingers become wrinkled. The sea has only 3.5% of salt. But these have 300 parts per thousand. That is 30%, 50% of salt. That means 500 parts per thousand. Okay, so it's so much of a concentration, these salt pans, and we have bacteria living in these salt pans. So in all the extremophilic environments, we have psychrophiles which live in cold environments. We have thermophiles which live in heated environments, hot springs. We have halophiles. We have alkaliphiles. We have acidophiles which live in extreme acidic conditions. Out of all these extremophilic conditions, halophily is the one which is the most toxic in the sense, not toxic, but the highest level of extremophilic, okay, conditions. So here we have a lot of, now depending on where it is located, the ions, the minerals in the salt are different. We have two different ways of how the salt originates. One is a direct origin from the seawater, and these are called thalasso-halide. The origin is sodium and chloride ions are dominating. Sodium and chloride is salt, right? But we have athalassohalide, which also belong to not the sea, but saline environments like lakes and all that. So we have the big salt mono lake, we have the soap lake. The pH is very high, alkaline conditions, okay? And the salinity is more than 10%, and the predominant ions here are magnesium and carbonates, okay? So that is how the salt also tastes very different. So this has a lot of magnesium and iron also, the salt which you had now, okay? Because it's from Goa. So hypersaline environments are those environments where we have high salt concentrations. So these are thalassohalide and athalassohalide, which I told you. So the athalassohalide, the origin is not from the sea. Thalassohalide, the origin is from seawater, okay? So this is thalassohalide. So in thalassohalide, you have salt mine drainage waters, you have playas. Playas are beaches, actual coastal splash zones on the beaches. You have tide pools, brine springs from underground salt deposits. Even in the Arctic, in the North Pole, you have salt because the water crystallizes and the saline water is below that. It doesn't crystallize. So that is taken and they make salt out of it. So everywhere in the world, they make salt, okay? So this is the Great Salt Lakes in US. This is Cape Verde in Italy. Just to give you an overview of what the salt pans look like in different parts of the world. This is in South America, Cusco salt pan in Peru. So you can see the terracing system like steps. So the sea is right on top. And when the high tide comes in, the water flows into the steps. Then Gozo salt pan in Europe. Athalassohalide. These are the origin is not from the sea. So you get it in the mountainous range, okay, in the lake regions, in ponds, okay? So even in the Antarctica, we have athalassohalide. So this is the Dead Sea in Jordan. I think all of you have heard of the Dead Sea. The salinity, if you go and swim in the Dead Sea, you float on it because the salinity is 43%, okay? Very high. This is the Mono Lake, which is a soda brine. You can see structures of mountains. I've exceeded the limit? Oh, no, 3 minutes, okay. Okay, and then we have the salt production in the world, where India is the third. China is first, and it's because of Tibet, because Tibet makes the largest amount of salt, and China takes the credit for it. Then we have United States, and we have India is third in the production. However, in the export, we have India 7th in place, because India consumes a lot, and the industry also consumes a lot of salt, okay? So Netherlands is the first now, and then followed by Germany. So what are the minerals in the salt? I told you there's 75 different minerals. This is my research, which I've done, okay, in the natural salt. And we have macro minerals as well as minor trace elements, and we have adequate of iodine. The iodine recommended WH value is 15 ppm, 15 ppm. Our natural salt has 17 to 40 ppm, and it's very stable. So we have adequate amount of iodine. Okay, this is the China-Tibet, the oldest method of salt making. You can see it on the left side. So they have more than 3,000 salt pans, and they use it by the evaporating technique through the sea, where seawater is let in and it is evaporated, and then they harvest the salt. Okay, so these are the tiny structures. This is an aerial view of the salt pans in Tibet. So you can see so small, each square is one salt pan. Okay, it's so beautiful. So this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah, again an aerial view. This is the Etosha salt pan in Namibia in Africa. Here we have the Salar de Uyuni in Bolivia. This is the biggest salt pan in the whole world. Okay, this is the Gozo salt pan in Rome, in Malta. Here in Sicily in Italy, this is the salt pan. And we come to Indian salt. So India has about 11,800 salt manufacturers, and they are all engaged in the manufacture of common salt. Now, all these employees are employed only for 8 months, because now with the climate change, all the seasonal changes have come up. We have the pre-monsoon, the post-monsoon, and the monsoon season. Previously, monsoon season was 4 months, and that's the time when the workers got rest. But pre-monsoon and post-monsoon, the salt is always manufactured. Now, with global warming, the monsoon has been extended. Once the monsoon comes, there's a dilution of the seawater, and the salt doesn't evaporate so fast. Okay? So this is Rameshwar and Bhavani salt pan, which is in Gujarat. So the highest one in India is Gujarat, followed by Tamil Nadu. Okay? Now, salt pans is a community-led ecosystem. We have a lot of salt marsh areas which are useful for salt cultivation, but some of them are inundated with seawater, and they cannot be used anymore. So millions of workers are engaged in this. We have 150,000 workers per day, which are hired in Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, and Mumbai, and 8 months a year is their employment period. Okay, now in the salt manufacturing season, we have pisciculture, and that same area is used for rice cultivation. So there's a rotation in the crop. So what we want to do in Goa, I've been put in the committee now, because I have in the Goa committee, just now last month I got the letter. So I'm happy about it, because I can do something for Goa. And so what we have done is those 8 months, we have told the government that they should be paid for 12 months. All the workers, and they will be engaging in fish culture in the monsoon months, as well as they will be doing rice cultivation. But rice grows a particular species of rice called the korgut rice grows in salt pan inundated areas. Okay, and this is one of the work which one of my PhD students has done, and she's made a fertilizer so that this korgut rice can grow efficiently in the salt pans. Okay, in those areas. Okay, so this is the history of the Goan salts. Now, previously Goa used to export its salt to Thailand and Burma and African countries. This was in 1855. However, in 64 and 65, there were 200 salt pans, and the production was around 25,000 metric tons, which is a lot of salt. However, in 2002, the production is only 16,000 metric tons, and only 16 salt pans are there in Goa. So you can see the conversion rate, okay? The destruction rate and the conversion rate. And these are the salt pans in Goa. Okay, can you see the buildings coming up on the sides of the salt pan? And slowly one day you'll see them disappeared. So one day I went to one of my salt pans to collect a sample, and I saw a hotel, bar and restaurant, and it was named as Salt. The salt pan wasn't there at all. There was a restaurant there called Salt Bar and Restaurant. I got a shock. I clicked a photograph and sent it to the press actually, but it was the local minister who had converted it. Okay, so these are some of the salt pans in Goa. Okay, now what is the process of salt pan making? In 1 minute I'll tell you. The seawater comes on a low-lying area in a slope, and there is something called a sluice gate. So through that gate, the water gushes in during high tide, and then the salt pan makes us close that area. So that gate is closed. So it comes into a primary salt pan with all the dirt and muck from the sea. It comes in that primary salt pan. Then it settles down there for 10 days, and then they make a small groove here. Can you see this?
Yes, yes, right.
Okay. Okay, so another one. The best thing is my thing. Okay, so here, patch this up over here. So the water which is coming from the primary one goes through this small lane into the secondary pond. So once you pack this up, the water will remain here. So whatever water you want in the secondary pond, you fill it up and then plug it there. So it is done with mud, nothing else is used. Okay, now this is how the salt looks when it starts evaporating. You can see these crystals on the surface, and then these are the salt pan workers who push the salt with this instrument. It's just a wooden, a stick with that small thing like we use when we have water in our houses.
Wipers.
Yeah. So it's just a wooden one here, and then they just put the salt on the sides, and then it accumulates on these bunds. So the wall which is there on the side is known as the bund. Okay, so you can see the salt being accumulated there, and that is the primary pond and the secondary pond, and this is how they gather the salt. So the salt which you are eating is from this mound which I brought. So these are the monsoon activities in the salt pans. So the same salt pan, they let the water in, it becomes diluted, the salinity, and they plant rice, or they do it for pisciculture, prawn culture and fish culture, local varieties. So these are the halotolerant bacteria which are known as halotolerant, which can tolerate high concentration of salt, and halophilic, which love salt and cannot live without salt. Okay, there are two types of bacteria, organisms. So this is what the water looks like when these halophiles grow in the water. This is a picture from America. You can see even the salt crystals look pink because of the bacteria which produce this pigment. Now you'll ask me, why is this pigment produced? The pigment is produced to protect the bacteria from the sun radiations. Like when we go into the sun, our skin becomes black because we produce melanin. The bacteria produce bacteriorhodopsin, which is a pink colored pigment. Okay, so this is some work from the microorganisms which we got. So I got medicines against anti-Parkinsonism, anti-dementia, antidepressant, anti-gastric ulcer, antifungal, antioxidant, anti-cancer, antipsychotic, and anti-anxiety drugs we have isolated from the bacteria from the salt pans. So we did this work over 30 years, but I feel very happy about it because some of this has gone to CDRI Lucknow, and it's being processed as a medicine now. Now this is what the halobacteria look like. If you see them under the microscope, they look like this. This is a SEM picture, that is scanning electron microscopy. So it is magnified 1,000 times. Okay, now what is the application of this? So they are used in the food industry for salted foods, leather industry for processing all your bags. Okay, the salt hides, the hides of leather are processed in salt. The commercial production of beta carotene, which is what? What is beta carotene? It's an antioxidant. Where is it present in your vegetables? In carrot, okay? So if you eat carrots, you have beta carotene, it's an antioxidant. Ectoine is used in creams, in moisturizers to keep your skin moist, because the bacteria in the salt pans protect themselves by producing ectoine. Otherwise they get dehydrated. Yes? I feel like
Second sleep.
Okay, so this is bacteriorhodopsin, and this is the pigment which is used in information storage. This is a new invention which has come in the market now. I mean, it's not my invention, but I always wonder how can they store data in a pigment, you know? It's used for data storage, and this is the future of data storage now. Dunaliella salina is a beautiful organism. It's a cyanobacteria, okay? And this cyanobacteria produces beta carotene, and these are the tablets in the market if you want pure beta carotene. Then they isolate the pigment, which is an orange pigment, and that is used, you can see, in feeding salmon fish so that the meat becomes more orange and it gets a higher price in the market. for making the rosa is marigold flowers, more orange. So you put it in the manure and give it to the marigold, they become more orange. And a new company has come which is called Cosme Nutrients, where cosmetics are infused with nutrients so that you have a better porosity in your skin and your skin can breathe. Okay? So these beta carotenes are also put in cosmetics. This is a very beautiful creature called Artemia salina. It is a hypersaline prawn which is microscopic and it's used as a fish feed. And this can survive and in your next life, if you want to survive in your whole life, you can become an Artemia. Pray to God that you become an Artemia because Artemias don't die. They produce cyst. When they don't like the environment around them, they get transformed into a cyst. And this cyst can be stored in your drawer for more than 100 years. Once you put it in water, it becomes Artemia. Okay? So it's such a wonderful organism. So this is the formulation which my student has made. Her name was Amruta. She's a scientist now in Dubai. So she made this fertilizer to grow Korgut rice. Then another girl, Samantha Fernandez, she is now teaching in our department. She's made a prawn feed to make the prawns fatter. So this is from the salt pan organisms. Then we have made a medicine to preserve mushrooms where you increase the shelf life. Mushrooms become black in the fridge if you store them for 1 or 2 days. You know, the agaricus species. So if you spray this on the mushrooms, they remain fresher for about 10 days. Then we are detoxifying hydrogen sulfide gas from wastewater by using these organisms to strip hydrogen sulfide gas. And these are actinobacteria, different types of actinobacterial species which produce antibiotics. So we we supplied 2 new antibiotics which are going under human trial now. This is biosurfactants which help in oil pollution. These are the bacteria which eat oil. So you can use them to spray on oil spills. So they degrade the oil. So this is also a commercial compound. We want to patent it. We haven't done it yet. These are the different types of salt crystals if you're interested. They look so beautiful. And which is mine? Mine means the one in the middle is what you ate. Okay? The applications of salt. Now you know that Colgate has also come with salt. Salt Colgate, na? So it's good for the teeth. Then we have Deo sticks. We have salt inhalers which are used for asthma. Okay, natural, it's just salt which you have to inhale. And then you can see the neti pot where you wash your sinusitis if you have it. I mean in Delhi I think it will be very useful in the next 10 years. And here we have salting of fish. Nothing happens to the fish for the whole year if you use the local salt. You use your commercial salt and this fish will decay within 1 month. And this is an artist called Motoi Yamamoto. He's from Japan and he only does art with salt. So I found this very interesting. You can see him just doing designs with salt and he earns millions of dollars with this art. Okay, he's an installation artist. So since my husband is also an artist, I read a lot about art, but when it comes to salt, it's more interesting for me. Okay, so my message is to conserve the salt pans and its immense biodiversity. And on its own, the salt pans acts as a sponge to protect the whole marine ecosystem. So when we have these hurricanes and, tufan, everything, the salt pans are the one which act as a buffer to protect our marine ecosystem. And what we are doing now in the scheme which I've provided to the government, we are formulating, 4 issues we are addressing. One is to support the active salt pan workers in making the bunds, and also the sluice gates which have got destroyed with the natural calamities. Revival of the lost salt pans where people have no money to revive them. So I've asked the government to provide a one fund, so that they can revive them. Restoration of the non-functional and encroached salt pans, and quality assessment and certification for the salt which is produced from them to see that it's not polluted. Okay, and so these are the things which we are going to do at the start for this year. As soon as the the rainy season gets over, we are going to start these activities in Goa. So Mahatma Gandhi also, because of him, we don't have taxes on the salt, so we have to be very grateful to him. 1930, he was the one who complained to the British government that we will not pay any taxes on salt because salt is manufactured in our country. Why should we pay taxes? So this was not passed for many, many years, but he did not let go. A peaceful satyagraha, a Dandi March, he did, and in 1947, when Nehru came into power, this resolution was passed and our taxes were eliminated. So now we don't pay taxes. In the whole world, nobody is paying taxes on salt. Okay? So we have to be grateful to Gandhiji. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Savita ji. It was rather very interesting to go through your conversations and your slides, and many of us could know virtually more details how marine ecosystem is being protected through your salt pan initiatives, how global perspective and minerals in salt are being utilized in different areas, how halo tolerant bacteria is again being used in different perspective and their utilities. So definitely it was a very interesting session on marine ecosystem. Now I request our next speaker, Mr. Soumya Datta ji, to kindly take charge. Let me inform Mr. Soumya Datta ji is a distinguished environmentalist, science communicator, and a leading advocate of the climate justice movement in India. A veteran of the People's Science Movement, he was instrumental in launching two of the country's most significant grassroots science education campaigns, the Bharat Jan Gyan Vigyan Jatha and the National Children's Science Congress. With a career spanning over 2 decades, Mr. Datta has been deeply involved in people's movement across South Asia, focusing on environmental sustainability, climate justice, equitable development, democratic access to energy and resources. He is a founding member of both India Climate Justice and South Asia People's Action on Climate Crisis. He has served on the advisory board of the UN Climate Technology Center and Network. Mr. Datta has contributed over a dozen books and authored more than 100 articles covering a wide range of topics. He has worked extremely on vulnerable communities, offering science and strategic support for environmental safeguards. As an active participant of UNFCCC climate negotiation process for over 16 years, he also led capacity building workshops and delivered lectures at various institutions including US, Europe and China. In addition to environmental work, Mr. Datta is a trained mountaineering instructor and a passion educator. Through his multifaceted contribution, he continues to inspire and influence the fields of environmental justice, science, communication and sustainable development. Now over to Professor Datta.
Thank you for the glowing introduction. In fact, right at the beginning, I should give an namaskar and good afternoon. Right at the beginning, I should give a few clarifications. One, the abstract printed under my name is not actually the abstract. If my abstract was about the earth, the abstract there in the print is about the Titan. So it's that different. So that's a mistake. I think it will be, so please don't take that and when I speak, you say there's no match. So that's one clarification. Second is, I was asked to speak about innovative legal measures in tackling climate crisis and restoration. One clarification, I am not a legal person, I am a scientist, and I would have loved to take on and also to provoke you, because in a consultation like this, if everybody agrees, okay, this is good, then it's not so interesting. What do the young people feel? Is it very good? Everybody says good. Don't think critically, don't challenge. don't question, because after coming, I didn't hear any questions, that there's no opportunity. I think critical thinking needs a bit of debate, throwing questions in a friendly manner. And I would have really loved to take on the many myths and false solution about climate change, including the myth that planting saplings, let's take on, nobody plants trees, everybody plants a sapling, and that sapling takes 12 years, 10 years, 12 years to grow to a tree. Not all do. If you do a simple math, you'll see even tackling 20% of India's present emission is impossible by converting 75% of India's cropland. So that's not a real climate solution. So I'll not go into that here, but if in a later forum, wherever there is this, people need to do maths, because this is a very popular myth. Everybody talks about that. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not against planting sapling. I love to do that. In fact, one place close to Madam, your place in Konkan, where I don't belong, but I'm building a small house. Even cracking rock, I'm planting saplings. But that's not the point. Planting saplings is absolutely no solution to the climate crisis. And I can show you by simple arithmetic, if that kind of, and that will be a good mental exercise. Let me come down to the given topic, that what kind of innovations in legal sphere can be used, are being used to address the question of climate change and ecological destruction to restore. Because I was looking at the headline of the session, ecological restoration at a crossroads. It's not only the problems, it's ecological restoration. And balance in an age of climate crisis. I hope, I was a little late, so I arrived at towards the end of the inaugural session. So I don't know whether the tipping points, the planetary boundaries, and the runaway climate change threat, these are really highlighted or not, but I didn't hear any of this. No. I think when you talk about climate crisis, without knowing about the planetary boundaries, the earth systems, and the tipping points, you really can't understand anything about crisis. So I think that should have been one of the presentations, why we are calling it a crisis. And many scientists whom I know, whom I interacted with here, sitting here, I was looking at Dr. Satpathy, then I realized in Marrakesh in 2016, we were there because Anil Madhav Dave at that point, Minister of Environment, Forest, Climate Change, he was very close to us also. And I have been interacting with the ministry off and on. So without understanding the criticality of the tipping points and the earth system, I think climate crisis is really just a term. Anyway, let me come to the legal innovation in using legal innovation to address the climate crisis and ecological restoration. Why do you need legal? If governments are doing all that is needed, if the companies are so good, all are green, forget about that, most of this is greenwashing. If all of them, companies, governments, you, me, everybody is doing green, why do you need legal challenges? So here comes the crux. The Kyoto Protocol that has been talked about, 1997, was called legally binding. Most countries didn't follow this, nothing happened. The Paris Agreement, which again, I am not a big fan, I have been there from 2009 COP, Copenhagen COP, to every COP, every conference of parties, and a lot of intersessionals, where a lot of more debates take place. Dr. Satpathy knows very well. If we are really doing all this as the science demands, as the climate science demands, and IPCC came out with a assessment report 6 cycle, almost 3 years now, the first report. So then we need not have to go to the legal challenge to do anything. Everything is happening nicely. Why are we doing it? Let's not go into the international scene, that will take time, and Dr. Satpathy has presented the governance framework, architecture. Let's look at India. How many of you have heard about the TSR Subramaniam committee report or committee? No one. It was a systemic effort, and let me be very clear. I'll be a little provocative. I'll bring up facts without mouthing niceties only. The TSR Subramaniam Committee was constituted, you can look through, it's available in the website, to dilute India's environmental law frameworks systematically. Law after environmental law has been broken down and diluted. The environmental impact assessment notification, which is a sort of backbone of India's environmental regulation, has been modified n number of times. Giving post facto clearance was also proposed. Fortunately, the Supreme Court rejected very recently, but without rejecting all the clearances that has been already given. So you set up a polluting industry, you do pollution at a massive scale, then go and pay a little fine and you are regularized. You don't need to do EIA, environmental impact assessment. A lot of projects coming up in the coastal areas, those who know, the CRZ regulations have been again and again and again diluted. Earlier it was 500 meters from the high tide line, it was brought down to 200 meters, 50 meters, now many places 20 meters. So you can build a big structure 20 meters from the high tide line, not regarding the fact that climate crisis has already increased the cyclone numbers in the Arabian Sea by 100%. And this is not a projection, this is a data. From 2008 to 2023, in the 15 years, if you take 5-year periods, you know that in the 3 seas that we are surrounded by, the Bay of Bengal is more cyclone prone, the Arabian Sea was not so much cyclone prone. But over the last 15-20 years, and this has happened nowhere else in such a speed, the Arabian Sea cyclones have increased 100%. The last study period, 2019-23, 19-20, 21-20, 23, it is 11 cyclones, which was 5 cyclones in 5-year period. And this is the trend, and there is a scientific reason. The sea surface temperatures have broken all records in 23 and 24, and the wind shear has changed in the Arabian Sea dramatically. So looking at all this, our legal frameworks are still being diluted. Our environmental laws are still being broken down. For 30-35 years, people's movements, grassroots movements, good NGOs, legal researchers have worked day and night, burning the lamp, oil lamp, not exactly oil lamp, electricity, to work out good legal frameworks. The CRJs were one. The EIA is a backbone. The rules brought out that in multiple cases, linear projects will not require EIA. What are linear projects? Roads, canals, transmission lines. Huge amount of infrastructure going through forests, going through very vulnerable grasslands, wetlands, don't need environmental impact assessment. So if you don't do even environment impact assessment, and even after, when the earlier scenario of environmental impact assessment was being done mandatory, we don't have history of environmental rejection for more than 2 or 3 projects. For tens of thousands and projects, only 2 or 3 projects have been rejected earlier at the EIA level. One was, of course, I was very much involved, but I'll not go into that because that might land me in troubles. In case, what is India's environmental performance index? Anybody an idea? If we are doing all so good, we are planting saplings, we are doing all the environmental things, what is India's environmental performance index? 176 out of 183 countries. Does that indicate that we are doing really good? So in this scenario, where our environmental index, environmental performance is abysmal, where over the last several years we are breaking down environmental regulatory frameworks, we are diluting all kinds of environmental laws, and we are bringing amendments like someone mentioned about Disaster Management Act. I must mention this also, the kind of approach that we have. People are aware of the Wayanad disaster. Somebody mentioned here, I think last Wayanad disaster, everybody is aware of. You know what happened as a response to that? Local groups, including some groups that I am involved in Kerala, they mobilized both the Kerala government and the banks to a proposal that those who are affected by the Wayanad disaster, some 400 some families, their bank loan should be waived off. Because they have taken loan and built houses and other things, those are now gone. So they are paying EMI, on top of that they are paying rent in somewhere. So their bank loans should be waived off. And the Kerala bank accepted that. Immediately, which is the custodial framework for disaster management? The National Disaster Management Act. Immediately the government and the custodial ministry is Ministry of Home Affairs. They brought in an amendment, disaster, and this is recent, very recent, the Disaster Management Amendment Bill. What did it propose? It took away the recommendatory powers of loan waiver. Instead of looking at how you can help people, they took away, the amendment took away the recommendatory power of NDMA and SDMAs, that they can just recommend, not mandatory, that loans can be waived off, and all these were centralized in a central crisis management committee. We tried to stop this in Rajya Sabha. It was passed in Parliament, Lok Sabha last December. It came into the Rajya Sabha this March, and we tried to stop it by writing to all members, including the ruling party members. I talked to my friends who are some MPs who have been interacting long, and only 3 opposition MPs turned up to speak against this. So why I am giving this? This will give you an idea if you are pushed to the corner, and not just human beings. The whole of nature is being pushed to the corner just for greed, and some of these come in different forms. Have any one of you, many of you might have heard about the ease of doing business as a policy. Where did it come from? Who proposed it? And this is not only in India, in multiple countries, the World Bank. So the combination of the ease of doing business, and
it's a global index.
It's a global index. Now the World Bank got discredited, they had to withdraw it. But this and the environmental dilutions were tied together. So in this case, there are several legal processes that civil society, movement groups, youth groups particularly had to take up. One of the routes is the tort laws, use of tort laws. And this has been used by youth groups in many places. Tort laws can be used in multiple situations. One is negligence. The government has not taken care to correct something where there is a danger. One can be nuisance. These are parts of tort laws. That you have created a nuisance. Then public trust doctrine. These are all part of tort laws. Tort laws are something is wrong, twisted, and you can take it which is not there in common law, not the other laws, not your environmental regulation. So you can use it. It's also been used for transboundary harm. For some industry, some entity in another country doing harm to you, and it happens regularly. And I have been negotiating with Bangladesh groups and India groups and Nepal groups regularly. So that transboundary tort laws. So one of the main routes, and I will request 2, 3, 4 minutes extra, because just through going through this, that has been used by youth groups. One of the very good examples, a couple of examples, one in America, USA, this Juliana versus United States of America. This was dismissed, but this raised a lot of awareness about what kind of harm is being done by the government by not acting, and the youth pointed out, by not acting, that is negligence, you are actually harming our future. The other case, that's from Peru. One farmer, it's very difficult to pronounce the name, Liluala, like something like that. He lodged a case. Of course, all of these are held by groups. Individuals cannot take it up. He lodged a case against the German energy giant RWE. And he challenged, because you are doing so much fossil fuel burning, even in our country and exploring, the glacial lake outburst floods, GLOBs, have increased tremendously. Somebody mentioned GLOBs also earlier session. And if you think, this is again a data, in our Satluj river, in the last 5.5 years, the number of glacial lakes have increased from 553 to 1054. And the risk of glacial lake outburst floods all over the Himalayan region has gone up dramatically. You must not have forgotten 2023 South Lonar Lake burst in Sikkim, which was such a massive event, it broke away a massive dam. And countless number of people were damaged. Their houses, people were washed away. And this is another area where tort laws can be used, people are using it. So good thing is this particular case, after initial reluctance, the German legal system, German courts have accepted as a valid case. So it is now in the evidentiary phase. There are many such cases, I will not go into detail because the time is short. The second route that people are now taking, and as I said, I have justified why we must resort to innovative legal challenges. The second route is through laws which are not apparently environmental, which are rights laws. In India, can you mention quickly recent rights laws, rights-based laws, which affects a very large number of people? Have anyone heard about the Forest Rights Act? So Forest Rights Act have been used in a very unique, iconic struggle. How many of you have heard about the Niyamgiri struggle in Odisha? In Niyamgiri Hills, I went there in 2009 on invitation to by the struggle group. Massive mountains which are full of bauxite, and bauxite is a porous mineral which holds a lot of water, so a lot of rivers come out. It's full of forest, full of water, full of food, the whole forest. And Vedanta was trying to cut down the entire mountain to remove the bauxite. So the Dongriakon, which is PVTG, is a Dongriakon who live in the mountain and Majikon who live just below the mountain. Together took out this case. They used the Forest Rights Act, and the Forest Rights Act provides in those areas where the forest rights applies, where indigenous people are living before 2006 December, because 2006 is the year when the Forest Rights Act was implemented. 2008 the rules were formulated and notified. And they have successfully challenged it. Initially there were applications, their case was dismissed. Finally the Supreme Court held the FPIC, free prior informed consent, not consultation, is a must for the no objection certificate by the Gram Sabhas. And all 12 Gram Sabhas rejected the proposal. The mining proposal was cancelled. So this has been successfully challenged. The third aspect that I will quickly go, because there are lots and lots of cases where people have successfully and also unsuccessfully challenged destructive projects, built upon their case and restored. In the Forest Rights Act, do you know, is anybody there from Maharashtra, Gadchiroli or Yatmal? These two districts in Maharashtra have done what we are talking about in restoration. They fought for forest rights, and forest rights don't only mean you take something from the forest, because the first part is community forest rights and individual forest right, but the second part of the law provides the indigenous communities, the communities, traditional forest dwelling communities who are living there for centuries, will manage, plan, manage what kind of forest, what richness it will have, what is the original species, not exotic species. So they manage, and many of the villages, hundreds and hundreds of villages, they have regenerated very large forest. Many of the Gram Sabhas are rich. Some of the Gram Sabhas have earned more than 1 crore from just bamboo sales. So there is a possibility of restoration and rural economy regeneration going hand in hand. Unless we take those innovative measures, our formal legal structures are not giving us that space. The formal legal structure, I will repeat, is actually pushing people out of their land. And I can give n number of examples from Assam and Arunachal. Right now, there's a massive fight going on in Arunachal. The indigenous people are there are massive police, and which is called this Central Armed Police Force, have been posted, because people are saying, don't drown our villages. More than 110 villages are going to be drowned for a big dam. And they said, we don't have any other place to go. But our development juggernaut cannot stop. So a lot of police camps, not police camps, Central Armed Police Force have been put there. people have been arrested. One young advocate who was leading this struggle called Ibo Mili. He disappeared sometime, fortunately he came back. So this is happening throughout India. And not only India, I'll end by saying this. We are in it seems, the governmental process of both the largest democracy by number and the richest democracy now are in a race to the bottom. They are actually in a race. How do you break down all environmental regulations? How do you make corporate profiteering the primary target? How do you displace people who have some rights? And how do you even break down your rights framework? And in face of that, in both countries, I don't need to explain what is happening in USA today, right from, if you think about climate change action, the Inflation Reduction Act of Biden was one of the backbone of climate action. Immediately after coming back, Trump abolished that, and many other, along with many others. So this leaves us, particularly the young people, because our lifetime will be how much? 20 years, 15, 20 years will be gone, 25 years at most. But the young people will be here for next 40, 50 years, and the next generation. And by all scientific evidence, every study, whether it is the planetary boundaries, whether it is the conservative IPCC AR6, whether it is India's own 2020 study by the Ministry of Earth Science, the impact of climate change over the Indian region, it's a public domain, you can look at it. All of these are showing we are entering a very, very difficult region. Next 20 years, next 10 years, we are going to cross in this, just after this decade, going to cross this first red line of 1.5 degrees. So I'll, particularly to the young people here, please open your eyes. Don't think everything is going goody-goody. Don't think that some of you who are the privileged and elite, they can get and the rest of the country can be happy. So there is lot of crying needs for understanding. Depth of understanding has to be increased. Throw critical questions. Go deeper into what people are saying and what your documents are saying. And then, if you have courage, take up the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Soumya Dattaji. It was quite provocative session, and definitely, as most of the speakers right from beginning has been conveying, the onus has to be taken by each and every individual. Each and every individual has to be ambassador. So the concluding session of Datta Saab brought to that with many legal bindings, throwing light on gaps in existing systems in place, challenges, and nevertheless, for a country of close to 150 crore population, there will be many more such challenges. So there has to be a balance between system in place and what are the emerging requirements, challenges, as Mr. Datta conveyed. And definitely there will be some emerging lines which can bridge the gaps and bring a kind of situation which will be equitable with social justice. Video? One video is to no video. So this concludes this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pramod Kumarji, for chairing this session, and thank you for 3 esteemed speakers for sharing your respective expertise from policy making to marine ecosystem. It was really productive, and unfortunately our 4th speaker was not able to come today due to certain reasons, but we have his presentation, and we'll be sharing his presentation to all the participants and speakers through email. And without taking much time, I would like to request Professor Renuka Singh, Director General of Tushita Mahayana Meditation Center, to please come over the stage and hand over the souvenirs to our chairperson and respective speakers. We have our chairperson, Dr. Pramod Kumarji, visiting faculty, social reformer, and think tank, development sector, entrepreneurship. We have our first speaker, Dr. S. Asatapate, former Director, Climate Change and Government of India. We have our second speaker, Professor Savita Kiegar, a marine microbiologist, former Dean and Senior Professor, School of Biological Science and Biotechnology, Goa University. Please give a huge round of applause. Lastly, we have Mr. Somya Dadaji, visiting Senior Fellow, South Asia People's Climate Action. Thank you so much, everyone. And now we are left with our last session of today. Maybe after the session, we do not have much time right now for the question and answer session. Now we left with our last session, which is the most interesting session of today, which is student panel discussion. And I'd like to request my colleague Kamal Zombala to moderate this session. Thank you so much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Tashi Delek. First of all, I would like to thank each one of you for participating in this session as well. And also, I would like to thank our online participants. So, this is the most anticipated sessions of today's conference. The student panelists, the student panel discussion on the theme, Rewilding the Future, Solution and Strategies for Restoration. Today, we are fortunate to hear from a group of passionate and insightful student panelists. Through their research, advocacy, and lived experience, they bring unique perspectives on how rewilding can be applied across ecological, cultural, and community contexts. To begin this session, I would like to warmly welcome our chairperson, Dr. Prashant Rakesh Chauhanji, to the dais. I also invite our student panelists to kindly come forward and take your seats. We have Ms. Diksha Shakya, Ms. Tanzin Igzes Choskit, Mr. Pawan Kumar, Ms. Sangeet Rolma, and Ms. Ananya Tommy. Thank you, everyone. So without taking much of time, I would like to read a brief bio of our chairperson, Dr. Prashant Rakesh Chauhanji. Dr. Prashant Rakesh Chauhan is a distinguished social work educator, practitioner, and researcher, currently serving an associate professor at the Amity Institute of Social Science, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida. He leads the BSW, MSW, and MA in Development Studies programs and serves as the stream coordinator for social work. With over 18 years of experience, his expertise spans child labor, human rights, livelihood, corporate social responsibility, community development, and environmental protection. So may I kindly request Dr. Chauhanji to kindly lead this session and also kindly notify our student panelists about the time. So they will be given 4 minutes. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Yeah, so namaskar, good evening everyone. Every session today was excellent, and I would like to thank first of all Tibet House and the team for inviting us and giving us time, though it is little late. And youth is the future. Every speaker I think was telling since beginning, but I think youth is getting time at the end. This is a dilemma, but we'll work out how we will take forward, because youth has to take forward their own roads ahead. So we will take this session. Definitely, we have a wonderful youth representation on the stage, and when we talk about this, especially this session, which is saying the rewilding the future, solutions and strategies for restoration actually. So if we are talking about future, then youth is future. I don't think anyone in this hall will disagree with this, because we all are here, and youth, that energy which they have. And I think somebody said that we are talking since from past many years. I am not going into different ways, but each speaker, in every conference talks about certain generic issues which we are listening and listening and listening, and our climate is changing. So I think this session is going to be very important in a manner where what we speak and what we are expected to do, and what are our responsibilities, because we talk a lot, but definitely we do not follow and perform or act which is required for the पर्यावरण. So I think पृथ्वी को बचाना कोई विकल्प नहीं बल्कि एक ज़रूरत है, and I think all in this house will agree, because this is something which we are not giving anything in gift to our nature. If we want to survive, this is our duty that we should protect our nature. So I think this session, when we are talking about restoration, so this is very, very important, and a lot of efforts are being done in many ways, and definitely in Viksit Bharat, when we are expecting that there will be certain new changes will happen, when Honorable Prime Minister is specifically, focusing on this, and His Excellency Dalai Lama ji's also, vision about compassion and how we can restore our nature. So I think in this session I will not take much time, and I will request all my young friends that I know you have energy and you can talk a lot by your experience, but don't worry, you will get a chance. But here we have to minimize, so भावनाओं को हमें अपने control में रखते हुए we need to manage the timing. So 4 minutes are somehow we are saying. So whatever you want to don't follow write up or something. So it's better you speak in length, and let's see what we are coming to a conclusion. Okay? Thank you. Yeah, so in the first, I would like to invite my can somebody help me about एक second, thank you. नहीं वो तो है, लेकिन शेड्यूल में देखना चाह रहा था. Yeah, so we have first panelist with us. She is Diksha Shakya. She is a MA Psychology student from Galgotia University. So psychology is always important for all of us. So definitely it has a relation with the nature also. So Diksha, over to you. Please maintain the time frame, but don't, whatever you want to speak, just speak up.
Good afternoon everyone, I am Diksha Shakya from Galgotia's University. Today I'll be talking about a very impactful topic, that is eco-psychology. That is the intersection between environment and psychology. As we face climate crisis, it's important to understand its impact. Moving forward to learning what exactly eco-psychology is. It is a field that explores a deep connection between our psychological well-being and the natural world. The idea first emerged in 1990s with thinkers like Theodore Roszak and Joanna Macy. Core idea is that mental health and nature are intertwined. When we harm our planet, we harm ourselves. Let's understand the psychological impacts. Climate change isn't just an environment issue, but a psychological one too. We now experience climate anxiety, eco-grief, and solastalgia, which is a deep sadness when the environment around us changes or is being destroyed, which we can understand by a recent experience, that was Hyderabad incident, where the animals were shouting for our help, they were shrilling and they were crying. The disconnection from nature is one major cause of ecological damage, and psychological distress is a growing disconnection from nature. We are urbanizing, we are digitalizing our lives, living between four walls, and we are spending less and less time outdoors. And a very famous psychologist, Richard, calls this nature deficit disorder, which leads to apathy, stress, and anxiety. But there are certain psychological practices that we as individuals can do. There are many practices inspired by eco-psychology. Nature-based therapies can reduce stress and anxiety. Eco-art therapy helps people reconnect with earth. Even simple rituals or time spent in nature is deeply therapeutic. It is important to restore the balance. When we plant trees, when we clean rivers, we also restore our mental well-being. This is explained by a biophilia hypothesis that says humans have an innate love for nature just like humans have an innate instinct for survival. If you ask me what is the role of psychology, I would say it helps us understand why people avoid or deny climate change. It is due to fear, overwhelming feeling, and responsibility. Psychologists can design behavior change campaigns and support climate change and build resilience. As I come to the conclusion, I would like to say that we are a part of planet Earth, and the planet Earth belongs to us, and we must care for it. Climate crisis is also a crisis of connection. It reminds us that by healing nature, we heal ourselves. Thank you.
Very good, Diksha, and I think very well mentioned about the recent, Telangana Hyderabad issue, where government and a lot of activists have taken this forward, and it was in social media. So definitely there are many things where people are coming forward, community are coming forward, then things are changing. So good. We will not enlarge, but we will discuss in the end. Yeah. The next one, I would like to invite Ms. Stenzin Itzis Chosket.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
Good evening, everyone. It is an honor to be here as we discuss the urgent need for ecological justice in the face of accelerating environmental degradation. Today, I would like to explore rewilding not as a mere conservation strategy, but as a legal and moral imperative. So, what I want to explore through today is that as humans, if we can reshape the landscape, we can also restore. So as we all know that the global community stands just 5 years away from the 2030 deadline of achieving the SDG targets, that is the Sustainable Development Goals. Within this, I would like to, within this concept, rewilding is very important. It is very imperative today for restoring our environment. So in this, on this basis only, I would like to address 3 major dimensions through rewilding. One would be rewilding as a response to ecocide. Secondly, rewilding as a legal mandate under the rights of nature, and thirdly, integrating indigenous knowledge into the rewilding framework. So if you look at ecocide, it has not been, it's not a very recent concept. Rather, it has been introduced in the 1970s. And since then, it usually defines, it's with regard to destroying one's home. So we have to view ecosystems as possessing a form of personhood. So if you look at it from a legal concept, it would basically talk about unlawful or wanton acts which are committed with the knowledge that there is substantial likelihood of severe and either widespread long-term damage to the environment. Now, there is a and the central discussion on this is that is to amend the Rome Statute so that ecocide can be included as part of the as a fifth core international crime. So therefore, further, secondly, I would focus on rewilding as a legal mandate under the rights of nature. So rewilding as a form of ecological justice is rooted in the principle of giving back, acknowledging that ecosystems are not passive, rather they're living communities. So it is in this light that as humans we should be part of this balance, obviously not as rulers but as keystone species that help maintain the ecological stability. So for instance, the countries like Ecuador, Bolivia, they have recognized rights of nature in their constitution. And so along the same lines, even the Supreme Court has enlarged Article 21 to include rights of nature. And within that, we should also see restoring as a legal mandate. Lastly, with regard to integrating indigenous knowledge into rewilding frameworks, we should understand that in ensuring ecological justice, we should not cause injustice to those who are usually connected with the nature, that is indigenous communities. So for instance, if I give an example, the Nilgiris region in southern India, which has usually a lot of environmental destruction is driven by colonial tea plantations. So thereby it has displaced a lot of indigenous population over there. So against this, rewilding would be a very critical solution where conservationists, ecologists and indigenous Adivasi communities would be able to reclaim deforested tea lands and restoring native vegetation and reviving the entire ecosystem. And to conclude, I would say that as environmental crisis intensifies, embedding rewilding within the law and policy option offers a very viable, justice-driven approach to repairing the planet, where restoration would not just be an option, but rather it should be essential for a balanced and sustainable future.
Very good, Mrs. Tenzin. She's a law student in Delhi University, so I was not able to in the starting, and she has very well presented, and we'll discuss more in the last question and answer session. Now next is Mr. Pavan Kumar. He is from Delhi University.
So good evening all of you. My topic is rewilding the Aravallis. So as our planet bears deeper scar from the ongoing climate crisis, urgent and passionate action become essential. Rewilding stand out as a hopeful strategy to enhance biodiversity and combat climate change. The Aravalli Range, India's ancient spine, is now fighting for its survival against greed and unpredictable weather. This paper looks into the rewilding effort in Aravallis, inspired by the inspiring Aravalli Biodiversity Park in Gurgaon, with renowned governmental initiative paving the way. The Aravalli's range history and significance. The Aravalli Range, one of the world's oldest mountain system, was formed over 2.5 billion years ago during the Precambrian era. It is extend approximately 800 kilometers from Delhi through Haryana, Rajasthan into Gujarat, with Guru Shikhar at Mount Abu reaching 1,722 meters, composed mainly granite, quartzite rocks. It also rich biodiversity hotspot, home to more than 400 plant species, along with the leopard, hyenas, and varieties of bird life protected within reserves such as the Sariska Tiger Reserve and Mount Abu Wildlife Sanctuary. So the Aravalli Range is in crisis. The Aravalli Range is really struggling because of human activities and climate change. Thinking like illegal mining, deforestation, expanding cities and invasion plants having damaged about 42 of its 6.45 million hectares. Mining for marble and granite has also hit the core of the range. As reported from the Hindu in 2024, the Forest Survey of India tracked 0.9% decline in forest cover from 1919 to 2019. Sandstorm from the Thar Desert now hit Delhi, bringing more pollution and weird weather, according to the environmental expert Anumita Roy Chaudhary in 2023. Rewilding as a solution. Rewilding means restoring ecosystem by reintroducing native species and reducing human interference to let nature thrive. It boosts biodiversity, supporting animal like Indian foxes and chinkara, while capturing carbon to fight climate change and improving water retention in dry areas like Aravallis. According to the Wire Science published in 2020, the Aravalli Biodiversity Park shows it works, and the Aravalli Green Wall project launched by PM Modi on June 5, 2015, as also talked about the Dr. S. Satapathy, Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam concept, which launched by PM Modi. So the case study which I will talk about, Aravalli Biodiversity Park. The Aravalli Biodiversity Park, a 392-acre green oasis in Gurgaon, grew from a mined-out wasteland starting June 5th, 2010. I am Gurgaon, working with the Gurgaon Municipal Corporation and partner like Hero Motor Corp, transformed it. The key effort included careful cleaning harmful plants, removed invasive species to plant local trees, planted 175,000 trees, scrubs and grasses including dhau, salai and dhak, grown in the nursery of Aravalli plants. Community effort, as talked Dr. Ridhima Solanki, who also said that the community effort should be there. So over 20,000 volunteers, including students from 30 schools and employees from 70 companies, use natural method without chemical. Climate benefit ponds and drip irrigation save 4 million liters of water each year, improve air quality and reduce pollution. Wildlife growth. This park diverse wildlife is recognized by eBird.com global bird database. Over 182 bird species, including rare ones, making it a top bird watching spot in Delhi NCR. So I wish you all go there and see the this park, which is really wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pavan. And now I would like to invite Ms. Sange Dolma. She is a trustee of Losar Mingje Learning Sector, Tawang, Arunachal Pradesh. I will request that if we can just maintain the time frame, है ना?
Actually, I have a story to tell through the pictures.
अच्छा अच्छा ठीक है हाँ.
So if the last one would like to go before me, because this is our church.
Yeah, she can come. Yeah, so now I would like to invite Miss Anana Tommy, who is a MSW Master of Social Work student from Amity University, Noida campus. And she will talk on science, ethics, compassion, a holistic approach to ecological restoration.
Good evening, everyone. Today I will be talking about science, ethics and compassion together with a holistic framework for ecological restoration. Now, I would like all of your attention to come to a powerful insight where we have to think that it requires more than action when it comes to saving our planet. It requires intention, insight and heart. Now, when we talk about the crisis we are in, to be honest, we can begin with a simple sentence that Earth is in crisis. Biodiversity is collapsing, species are disappearing faster than ever, climate change is fueling extreme weather across every continent, and our most essential resources, soil and water, are vanishing or degraded. This is not tomorrow's problem. It's already here and it touches every aspect of our life: food, health, homes and our hopes. If we want to restore the earth, we must respond with urgency and with vision. Now, I personally believe that whenever we try to put an approach towards any part of our life, ethics is very important because it drives us to a purpose. It makes us think, is it right or wrong? Now, rather than me talking about many big global changes, what can I do in an individual basis is something I can think about on a grassroots level. For example, I would like to also mention that I'm from Kerala, and I was born and brought up in Kerala, but I was raised in Delhi. And whenever I think about Kerala or I tell people about Kerala, they find it like a spot for relaxation or traveling. But to be honest, it's just a place where the people or the citizens of there are very sure about what they are doing regarding plastic waste. If you go to certain places like which is Tamil Nadu or south part of the Indian region, you can see how particular they are regarding their waste management. And when it comes to places like us where we live, Delhi, Noida, or any cities, Bangalore or Mumbai, we are only thinking about keeping our houses clean or our rooms clean or disposing the plastics which we are using on a daily basis. But are we ever thinking or taking our time out of what is happening to the waste which we are disposing on the ground level, or when we are traveling to any place? What is happening to them? Who is picking up? So rather than thinking that somebody else will do it, we should start on a small basis, which is within ourselves. Now I would like to point about, whenever it comes to environment causes, we can correlate it with three fundamental things, which is my topic itself. That is science, compassion, and ethics. Now, how science comes in this? Science gives us clarity. It gives us a tool to understand, to measure, and to heal. Through observation, experimentation, and data science reveals how ecosystems function and how they fall apart. Whether it's mapping a forest carbon cycle, analyzing soil erosion, or building models for climate adaptation, science is the foundation of any real solution. But science alone is not enough. It tells us what can be done, not always what should be done. Now, how ethics come in this topic? Restoration is not only technical, it's deeply political and moral. Who benefits from restored lands? Who decides what gets protected or sacrificed? Ethics pushes us to confirm injustice to ensure environmental decisions are inclusive, transparent, and fair. Without ethics, restoration risk become a top-down theoretical exercise, but with ethical guidance, it becomes a democratic and dignified progress. Now, when it comes to compassion, how with knowledge and action we can change this world. Compassion is what moves us from knowledge to action. It reminds us that ecosystems are not just resources, they are home, cultures, and lives. It teaches us empathy, not just for people, but for forests, rivers, animals, and future generations. Restoration then becomes more than planting trees. It becomes an act of healing, a way to mend the bond between humanity and nature. Now, the three pillars, I would like to combine them and conclude my topic. Science gives us the map, ethics tell us where and how we should go, and compassion give us the will to make the journey. Together, they create a system that is not ecologically sound, but socially just and spiritually meaningful. Each pillar reinforces the others, and that makes the framework resilient. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Anana. And I think she has covered very nicely and related with the, God's own country, Kerala. And we all know that we go there. So yeah, so in the next, Ms. Sangye Dolma will present. Yeah. And I think in the meantime, I would like to add something that normally conferences happen, people share, some people listen, some people don't listen, some people eat, some people go. But the thing is this, there should be some strategic outcome should come out from any conference. So, but I believe that the people, those who are sitting, it's around 6 o'clock and, we are more than 1 hour late. And a passion which I can see, so it looks like something will happen in ecology restoration, and the initiative of Tibet's house will definitely come into some on the ground. And those who are attending, it's a request that maybe we can connect later also, and wherever we are, we can contribute so that we can do something for our country. And definitely technical challenges are everywhere. So maybe it is happening, but I think this topic is something which needs to be, discussed and talked, because right now we are facing this lot of effects of climate change, and there is a sudden rain, there is a lot of heat in Delhi, and in few minutes there is a rain, and then again there is something else. No forecast is there. I think it's a PDF file, so you can move it on your own. You know, it's not a PPT, it's a PDF, I think. So you can use the arrow button to shift. Yeah.
Hello everyone, am I audible? I hope. I am Sangi Dolma, I'm from Arunachal, and today I bring to you a very small project or an initiative at sustainable building that we're doing in Lungla, Arunachal Pradesh. I do have a script, but since we're running out of time, I would like to just take you through the pictures. So it's called Losar Mikje. I'll just start by telling you what the name means. So Gishi Dorji Damdullah very kindly put in a request to His Holiness's office to name this school, and His Holiness on the spot named it, which Losar means fresh mind, new mind, and Mikje means opening the eyes. So it's a school for the younger kids in the remotely located village, so which means opening the eyes of the younger minds so that they can have a better experience of the world. And I think young age is when they're more receptive to anything new, and we're implementing small things here and there to help them understand the importance of nature, and it's a part of like the learning experience in the school. So very recently, in the month of April, Gishila has visited us at the school and inaugurated the learning center. Next, this is the school building and the residential place. We're still at the very initial stages. So the first picture is the school building, and we have, as of now, classes 1, 2, and 3, and that is the residential building. We've ensured that we do not cut trees unless it was absolutely necessary. We're trying to protect as many trees as we can on the campus. Next is we're using sustainable materials. As you see on the left, which is mud bricks, they've been sent to Bangalore for it to be tested, the soil, and we've used it to make mud bricks, which have also been used in the buildings. And also, if you see, the walls are mud walls. So the next one is also we've used stone and mud, which is traditionally used, and also sort of helps us to stay away from, derail from the newer methods for cooling, or the dependency sort of reduces because it is also climate appropriate since it's a colder region. So the stone and the mud keeps the rooms colder during summers and a little warmer in the winters as it traps the heat. Then I won't say that we're 100% sustainable. We're still using modern materials like cement, which is just to raise the platform or the foundation, as you can see. It's also because it's a rainy region, so we're trying to protect the structures from moisture damage. Then next, we're also creating employment opportunities for the local people, who are mostly villagers and daily wagers. So they're all local people, and also it's helping us protect or preserve or carry forward the traditional methods that have been refined over centuries. So next, also our school does not use any sort of water that has been carried from an outer source. So underground, high altitude underground hot springs, and that same is connected to the school. And it's also because sustainability for us is also very spiritual, since we believe mountains are very sacred. And that's why there are times when us locals also go and offer prayers to the mountain, so that the pressure of the water remains and we don't have to look for other sources of water. Next, we are also implementing something called eco bricks, And these bottles, as you can see, are all filled with plastic garbages that we use on a daily basis. It's not to completely minimize the usage of it, but since we are aware and we acknowledge that there on a daily we do use some amount of plastic materials. So what we've done is we've taught the kids how to prepare eco bricks. So they're all filled with waste materials, and that's what we're using in the borders for the garden. And we're also using for the fencing bamboo. And I guess we've come to the end. This is Gishila with us at our school. And I know it's a very small initiative, but we hope that in the future we do become a successful, sustainable projects. And I hope you all can maybe visit us sometime in Arunachal. We'd love to have you there. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think it's wonderful that what initiatives you have taken, and definitely in terms of restoration and protecting the biodiversity is very important. So moving further, I would like to, add something that maybe students are here, youth is here, and they have some thoughts. So obviously they should also get time, and definitely time is also when you read something and when you speak from your heart. So there is a difference. So normally in the conferences people come with the write-up and they want to read it. So what they want to say, sometimes they are not able to articulate and communicate. But definitely in this platform, I can see that those who spoke are very well. They have taken different point of views in different aspects. And definitely I just want to add with this that whatever we want to do today for the restoration or the rewilding, it's not just plantation of trees or putting some initiatives, but we have to see that by heart, by connect, we are trying to do something which we want to see in future for our generations, which those who are coming forward. And whatever we will rewild today or restore today, either it is a land, river, or any other natural thing, that will continue to give us the legacy which we will leave behind actually. So at this note, from the young students youth panel, I believe that the voice which we discussed will go further. At the end I would like to say, somebody said that जिस ओर जवानी चलती है उस ओर ज़माना चलता है. So I think this is very apt. Wherever the youth goes, the whole society goes there. So I believe that this momentum of climate change and the restoration and ecology will go further with the student and youth further. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone, for sharing your insights. They are truly important and much appreciated. And thank you, Dr. Chonji, for chairing this very session.
Thank you.
And now I would like to request Ms. Tejimpa Modla, our research fellow, Environment and Development Text, Tibet Policy Institute, Dharamsala, to kindly present souvenir and Tibetan white scarf to our chairperson and our student panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to them. So we have Dr. Prashant Rakesh Chauhanji, Ms. Diksha Shakya, Ms. Tenzin Iggez Choskit, And now we have Miss Anena Tommy. And Pawanji, Mr. Pawan. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everyone, and thank you so much for your participation. And before we conclude today's conference, I kindly request our secretary, Mr. Tinze Kunkyapla, to give the word of thanks. Mr. Kunkyapla.
To save time, I'll just go on with the word. Okay. So I'll only take 2 minutes, so please bear with me. On behalf of Tibet House New Delhi, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our chief guest, Srimati Ranjana Jaji, and our guest of honor, Mr. Abhijit Haldarji, for taking their time out of their busy schedule and contributing to this conference. And I would like to thank our keynote speaker, Mr. Harshvardhanji, and the very convener of this conference, from selecting the theme to identifying the scholars and experts. We are very grateful to you, sir. And I would like to thank our distinguished speakers and chairpersons for accepting our invitation and for sharing your insights with us. A special commendation to the student panel for their remarkable contribution as well. And I would like to express my sincere appreciation to my colleagues and all the volunteers for their dedication and enthusiasm for putting all this together. We are very immensely grateful to Venerable Keshadoshi Tamdullah, the Director of Tibet House New Delhi, for the constant guidance towards the Tibet House staff, which has greatly enhanced our capabilities. Last but not the least, I would like to thank our wonderful audience and students for your active participation in this conference. We hope that you found this conference very meaningful and interesting, and I hope to see you all again soon in our future conferences and seminars. As you can find in your program booklet, the registration for the third batch of Nalanda certificate course will open on 6th July, which is the 90th birth anniversary of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. So we are also celebrating, we are also organizing a grand celebration of the 90th birthday of His Holiness. So I would like to, so we will be sharing the details in our website soon. It will be on 6th July and also on 11th July. There will be a film screening of the daily premiere of the latest documentary movie of His Holiness, The Wisdom of Happiness. There will be book discussion on the book by a Swiss photographer, Mr. Manuel Bauer, and there will be cultural performances also. So we will be sharing the details soon. If you are interested in Tibet House programs and our courses, you can subscribe to our weekly announcement by sending us an email to programs@tibethouse.in. You can also visit our website, www.tibethouse.in. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can follow us on our social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter also, which is known as X. That is all for today. Thank you for joining us, and have a great weekend. Thank you. And I would also like to announce that we have arranged a refreshment just adjacent to this hall. There's an open space, which is same as the morning tea, the venue. Thank you.